You are now tuned into Then Radio. If you enjoy our videos, we ask that you consider joining our Patreon to support our channel. Don't forget to like and subscribe so that you never miss a new video. We hope you enjoyed today's episode, and as always, thank you for watching.
The Damon Runyon Theatre. Once again, the Damon Runyon Theatre brings you another story by the master storyteller, Damon Runyon. And this one, Leopard Spots. And to tell it to you, here is Broadway.
Thanks. Well, I am finally in good shape again after a very trying time in the city of Philadelphia, PA. How I get into bad shape concerns Spider McCoy, a prizefighter named Pigsfoot Grudy, and a citizen named Caswell Fish, who is not a prizefighter, but nevertheless gets into the ring with a common chance. And how that happens, I will tell you in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theatre and the famous story, Leopard Spots.
Well, I am sitting in Mindy's one night when I am joined by Spider McCoy. Now, Spider is a prize fight manager and also a good friend of mine. So when he joins me, I am glad to see him. And the scene is as follows.
Hello, Broadway.
Hello, Spider. What is the score?
Well, I ain't counted it up yet. But I see you are doing nothing, so I come over.
I am glad you do.
Uh-huh. Say, how would you like to take a little run over to Philly, PA?
What?
Well, as you know, I am the manager of Pigsfoot Grudy.
Good old Pigsfoot. How are his eyes?
Eyes? Eyes? There's something wrong with his eyes?
The last time I see him, they are giving him trouble from staring up at the bright lights over the ring.
Oh, that. It is only temporary.
It lasts only about 10 seconds. But what is this about Philly?
I think maybe you would like to be Pigsfoot's second man.
Uh-huh. Who is he fighting?
Chester Nubbs.
Chester Nubbs? Spider, why do you not put old Pigsfoot into the ring against a platoon of Marines?
Chester Nubbs needs one more match to warm up for his bout with the champ.
He could not even work up a freezing temperature fighting Pigsfoot.
I look at it this way. It takes Chester 2 or 3 rounds to get warmed up. Pigfoot's always good for 2 or 3 rounds.
Then he gets careless.
He has a glass jaw.
And not a very good grade of glass. Well, it is his affair, and yours.
Uh-huh. Will you be his second?
The way I look at the fight, I will be his last. But, okay, I will go with you to Philly, PA. So, that is why I find myself in Philadelphia, PA, one night in May. Spider, Pigsfoot, and myself have a hotel room, and I am sitting there reading the evening paper. It is 2 days before the fight. Spider is out someplace, and Pigsfoot is just staring at the wall, which is his favorite occupation. Like I say, I am reading the paper, when all of a sudden I hear...
Oh.
Do you say something, Pigsfoot? You will have to speak plainer.
Oh, Broadway,
Pigsfoot, what is the matter?
Oh, my stomach. It hurts awful. I think I am very sick.
Oh, you better get over on the bed.
Oh, come on. Oh, do not bend me, Broadway.
Here, lay down.
Well,
Easy.
everything's all set. What is the matter?
Spider, Pigsfoot is sick.
Sick? That cannot be. He fights Chester Nubbs in 2 days. Pigsfoot, be a man. Get up. Speak to me.
Oh.
Maybe you better call a doctor.
Doctor costs money.
Look, Pigsfoot fights in 2 days. It is more than somewhat of a cinch that he will not be able to go into the ring against Chester Nubbs, bent over like a headwaiter with important customers.
I guess you are right. All right. We will call a doctor.
So we call a doctor, and it seems that Pigsfoot has something called an appendix, which is more than somewhat troublesome. Well, it is a few hours later, and Spider and me are sitting outside Pigfoot's room at the hospital. Spider is saying...
He has to get something wrong in his stomach. Why is it not in his head where there is nothing to get out of order?
Spider, do not look now, but coming down the hall is Jack Keegan.
Chester Nubb's manager.
Uh-huh.
How will I explain this to him?
I do not know. Maybe if you show him Pigfoot's appendix.
Well, Jack Keegan of all people.
What's the idea of telling me on the phone that Pigfoot's out of the running?
That is true.
Yeah? Spider, what are you going to do?
Jack, short of canceling the bout, I do not know.
Listen, we ain't going to cancel this bout. Get a substitute.
What? Where will I get one?
That's your problem, chum, but get one. And see that he's no better or no worse than Pigfoot. I'm taking no chances on my boy getting rough just before he meets the champ. This is a warm-up bout, just training.
Yeah, I see.
And another thing. All this has Chester upset.
Huh? Oh.
I spent 2 years building him up. And I've spent 2 years trying to convince him there's nothing wrong with him.
What are you talking about, Jack?
I'll tell you. Chester is what is called a hypochondriac.
I think he is a heavyweight.
Oh, you're dope. That means that he thinks he's got everything wrong with him. If he sees a picture of a handkerchief, he catches a cold.
Oh, and you are afraid this will give him an appendix.
This morning it did. Until I reminded him that his was taken out 3 years ago. Now, you gotta get a substitute and fast.
What if I cannot?
You will. Or I'll see to it that you don't book a fight for the rest of your life.
Yeah, okay, Jack. I will see what I can do.
You better. And I want to see the guy you pick. So long.
What are you going to do, Spider?
Oh, Broadway, I do not know. Can you think of anyone who wants to fight Chester Nubbs?
Nobody with a head in working order.
That is what I think. Everybody dodges him. Hey, look. There is Pigfoot Nurse coming out of his room. I got to ask her if maybe Pigfoot can make the grade by day after tomorrow. Oh, Miss Nurse.
Yes, were you calling me?
Yeah. How is he? How is old Pigfoot?
Mr. Grudy?
The same. How is he?
Oh, doing very nicely. He has a fine constitution.
Sure. As long as he is not hit in the jaw, he is all right.
Are you relatives?
No, friends.
Oh, well, he's fine. Nothing to worry about now.
Then he will be able to fight the day after tomorrow?
Fight? What are you talking about?
He means go into the ring and fight.
Are you... Oh, you're joking.
No.
That's ridiculous. You'll have to excuse me now.
Say, she's not a bad looker. In fact, she is almost 100% perfect.
Yeah, I noticed that, too. Maybe Pigfoot is luckier than we are.
Pigfoot. I stopped thinking about him for a couple of seconds. Oh, well, come on, Broadway. Let us hunt up a substitute for the fight.
We leave the hospital, and Spider is feeling pretty bad. We are walking down the street when suddenly Spider stops and says...
Broadway, look.
Where?
Leaning against the lamppost, up ahead.
So? I see a citizen of these parts. What about it?
Look at the size of him. What do you think he weighs?
Oh, roughly 200.
Now, listen. Let's go up and talk to him.
What about?
About fighting.
You are crazy. He is a stranger.
So much the better. I will have an advantage over him. Come on. How do you do, young man?
Huh? Oh, hello.
Can you direct me to Oliver Street?
Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm a stranger in Philadelphia.
Oh, so? I take it you are from someplace else.
Bellburg, Pennsylvania.
Bellburg? Oh, sure. Nice city. Nice city.
Oh, it's not a city, just a village, but I like it.
Yeah, certainly. How does it happen you are standing here just doing nothing?
I'm waiting for my fiancée. She's a nurse in the hospital.
Well, this is a coincidence, sure. I, too, have a friend in the hospital. Do you work here in Philadelphia?
Oh, no. I came here to visit Babs, my girl. She'll be off in an hour.
Then you have an hour to kill.
Well, yes. Why?
My name is McCoy. Spider McCoy.
Well, I'm pleased to meet you. My name's Caswell.
Mr. Caswell, I'm glad to meet you.
Oh, that's my first name. My last name is Fish.
Indeed. That is a coincidence also. My mother's cousin's name is Hattie. Oh, this is my friend Broadway. Broadway, meet Mr. Caswell Fish.
How are you, Mr. Fish?
Fine.
You are on a vacation, Mr. Fish?
Well, sort of. I came to tell Babs that just as soon as I've got $200, I'll buy a half interest in a lunch wagon back home, and then we can be married.
Uh-huh. Then I take it you do not have the 200 fish? Dollars?
Why are you asking all these questions?
Look, there is a coffee shop across the street. Why do we not repair to it and talk?
What about?
About $200? Maybe even $250?
What are you up to, Mr. McCoy?
My ear's in trouble. But you can help me, and I will be able to help you realize your dream of having half a lunch wagon. Let us go.
Now, there is nothing that Spider McCoy does better than talk. So it is no more than 15 minutes later, and he has got Caswell Fish talked into fighting Chester Nose. I am not happy about this because I am beginning to like Caswell. He's a nice young guy. But the thought of $200 gives him a case of temporary insanity. Caswell agrees to meet Spider at the gymnasium to start training. He has got 1 day to get ready. Then at the gym, the scene is as follows.
Well, Broadway, I feel much, much better.
Look, Spider, what about this Caswell? He knows nothing about fighting. He knows nothing about Chester Nubs.
What he does not know will not frighten him.
But the odds are a little more than 6-5 that Caswell Fish will take a terrible shellacking.
He is big and strong. He will recover quickly. Besides, does he not get his 200?
How much do you get?
1,800. But look at the worrying I do.
For who?
Now look, I am making Caswell Fish very happy. He gets his dough. He buys half a lunch wagon at Belfast. Gets married.
I have a funny feeling that the wedding will have to be postponed until he is able to enjoy it.
Shh, look. Here comes Jack Keegan.
Well, Spider, where is he?
Who?
Didn't you call me and say you'd found a boy?
Oh, sure. The Leopard Kid.
The who?
The Leopard Kid. He is called that because of the animal in him.
Never heard of him.
Between you and me, neither does anyone else.
What?
Look, Jack, you know the fans will pay to see Chester fight, even if he goes into the ring against his own grandmother. What difference does it make who the Leopard Kid is?
Spider, so help me. If you're pulling a fast one, I'll kill you. I didn't bring my boy up from ham and egg prelims to see him get shelled by a lucky palooka.
Jack, this can never happen.
It better not. Now, another thing. Chester goes to see Pigsfoot at the hospital. He sees Pigsfoot's niece there, and he falls in love with her.
What is the matter with that?
Just he has stopped training to be at Pigsfoot's bedside because Babs is there.
Oh.
I am now going to drag him away from Babs' Kugel. I'll come back later and see your boy.
Spider, what if this Caswell Fish does get lucky?
Not a chance. Watch it. Here he comes.
Well, Miss McCoy, it's all set. I called my girl and told her I took a job upstate and won't be back for a week. You see, that way she won't know I'm going to fight. I don't think she'd like it.
Sure. Now, we better get to work.
Sure. Gee, $200 just for fighting.
You ever fight before, Caswell?
No, I don't like to.
You do not like to. I see.
But I'll do it, because it means Babs Kugel will become Mrs. Caswell.
What is her name?
Babs Kugel. She's a nurse. Why?
Nothing at all. Except that I think I will need her very soon.
And now back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, Leopard Spots.
Well, that is all I need to hear. That Babs Kugel is Caswell Fish's doll, and that Chester Nubs is also in love with her. It is later that same afternoon that Jack Keegan comes back to the dressing room to take a look at Caswell. And the scene is as follows.
So, this is the Leopard Kid, eh, Spider?
Sure. What do you think of him, Jack?
He don't look like a fighter.
Oh, I'm not.
Huh?
What he means is he does not compare with Chester Nubs.
Oh, I see. Spider, Broadway, I want to talk with you.
Sure. Go get dressed, Caswell.
Okay.
What is the matter, Jack?
Look at his skin. It's all white.
What are you worth, a color movie?
If he goes in the ring with that white skin, the fight will look phony. Looks like he trained in a dark cellar.
Jack, I can do nothing about his skin.
Get a sun lamp, sit him under it, get him tanned up a little.
Sun lamp? But that costs money.
Look, Spider, do like I say. And he better look good.
Oh, how do you like that, Broadway? Now I got to make this guy look like a lifeguard.
He is awful white.
But I will not buy a sun lamp.
At what?
Iodine.
Well, what about it?
There is lots of it here. And it is a brown color. I can give him a fine tan with it.
You are figuring on painting him with iodine?
It's cheaper that way. Come on.
And it is done. Caswell puts up a cake, but Spider starts talking again and raises Caswell's end of the purse to $235. After about 2 minutes, the iodine starts to sting and has to be washed off. But there is a catch. It comes off only in spots, and Caswell looks very peculiar indeed. But Spider is enthusiastic because he says this makes Caswell very picturesque and colorful and lives up to his name, the Leopard Kid. Well, it comes up the morning of the fight. Spider is out eating, and I am waiting in the dressing room at the gym when in walks Jack King. And the scene is as follows.
Where's Spider, Broadway?
He is eating.
And the Leopard Kid?
Getting into some trunks for a light workout.
Uh-huh.
There is something on your mind?
There is. I'm worried.
You are?
Yeah. Broadway, if you and Spider are trying to pull a surprise, don't.
Jack, I promise you, there is nothing surprising about this except the fact that I do not go right back to New York.
You can't.
Huh? Why not?
Last night I got to thinking. Spider is a pretty dodgy character. So I thought maybe he might have something up his sleeve.
Like what, for instance?
Like a double cross. Maybe this Leopard Kid is very good.
No.
He might be. So I got a couple of friends of mine to keep an eye on both of you.
Oh?
Yeah. Also, Chester is top-heavy over this Kugel doll, and he's bringing her to the fight tonight.
What? Oh, no.
Yeah. He wants to show what a fighter he is.
I see.
He plans to open up in the first round. Now, Chester is a slow starter, and it takes time for me to figure out the other boy's style and give Chester a plan.
So?
So, if Chester loses his head to look good in front of that doll, and your boy gets in with a lucky punch... You see?
I see.
Why did he have to fall in love with that Kugel dame?
This is a funny world. And a small one.
Yeah. And it'll get smaller for you and Spider if anything happens. Remember what I said.
Did he say Kugel?
Huh? Oh, Caswell, I do not see you standing there.
I am. Broadway. Did he say Kugel?
It must be some other Kugel.
He meant Babs, didn't he?
Babs? Babs? Who is Babs?
You know who she is, my girl.
Now, look, Caswell.
So, as soon as my back's turned, she's untrue.
Now, look, Caswell.
All right, let her be. But I'll show that Chester Nubs a thing or two.
You will what?
I'll kill him. I'll go right after him.
He will murder you.
Maybe, but not before I show him a thing or two.
Believe me, Caswell, you will show nobody anything but how still you can lay down on the canvas.
I heard what Keegan said. You're afraid for your own skin.
No. Well, not only that, but you will get hurt, maybe real bad.
I'll take that chance. Come on, train me.
Oh, the fight is tonight, and you say train.
I've got to get in shape.
Caswell, look, there is a way out for all of us. Get sick. Have an appendix.
Mine was taken out 10 years ago.
Well, catch cold.
No.
Get sick in any direction, any way. The fight will have to be postponed.
I'm going to fight Chester Nubs and show him and Babs Kugel a thing or two. Now, I'm going to train.
There is nothing to it, but he trains. He has got about 10 hours before he gets into the ring with a guy whose left hook is dynamite and whose right cross is always rockabye. I feel sorry for Caswell, so I leave the gym and go to the hospital to see Miss Kugel, figuring maybe she is able to do something. What goes on is this.
Just a minute. Are you trying to tell me that this Leopard Kid is Caswell?
For the last 10 minutes, I am making noises like that, yes.
That's utterly ridiculous.
It is, but it is also true.
You're telling the truth?
I am telling the truth.
But he lied to me. He said he took a job upstate.
But he only does this so he can get the money to marry you, Miss Kugel.
Well, he could have come to me and told me.
I do not think you have much room for criticism, Miss Kugel. Do you not run around with Chester Nubbs when you think Caswell is away?
Does Caswell think I'm in love with Chester Nubbs?
He leans in that direction, yes. What is funny?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Look, you have got to stay away from that fight tonight. If you go, Chester will try to show you what a great fighter he is. Caswell will try to kill him, and there will be nothing left of Caswell.
Say nothing of what'll happen to you and Mr. Spider McCoy.
Go to Caswell. Tell him he has got to get sick.
I certainly will not.
But do you not care for him?
That's my business.
Miss Kugel, you will either be his wife or his nurse.
That's his business.
All right, all right. It is his funeral.
Well, are you finished now?
I think I am. In more ways than one.
If you'll excuse me, I'm on duty. There are patients.
Tell him to move over.
Goodbye, Mr. Broadway.
Oh, please, little miss, wait a minute. Think it over. If you will not go to Caswell and get him to get sick, at least be absent from the fight tonight.
I've never been to a prize fight. Maybe I'll enjoy it.
Not this one. If you do not come, maybe Caswell will think better of what he wishes to do. And Chester Nubbs will not try to show off.
Mr. Broadway, you're not a woman.
I admit that fact. But what good is that in this discussion?
Well, it's rather flattering to have two men fighting over you. Yes, it is. I think I'm going to like it. I'll be there tonight.
But what about me?
We have lovely rooms here, and you'll get the best of care.
I do not like the way she says that, or the thought behind it. Well, the night comes on very fast. In fact, it is the shortest day I ever spent. There is nothing to do but go through with the fight, and I find myself in Caswell's corner at ringside. The place is packed with fans who are here to see Chester Nubbs do away with another opponent. Spider is very nervous, and so am I, because right back of us are two citizens who are not here for the fight. They watch us. Then the scene is as follows.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening.
Broadway, do you see Miss Kugel?
Yeah, I see her. She is sitting right behind Chester's corner.
I'll show her a thing or two. And him, boy.
Now look, Caswell, do not be rash. If you see or smell anything like a glove coming your way, just lie down. And do not move until you feel me lifting you up.
Look. She just passed a note to him. It's a love note. Oh, I'll show them a thing or two.
Now just take it easy.
The Leopard.
Come on. Where is your introduction?
Spider leads Caswell to the center of the ring. And I notice something funny. Chester Nubbs stays away from Caswell. Does not even shake hands with him. Then Spider and Caswell are back in the corner.
Pass him love notes right under my nose, will she? Oh, I'll show him a thing or two.
Caswell, the best thing you could show tonight is some sense. Keep away from Chester Nubbs.
I'll kill him.
My career is over here and now. Remember, stay away from him, Caswell.
Lie down quietly. Get some rest.
Broadway, do you see what I see?
It looks to me like Chester is staying away from Caswell.
I don't understand. He says he will kill him.
Spider, look at Jack Keegan.
Yeah, I see him. He is trying to show me a large pocket knife. I wonder why.
I do not think he is trying to show it to you.
Broadway, look at Chester. He looks like he's scared stiff.
I see. But I wonder why. Well, that is the way it goes. Chester Nubbs keeps away from Caswell, and Caswell chases him around the ring. The crowd applauds at first because they think Chester is showing how good he is. Then they realize that Caswell is chasing Chester. This goes on round after round, and it comes up the last round, and nobody hits anybody else. But the crowd is cheering Caswell for going after Chester. Then the fight is over, and we are in the corner.
Why didn't you head him off when he came around this way? I want to kill him.
Be quiet. They are going to announce the result.
Ladies and gentlemen, the winner, the Leopard King.
We win! I finally managed to win him.
Don't let him get out of the ring. I'll catch my breath and I'll kill him.
Spider, do not look now.
But those two citizens are coming over to us. Caswell, do I not put you in the ring and bring you fame and fortune?
Huh? Why, sure.
Look, those two guys coming at us. They wish to rough us up. They are mad. They are friends of Chester Nubbs.
Oh, they are they? Well, I'll teach them a thing or two.
Caswell! Caswell!
Friends of his, huh? All right. Here's where I get even.
It is all over in a little while. Caswell cools off Keegan's boys, and the gendarmes get us to the dressing room. Now, that is not the end of the story. The payoff comes a little later, and I will tell you about it in a minute. Well, like I say, we are in the dressing room. Spider is very happy because he thinks he has a common chance, although I know something is more than somewhat wrong. Then the door opens, and the scene is as follows.
Caswell.
Babs.
You big boob, you might have been hurt.
Now she remembers.
Miss Kugel, you are going to marry the heavyweight champion of the world.
I am not.
Oh, so you don't think I can fight, huh? Chester Nubbs knew I was mad.
That is right. Chester sees the killer instinct in Caswell's eyes and is afraid. Caswell, do you think you can get that look again?
All I have to do is to think of Babs and that Nubbs. What's so funny?
Oh, you big lummox. I love you.
But Chester Nubbs.
Why, Chester Nubbs was only an interesting case, a hypochondriac, one of the finest cases I've ever seen.
Miss Kugel, please leave. I wish to take my boy away. He is a great fighter.
Fighter? Caswell, you and I are going back to Bellburg and be happy.
You and I? But my career.
Look at you. Mr. Broadway, look at him.
I am looking.
Oh, what do you see?
Caswell fish.
Caswell fish with spots all over him. Big brown spots. Those spots won the fight for you, you big idiot.
What are you saying, little miss?
Because Chester Nubbs is a hypochondriac. I sent him a note just before the fight began.
Oh, yeah, that love note. What about that?
Love note? Well, maybe you've all learned your lesson, so I'll tell you. That note said Caswell has a very contagious disease, and just getting near those spots would prove disastrous. Now get dressed, Caswell.
Oh, okay, Babs.
Broadway, there goes my career. 2 times in one night.
And so ends the famous Damon Runyon story, Leopard Spots. Listen in again next week for the Damon Runyon Theatre. The Damon Runyon Theatre, with John Brown as Broadway, is directed by Richard Sandville, and the story is adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Vern Carstensen is in charge of production. This is a Mayfair production. The Damon Runyon Theatre. Once again, the Damon Runyon Theatre brings you another story by the master storyteller, Damon Runyon. And this one, all horse players die broke. And to tell it to you, here is Broadway.
Thanks. Well, it is during the race meeting at Saratoga. And one evening I am standing out under the elms in front of the hotel with Sally Appleby. And the scene is as follows.
Broadway, take a look at that guy.
Which guy? Where?
The one picking up newspapers.
I see. Now, what about it?
It seems to me I know. You?
I do not know. He's a pretty shabby citizen. No, I cannot place.
Neither can I. He looks familiar. Ah, well, this is neither here nor there.
With that, Sally walks inside the hotel. But I stay behind for a couple of seconds to take another look at the guy who is picking up newspapers and tucking them under his arm. It seems to me that his face is familiar. Right then, I cannot place it. However, later I find out who he is. And what happens when I do is something I will never forget. And I will tell you about it in a minute.
And now back to the Damon Runyon Theatre and the famous story, All Horse Players Die Broke.
Well, it is after I have something to eat, and I am once again standing outside the hotel. I forget all about the old guy until suddenly I look over and see him standing next to me. He is looking at me hard, and I begin to feel a little uncomfortable because I am sure this is going to be a touch. Then the old guy says as follows.
How has your luck been, Broadway?
Pretty good. Wait a minute, you call me by name.
Yes, I did. Don't you remember me?
Let me see. Come closer to the light.
Now, do you know who I am?
I am very sorry. Your face seems to slip my memory. That is, for the moment.
For the last 10 years, you should have said.
10 years?
Look closer, Broadway.
Yeah, sure. I do know you. Fritz. It is Fritz.
How are you, Broadway?
I am first rate, and you?
Very well, thank you. I'm a bit older, of course.
Oh, sure. Getting older is a habit nobody breaks himself of. Well, Fritz, how are you doing?
At the moment, quite badly. Quite badly, Broadway.
I take it the GGs are running out on you.
Well, to tell the truth, I haven't been able to play so far this meeting.
I see.
Nevertheless, I expect to put down a few bets before the meet ends.
Oh, sure.
You know, this is the first time I've been in Saratoga in 10 years.
It is that long, huh? Tell me, Fritz, where do you keep yourself for 10 years?
Oh, here and there, but I had to come back to Saratoga. I had a feeling I should come back.
Feeling? I do not know quite what you mean.
It's quite foolish, I suppose, but I had a feeling I'd find her.
Her? Oh, I remember. Emerald M.
Yes, Emerald M. You remember her?
Oh, sure. How is she?
I don't know, Broadway. I haven't seen her in 10 years.
But you expect to find her here?
Yes, I don't know why, but I do.
Sure. By the way, I am going to have something to eat, and...
Isn't it rather late for dinner? Didn't you already have yours?
Oh, I am a very late eater. And it just happens that today I pick a 10-to-1 shot in the fifth, and I am feeling pretty good about it. In fact, I believe that when good luck hits, it ought to be spread around a little, huh?
Thank you, Broadway. I'll just have a cup of coffee.
We go into the restaurant, and on the way in, I get to thinking about old Fritz. In his day, he is the best handicapper who ever looks at a form sheet. In fact, he makes more than a good living. He has more potatoes than anybody else in the business. Then he hits a bad spot, and it gets worse. I wonder what happens to him. So does everybody else. Well, I find out when he is finished eating.
I seem to have been rather hungry. Surprisingly so. I meant only to have a cup of coffee.
I do that myself sometimes, Fritz. In fact, just smelling food makes me hungry even when I think I am full.
Yes, well, I insist on taking the check.
Next time, Fritz.
Well, all right. Next time. Perhaps tomorrow.
That could be.
It's good to see you again, Broadway. I haven't seen any of the old crowd for 10 years.
Yeah, we wonder what becomes of you.
Oh, I ran into a streak of bad luck.
A long one, huh?
Yes. You know, there was a time when I could pick 7 out of 8.
I know. Many is the time the citizens take your word about it, Gigi.
I can't explain what happened to me. However, that's by the boards now.
Tell me, Fritz, where do you keep yourself?
Oh, just any place here and there.
I see. But what about Emerald M?
Emma. I'll find her here, Broadway.
How do you know this?
I can't explain that either, Broadway. I was in San Francisco, and I got the feeling that if I came back here, I'd come back to Emma.
So you come back?
Yes. This was the last place I saw her, spoke to her.
Oh, do you have a fight?
Not exactly. More of a disagreement, so to speak.
Oh, sure. More of a disagreement. She is a beautiful doll. Especially when she is wearing all the emeralds you give her.
She loved them. They were her favorite gem. I felt by giving them to her, I was expressing my love for her.
Especially if they are big enough.
You're a cynic, Broadway.
Mm-hmm. But what about him?
You really want to hear what happened?
If you wish to tell it to me, yes.
I'd like to talk to someone.
I am a very good listener.
Yes, I know. Well, it was 10 years ago, just about the time I started the bad streak. Emma had come here with me, and one evening I returned to our suite. I'd had a rather bad...
Fritz? Fritz, that you?
Uh-huh.
You're late.
Yes, I had a few things to clear up.
Paying off, for example?
That's it.
How much went down the drain today?
Not much.
How much?
You had dinner?
Fritz, look at me.
I always do, Emma. You're lovely.
How much today?
20,000? That's right.
$20,000. Just like that.
Well, it can't last this way, Em. I'm in a bad streak. It'll clear up.
When?
Soon.
Fritz, I can't stand it anymore.
I know, baby. Things are a little pinched, but...
Please, no buts. Let's settle down, Fritz. Let's stop feeding all over the country from one track to another. Here, you need these.
No, not yet.
Take them.
I gave them to you.
Look, I know you haven't got $20,000 to pay off.
But I have.
No. I saw the manager of the hotel. Rather, he came to see me while you were out.
Tell him to keep his nose behind the desk downstairs.
I did. But first I promised him the bill.
I'll pay it.
Take these, Fritz.
I bought these emeralds for you. Keep them. Now, I've got some sure things lined up for tomorrow. I'm at the end of the bad streak, Em.
You're not going to play tomorrow, Fritz.
What?
If you do, you'll never see me again.
You're kidding.
On the square.
The way I make a living was good enough for you when everything was fine, but now that it's a little rough, you want to call it quits.
I don't want to call anything quits.
Until you find a better way of saying the same thing, this'll do.
No, Fritz. Look at me. Look, I don't care about myself, but look what this is doing to you.
What do you mean?
You've got yourself talked into believing you can't lose. You made everyone else believe it, even me. The last few weeks have talked me out of that idea. You can lose, Fritz. You are losing.
Oh, a few bucks. I've won more in a day
I'm
than
not talking about money. I'm talking about you and about me.
I'm way behind you, Emma. I don't understand.
Look at you. Your clothes.
Well, what's clothes got to do with it?
Unpressed. Spots. You didn't even shave this morning.
I didn't have time.
That's it, Fritz. That's it. You didn't have time. You've got a fever inside you that makes you think you can get back all you've lost. I don't know how to say it, but I feel closed out. I'm running in every race against every horse you bet on, and I always lose.
You're tired. You wouldn't speak that way.
Yes, I'm tired. Fritz, I love you. I married you. I want to keep you.
The odds against losing me are too big to figure, Em.
What are the odds against you losing me?
I've never figured them.
Are you still going to play tomorrow?
I have to.
Then I'll post the odds. And Fritz, they're big against you. Very big.
So that is what happens, huh, Fritz?
Yes.
And do you play the next day?
I played Broadway and lost.
How much?
I've forgotten that.
Oh, I see. And you never see her again, huh?
No,
You figure that you will not go back to her until you make yourself a stake, is that it?
that's it.
Does she ever try to find you?
I heard that once or twice she did, but I always felt that I should wait until I was able to go back to her with everything we had before this bad streak.
But is that not liable to be quite a spell? I mean, well...
I know exactly what you mean, Broadway, that I'm finished, washed up, done for. I couldn't pick a winner if my life depended on it.
Well, Fritz, that is not exactly it.
Never mind. You're not the only one who thinks the same. But I know different, Broadway. I do. And I'm very close to coming back. Very close to that and Emma.
You seem very sure, Fritz.
You'll see. Maybe tomorrow or the next day or even next week. But it'll happen. And it'll happen during this meet here at Saratoga, where I lost everything. I'll get it all back.
Sure you will. But, in the meantime, how are you fixed for potatoes?
A little pinched.
Okay. Here.
Oh, no, please.
Take it. It is only a fin.
A loan. Just a loan. You understand that, Broadway?
Okay, just a loan.
Thank you. And I'll pay it back sooner than you expect.
With that, we leave the restaurant. Fritz will not let me walk with him to where he is staying. I know it is for the reason that he does not have any place to stay. And as for my fin, I begin to regret that as soon as Fritz is out of sight. I know he will never make a comeback, and the fin is as good as gone. As they say, all horse players die broke, and Fritz is not an exception. But how wrong you can get, including me, is something for the books, and something I will tell you about in a minute.
Now back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, All Horse Players Die Broke.
Well, I do not see Fritz again for 2 days, and I kiss that fin goodbye. Then I am at the track trying to figure out which horse will get me a few tours when I see Fritz. I walk over to him, and the scene is as follows.
Broadway, hello.
Hey, Fritz, what is new?
You lent me $5 the other night.
So I do. You, still have got it?
No, as a matter of fact, I waited until today to bet it.
Oh, look, Fritz, I give you that fin to get you on the inside track with some food and things. No, you...
Broadway, put everything you've got in a horse named Speed Cart.
What? Speed Cart? Fritz, that horse cannot win a race if all the other nags are out to pasture in another state.
I've waited until today when he's running. I handicapped him. I figured him to win, Broadway. I know I'm right.
Do you not think this is what is called wishful thinking?
No, I haven't slept a wink since I saw you the other night. I've been waiting for a chance like this.
You bet the $5 I give you on Speed Cart?
Yes.
Okay. Goodbye, little Finn. It is nice knowing you for a while.
He's 50-1.
And that tells me how good he is.
You don't believe me?
Fritz, once upon a time you are a great handicap. You were able to just smell a winner the day before he runs. But now...
I see. Well, you'll find...
There they go.
Watch, Broadway, watch. Speed Cart will lay back until the quarter turn, then watch.
I do not even see him in the race.
Number 5 on the outside.
Yeah, on the outside, and last.
I know. I figured him right. I know.
They're almost at the quarter turn.
Now. Bring him up, boy. Bring him up. Run him wide and bring him up.
He is running wide.
Make your play, Fritz. Peacock. Make your play.
Look at him! Look at him!
Fifth. Fourth.
Third!
Move, boy. Move up.
Fritz, you're playing to win, place a show.
To win.
He is second in the stretch.
Now, Speakheart. Now. Bring me back, Speakheart. Bring me back. It seems to me, Fritz, that you are 250 bobs better off now than you are a little while ago. And so he is. But I figure one lucky smack is coming to Fritz. However, he continues to smack all afternoon. A centipede who is called Marchesa pops down like a trained pig at 20-1. Then a caterpillar by the name of Merry Soul laughs his way home at 4-1. And when the day is finally over, Fritz is holding on to 13,000 bobs. He pays off the fin to me, and I do not see him for almost a week. Until one afternoon, I am sitting in front of the hotel when he comes up to me.
Broadway, I looked all over the track for you.
There are bad memories about me and my money connected with the track. I am recuperating.
May I help you over this rough spot?
No, thanks.
Well, anytime, Broadway, anytime.
Sure. How is your luck?
At the moment, I have $100,000.
There must be something in the air that prevents me hearing you right. You say what?
I've won $100,000.
You have that much toll?
Yes. Now, I wonder if you'll do me a favor.
If anybody with 100,000 needs a favor, I am very anxious to hear what.
Go into town with me.
Not to the track?
No. I have something important to do in town.
Fritz, do you go cold on your luck? You figure enough is enough and you are laying off?
No. It's just that I have an errand which is very important. Please come with me.
Well, all right. Where do we go?
I'll show you. Come on.
So we go into town. And all the way in, Fritz is smiling to himself like he remembers something very pleasant. And when we are in town, he takes me to a big fancy jewelry store where the clerks wear fancy dress all day long. Then inside, the scene is as follows.
Yes, gentlemen. May I help you?
Yes, thank you. Do you have emeralds?
Why, yes, but
May I see some?
Certainly. Just a moment, please.
Emeralds, Fritz?
Uh-huh. Emeralds. You see, Broadway, Emma loves them. And when I see her again, I want to be able to surprise her.
Oh, I see.
Here we are. Some quite nice stones. Reasonable.
I asked for emeralds, not bottle chips.
I beg your pardon.
Look at them. There isn't a stone in the lot big enough to see if it were fastened to the end of my nose.
I'm afraid these are all we have in this price range.
Did I say anything about price? I said emeralds.
You don't like these, sir?
I don't like these. Do my clothes fool you? Does the fact that my necktie is a little to one side color your judgment?
Oh, no. No, sir.
In which case, perhaps you can tell me what this is?
$1,000 bill.
And this? And this? And this?
I'm sorry, sir, but I didn't realize what you meant when you said emeralds.
You got a better idea now?
Very much better, sir.
How much do you plan to spend, Fritz?
100,000.
Your whole bankroll.
Emma is worth it.
But you will leave yourself with no lining for your pockets.
My luck is back, Broadway.
Do you like these, sir?
Better. But in the case back of you, aren't those emeralds?
Oh, yes, sir, but they're reserved. The lady who ordered them will call for them by 5 o'clock tomorrow evening.
I want them.
But, sir, the price is...
Is what?
$101,000.
It seems a little foolish to tack on that $1,000.
Perhaps you'd like to look at them. A perfectly matched set. Necklace, earrings, bracelet, and 2 clip pins.
Beautiful. What do you think of them, Broadway?
Personally, I think the row of diamonds around the bracelet is a little out of line.
I'll give you $100,000 cash for
Oh, I'm very sorry, sir, but the price has to be $101,000. Mr. Favier, my employer, went to a great deal of trouble to match these stones. Besides, the lady who ordered
What if
them...
she doesn't come in by 5 tomorrow evening?
In that case, I think you'd be very happy with the set.
All right. I'll see you at 5 tomorrow evening. Goodbye.
Goodbye, sir. And thank you very much, sir.
Fritz, you are crazy. You do not have 101,000.
I'll have it tomorrow evening at 5.
How?
Ever hear of a horse named Caramia?
Oh, sure. She is the favorite in the 6th tomorrow.
She'll get me the 1,000 I need.
Personally, I think Fritz is a little crazy. But all the way back to my hotel, he keeps talking about how Emerald M will hear about his luck and will come back to him, especially if he has the emeralds to give to him. Well, he says goodnight to me, and I do not see him until next day at the track. Fritz does not bet a red penny. He waits for the 6th and Caramia. Now, the odds on this horse are 1 to 5, which means you have got to put up 5 to get $1. I speak of this to Fritz, and he answers,
I know, but it's a sure thing.
The way it looks, everybody is betting Caramia, and the price will not be worth looking at in a minute.
I don't think I'll play her to win.
What?
I can't take the chance. I'll bet her to show.
But you know she will run better than 3rd?
Without a doubt, but there's the element of risk if I play her to win.
Look, you give me winners in the other races. Why do you not bet her? Then you would have the 1,000 you need.
Too risky. What are the odds now?
1 to 12. And going down fast.
I need that 1,000 by 5 this evening. Broadway, I can't let those emeralds go.
Look, you do not have such a long time to place your bet.
Yes, I know. Let me see now. I've got to make sure.
What are you doing?
Checking my figures. Yes, Caramia's a sure thing. But it's not an easy thing to bet 100,000.
The whole 100 grand?
Yes. Our mind's made up.
You have got about 15 seconds to get to the betting window.
All right. I'll be right back, Broadway. Wait here.
So, Fritz leaves me to make his bet. I am naturally more than somewhat nervous, although I know that Caramia is a sure thing. So, I wait 5 minutes. And while I am, I catch a look at a doll who is maybe pushing 40. She looks familiar, and I'm about to take another look when Fritz comes back. And his first words make me think of nothing else.
It's done, Broadway.
You get to the window in time?
No, I placed the bet with a bookie I ran across.
You do what? Well, Fritz,
He gave me 1 to 100.
You are crazy. You put up 100 grand to get 1?
I had to. That was the only way he'd take the bet.
And you bet Caramia to come in 3rd?
3rd. It's sure, Broadway. No risk at all.
I hope you are right. But I
Caramia.
I cannot watch this race. I have got to close my eyes.
She's running well, Broadway. Just as I thought she would. Holding close to the rail in 3rd.
I cannot open my eyes.
She's moving up. Come on, Caramia.
Come on, Caramia. Stay with it.
She will. I know she will.
What happens? Is the race over? It cannot be.
No.
Fritz, what is it? What happened?
Broadway, look.
Well, where is her jockey? Fritz, where is her jockey?
She stumbled through him.
Oh.
I guess the element of risk was greater than I thought. Come on, Broadway. I've got to pay off.
It is like a dream. A very bad one. I see Fritz pay off. And he is broke again. Then we leave the track and are crossing the street, and the scene is as follows.
I'll leave you here, Broadway.
Huh? Where are you going, Fritz?
Oh, I don't know exactly.
Oh, now, wait a minute. This is just a very bad break you get.
Uh-huh. All horse players die broke.
Die?
So long, Broadway.
No, Fritz! Look out! Fritz! Let me through here. Let me through. Fritz, you are hurt. Somebody get a doc, quick.
Never mind.
Fritz!
Em. I knew you'd be here, Em. I knew it.
Please, somebody get a doctor.
No. Em, you came back here to me, huh?
Yes, Fritz. I came back here to you.
Funny, I had the feeling I'd find you.
I tried to get in touch with you to tell you that...
Never mind. I almost made it, Em.
What are you talking about, Fritz?
Ask Broadway.
Fritz. Maybe you better go, Em. I will meet you later at the hotel. I wait until they take Fritz away. Then I go back to the hotel. And what happens there, I will tell you about in a minute. Like I say, I am back at the hotel in my room. I hear a knock on my door, and it's Emerald M. I let her in, and the scene is as follows.
Hello, Broadway.
Hello, Em. It is a long time.
Yes.
Do I not see you at the track today?
Yes, I went there because for a memory, I guess.
See? But you do not speak to Fritz.
No. Broadway, I tried to get in touch with him so many times, but my letters always came back.
Yeah. But if you do speak to him at the track today before he makes the bet, he would not lose that $100,000. He bets it so he could buy you something.
Buy me something? What?
Where do you get those emeralds you are wearing?
From the man who took his bet. You see, Broadway, that is what I wanted to tell him. I divorced Fritz 5 years ago. Divorced and married again.
And so ends the famous Damon Runyon story, All Horse Players Die Broke. Listen in again next week for the Damon Runyon Theatre. The Damon Runyon Theatre, with John Brown as Broadway, is directed by Richard Sandville, and the story is adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Vern Karstensen is in charge of production. This is a Mayfair production. The Damon Runyon Theatre. Once again, the Damon Runyon Theatre brings you another story by the master storyteller, Damon Runyon. And this one, the hottest guy in the world. And to tell it to you, here is Broadway.
Thanks. The chances are you never hear of a citizen who is called Big Jules. But the police of 48 states and outlying territories are more than somewhat familiar with him. Now, this is a story about him, a gendarme named Johnny Brannigan, and a doll named Kitty Clancy. Also, there is a genuine gorilla named Bongo mixed up in the story, which may seem more than a little unusual. And it is. And I will tell you the story in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theatre and the famous story, The Hottest Guy in the World.
Well, as they say in books, to set the scene for this story, I have got to go back maybe 2 or 3 years ago. It seems that Big Jules does something at which the state of New York is very mad. In fact, the state sees fit to present Big Jules with a 5-year layoff at the citizens' expense. Well, he serves the time, and the day comes when he sees the bars closed behind him instead of in front of him. But there is somebody waiting for him.
Hello, Jules. Well. If it ain't Johnny Brannigan.
That's right.
Copper.
Uh-huh. Copper.
I figure by now you ought to be a general, Brannigan. I'll take my time. You like it in there? Fine. Just fine. Smells different out here. Uh-huh. What's on your mind, Brannigan? You. Get it off. What are you gonna do? When? Now. Hold it a minute, Brannigan. You ain't changed much. Neither have you. That's right. Maybe you should. I like me the way I am. I don't. Ask you to? Look, Jules, because we were kids together, I won't... Skip it, Brannigan. I didn't finish. I know. I know the speech. I'll finish it for you. Because we were kids together and pushed around on the same block, you're going to give me advice. I don't like you enough to give you advice. It wouldn't go through your skull anyway. So, this is a warning. I don't want that either. The first time you get out of line is too bad. Tough copper. Tough con. We're even. So long.
As you are able to see, there is little love lost between Johnny and Jules. Now, as soon as Jules hits the big town, he makes a few calls. And one of these calls is at the home of a doll named Kitty Clancy, about whom Jules is more than somewhat fond. And when he sees her, the scene is as follows.
I'm glad to see you, Jules.
I'm glad to see you, Kitty.
Will you sit down?
Yeah, thanks.
You look well.
I am. You?
Oh, just fine.
Hey. We got a great conversation going here.
Well, there doesn't seem much to talk about, does there?
I could give you the story of my life for the last 5 years.
I'm sorry, Jules.
Forget it. You been doing all right?
Yes. Have you seen your mother?
I will.
You should have seen her first.
Yeah, I guess so. Kitty.
What?
How come you didn't once come to see me? You know, even in Sing Sing, they allow visitors.
I was, very busy, Jules. So awful busy. My kid brother going to school. He's got no one else but me.
Oh, sure. That's all right.
I was just going to have some tea.
No, thanks. I gotta be running along. Just dropped in to give you a nod.
I'm glad you did.
Yeah, so am I. Gives me a better idea of how I stand.
What do you mean?
I gotta draw pictures. The minute you opened the door for me, the temperature dropped 100 degrees. Got real chilly.
I didn't mean to make you feel that way, Jules. It's just that...
Give me a look, Kitty. That's it. Don't worry, I ain't gonna be a movie con. You know, the guy gets out, he sees a doll, she cries all over him. He says he's going straight, and the next thing they got 10 kids and he's running for mayor.
There's something I want to tell you, Jules. Something real important.
Nothing's important, Kitty. Nothing.
But this...
So long.
So Jules walks away from Miss Kitty Clancy. Then he makes another call. This one is to his mother, who lives over on 49th. And what goes on there is this.
Aren't you hungry, Jules?
Oh, sure, Mom, sure. Real hungry.
You're not eating?
No, I'm just taking my time. I like to smell the food first.
Oh.
How long you been living here?
5 years.
Oh.
It's all right. It's not big, but then I don't need much room.
No, I guess not.
You didn't eat a bite.
I guess I wasn't so hungry. It's all right I open the window?
Sure it is, Jules.
I'd like to be able to open the window. You know, you never think of something like that when you can do it. When you can't, it's important. I can stand here and open this window and look out on the street. I can open a window. Mom. Mom.
Jules.
What are you crying for?
I don't know.
I'm back, ain't I?
Yes.
Or am I?
What do you mean?
I ain't back. Not all of me. I guess I left a couple of pieces behind at Sing Sing.
I tried not to cry, Joe.
Well, then don't. Cut it out, you hear? Cut it out.
What?
I had as much right coming back as... Dial.
Where are you going?
Out.
Where?
I don't know. Someplace people don't know there's pieces of me missing.
Do you have to?
Yeah, I guess I do.
You're mad at me?
Sure. Real mad. Here. Take this.
You need that.
No. Look, you got insurance money, ain't you?
Yes, why?
I just wanted to know you'll be okay. So long.
And that is the last anybody sees of Big Jules. But we hear about him, and what we hear is not so good. Then 3 years go by, and one night I am sitting in my hotel room, and I hear a knocking on my door. Okay, come on in. Yeah? What can I do for you, and who are you?
Don't you ever get tired of this room, Broadway?
I never get tired of anything I like, and as far as I am concerned, the conversation is over. Goodbye.
I just got here. Invite me to sit down.
I know that voice.
You also know the guy that goes with it. Don't let the dark glasses fool you, Broadway.
Jules. Holy mackerel, it's Big Jules.
How are you, Broadway?
5 minutes ago, fine. Now very sick.
Don't worry. Nobody saw me come up here. Nobody even saw me get into town.
Jules, you are the hottest guy in the world.
Famous. Famous like anything.
Do you know that any gendarme in town would give his right arm to put a collar on you?
Sure.
But you walk in broad daylight like you expect a welcome from the mayor.
Always do the unexpected, Broadway.
You do? Jules, what if anybody...
Nobody did. Take it easy.
I hear lots of things about you, Jules.
Sure. I'm the only guy in the world can be 5 places at once, according to the coppers.
How long are you planning to stay?
In your room or in town?
First in my room, then in town.
Not long, either way. How's Johnny Brannigan?
But of course, I do not make a habit of being in company with gendarmes.
That's right. Stay clean. Mind if I take off my coat?
That means you are going to stay?
Just a couple of minutes. I hear my mother's sick.
Yeah, I hear it, too.
I'd like to see her.
You cannot.
Why not?
Well, Jules, there are a million citizens in this town who would jump at the chance to put the finger on you, just to get in good with the gendarmes.
I know. That's why I came to you, Broadway. The only guy along the scene that I can trust. I do what? I'll stay here a little bit and talk. And give me an hour and you can phone Brannigan that you saw me. You've got to stay clean.
What would you like to talk about?
Oh, this and that.
I see you are carrying what looks like 2 pistolas.
So?
If you are picked up carrying them rods, there is a thing called the Sullivan Law, which is very strict.
So I won't get picked up. And one guy Johnny Brannigan would like to see. Maybe I'd like to see Johnny Brannigan.
You have it in for it?
Never mind. Let you and me talk, huh? And Broadway. Relax.
Relax, he says. There I am sitting with the hottest guy in the world. Even if he only does half of what they say, he is still better than 6 to 5 over everybody else. He talks. In any minute, I am expecting the gendarmes to walk in and then end 2 careers. I do not pay much attention to what he says until I hear...
Did you ever shoot a rat, Broadway?
Huh? What'd you say?
I said ever shoot a rat.
I never shoot anything.
You been listening to me?
Oh, sure, Jules, sure.
Okay. Well, I had a hideout in Canada because there was a bum rap against me. But a guy like me can't argue.
I can understand that. You know what time it is?
Why? You going someplace?
I do not know. Am I?
Relax. Well, as I was saying, I hid out in an old warehouse for 2 solid weeks. All I had for company was rats.
That is very lonely.
Yeah. But you know what? I got so I could knock off one of the ugly nibblers all the way across the big room. Big as a barn it was.
Does nobody hear the shots?
No. The place is way out in the sticks. You know, I got so I could call my shots on those rats. I knew just where the slug would hit.
Yeah.
You don't seem interested.
Oh, sure I am.
Well, when I got tired of that, I did some reading.
You do some reading?
Yeah. There was a case full of books. All on medicine, surgery, things like that.
Yeah, well, those are handy things to know if you are a doctor.
You're wrong, Broadway. I learned a lot. I bet I learned almost as much in those 2 weeks as a lot of guys learn in 2 years.
Sure, but what good does it do?
Who knows? Well, thanks for letting me stay a while, Broadway. I gotta be going now.
Oh, monsieur, thanks for dropping in.
Hey, you can see Madison Square Garden from this window.
Jules, do you have to stand in the window?
What's going on in the garden?
They're moving a circus in.
Circus? You know, I haven't seen a circus since I was a kid. Broadway, come here.
What do you want, Jules?
Let's you and me mosey over there and watch them unload the animals, huh?
You and me? Me?
Come on. With my dark glasses and dyed hair, nobody'll ever know me.
Jules, please.
I promise you, Broadway, if anything starts to happen, I'll step away from you. Fast.
If anything starts to happen, I will fall away from you. Real fast.
All right, get on your coat. I want company.
Of all days for me to be home, I have to pick this one.
Relax.
But at least leave them right there. You know, not there. Hide them out in the hall.
I get over. Get on your coat, Broadway. You and I are going to watch them unload the animals. That ought to be a lot of fun.
I think I will never know what fun is anymore. Well, I go with Big Jules. Not because I want to, but because I do not wish to seem impolite and offend a guy of his temperament. However, before the afternoon is over, I am glad I go alone. Because I see something I almost do not believe, even though I do see it. And what it is, I will tell you in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, The Hottest Guy in the World.
Well, like I say, there is no other way but that I go with Big Jules, which is a little like holding hands with a guy in the electric chair. But Big Jules does not seem worried, because as he says when we are walking up the street...
See? What'd I tell you, Broadway? Lots of coppers around, but not one takes a second look at me.
I am very glad of this.
It's good to be back.
But you are not planning to make a real long stay of it.
No. Just to see my mother, then...
Then what, Jules?
Then? Who knows? Guy like me doesn't call the shots for himself.
Jules, I want you to tell me something.
Yeah? What?
When I last see you 3 years ago, you are different. Or maybe you are different now.
How?
I do not know. Maybe it is the way you talk.
Me and my education, huh? I did a lot of reading, Broadway.
Yeah, you tell me. Those medical...
Those just got me started. Besides, the library's no place a copper would ever think of looking for Big Jules. And speaking of coppers, I want to try something.
Huh? What?
See that blue coat over there?
Oh, yeah. Here, let us make a slight detour.
No. Come on.
Jules, what are you going to do?
What? Excuse me, officer. Yes, sir. That Madison Square Garden up ahead? That it is, sir. Thank you, officer. Not at all, sir. You're welcome.
Oh, I have got to sit down. Maybe even lay down.
How you feel, Benny? Nobody recognizes me.
Yeah, but what about Johnny Brannigan? You think you can fool him?
Maybe I can. Maybe I can't. That is something I've got to wait to see.
Well, I feel just a little better when we walk, because nobody takes a second look at Big Jules. But I am still worried, because under Jules's coat are them 245s, and his hand is never far from where he can make a quick grab in case he has to. And if I know Big Jules, he will grab first and ask later. Then we get in front of Madison Square Garden, where they are unloading the circus.
A circus? Ha ha! Maybe I'll stay around long enough to see a performance.
You are taking too many chances, Jules.
I always did.
Look, animals.
Yeah.
I do not like to see anything caged up.
Don't be a sap, Broadway. Those animals are a lot better off than we are.
Huh?
Don't believe all that tripe you hear about animals being unhappy in cages. What have they got to lose? They get fed, they keep warm.
But they are not free.
That's a mistake, Broadway. That tiger, for instance. Think he'd be free in the jungle? Every minute he'd be fighting for food. Now, you and me, Broadway, we're in the jungle. Especially me.
Well, I will think that over. Hey, look at the big monk.
A gorilla.
That is quite a large-sized monk.
Think he'd hurt you if he got out of that cage?
I would not like to argue the point with him.
Well, he wouldn't. Gorillas are naturally gentle animals. Vegetarians. But they've got enormous strength. And they're smart.
He would not like Mindy's.
Name's Bongo. Come on, Broadway, let's walk out.
How far? And where to?
I'll leave you at the corner. Come on.
Well, it is nice seeing you again, Jules.
Yeah. Thanks for talking to me. The only guy I can trust in this jungle.
Hey, what is that?
Wait.
Something is happening back there at the guard.
Broadway, look.
Jules, do you see what I see?
Bongo the gorilla. Out of his cage. Loose.
And there he is. That big monk gets out when the latch on his cage is jarred loose. And no matter what Jules says about gorillas being gentle, this one does not look like he is willing to let bygones be bygones. We push our way back, and the scene is as follows.
Look at the gorilla climb up the marquee.
Hey, what is he carrying? Looks like a bundle.
I don't know.
Please, everyone, stand back. Don't get him excited. He'll be all right. Mike, Larry, hurry up with the nets.
They expect to get him with nets. He'll be halfway up the building before they get to him.
Jules, look what he is carrying.
Broadway, a baby. He's got a baby in his arms.
I've never seen anything like this before.
Bongo! Hey, Bongo, put it down!
Hey, mister.
Put it down!
Mister, how come he's got the kid?
Oh, what? Please, don't bother me, don't bother me. Mike, Larry, get the nets up this side of the marquee. Hurry it up.
You better not get him excited with those nets, mister. You better go up and out one of the windows.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, Mike, take the nets up another story and don't let him see them.
Mister, where'd he get that kid?
He grabbed it. I raised him from a baby, and he was crazy about a rubber dolly.
How do you like that? The big monk reversed to his childhood.
Jules, if he drops that baby, that will be all.
As long as they don't excite him, he'll hold on.
No, officer, please, don't shoot. Don't shoot. Give us a chance to get him before you shoot.
Better do it quick, mister. Looks like he's getting ready for a little climb.
What is the matter, Jules?
Look.
Where?
That's Kitty. Kitty Clancy.
So what?
What's she crying about? Broadway, come with me. Let me through here, will you? Come on, move. Let me through, I said. Let me through. Push me. We through here. Kitty.
Jules. Holy smoke. Jules, she knows you. You got to get out of here.
Hello, Kitty.
Oh, my baby.
Yours.
Oh, do something, Jules. Please do something.
Your baby, Kitty, yours?
Yes.
Hey, lady, we're doing everything we can.
Oh, you're not doing anything.
Hey, you. If that monk sees the net your boy's got, he'll got that baby.
What else can I do?
This crowd's not helping any.
But, Jules, when you do something.
Me? Why?
Why? Because it's my baby.
I know that.
Oh, I see you know that.
Well, I guess everything I heard about you is true.
Everything. Why not?
Get away from me. Get away, do you hear me? Get away!
Jules, you gotta get out of here. There are more gendarmes here now than I think there are in the whole city.
Yeah. Look, Broadway, if that gorilla sees those nets, he'll drop that kid.
There is nothing you can do.
He's standing on the edge of the marquee. One slug right between the eyes will do it.
What? If you pull a rod here, you will be cooked.
One right between the eyes. I think I can do it. It's a fair shot from here. Yeah, it'd have to be good.
Jules, look around you. Look around. There are a million coppers with guns, and they are afraid to shoot because they are afraid they will hit the kid.
In that warehouse in Canada, I got pretty good. I could put a slug right between the eyes of a rat, all the way across the big room.
Jules, even if you do hit the monk, he'll drop the kid down on the pavement.
No, he won't.
He will, I tell you.
No, a slug between the eyes will bring on what is called a defensive reflex.
I do not know what you are talking about.
You see, there's a split second before the slug kills him. A split second when the body reflexes tend to move back, away from the painful stimulus. Broadway, he'll fall backward, and the kid will only drop a foot or two on top of the marquee.
You talk like a doctor.
Yeah, I read a lot. Comes in handy. Okay.
It's all right. It's all right. Oh, the baby's not hurt. It's all right.
All right, Broadway, let's move out.
Nice shot, Jules. Very nice shot.
Johnny Brannigan.
Don't reach for it, Jules. You're covered like a bookie's bet.
Yeah, I guess I am.
So, it looks like the end for Big Jules. A guy who could do a fade if he does not stop to save Kitty's baby. But that is not the end of the story. Not by a long shot. And what that end is, I will tell you in a minute. So, that is what happens. Big Jules makes the shot and saves the baby. But he also lets 9 million gendarmes know that he is in town and packing a rod, including Johnny Brannigan. For a couple of seconds, which seem like several weeks, Johnny and Jules stare at each other. The rest of the cops are looking funny at Jules. And then Johnny says as follows.
You're a pretty smart guy, Jules.
Very. Like a first-class dope. Okay, what goes, Brannigan?
Come on. You too, Broadway.
Me? Why?
Shut up and come on. Walk in front of me, Jules. I'll be more comfortable.
I got news for you, Brannigan. I never shot anybody in the back. Even a rat.
I'll take your word for it. But walk in front.
All right. Get out of the way. Come on, folks. Move it aside.
Jules, I warn you, you are now cooked like a short-order egg.
Sure, sunny side up. That's what I get for having a soft side to my character.
All right, Jules, Broadway. In the car, fast.
Johnny, why do you take me along?
For the ride. Get in. Okay, Eddie, move out. The rods, Jules. Hand them over.
Sure. I can get more.
I know. Now, I guess you want to see your mother, huh, Jules?
Why ask that?
Do you or don't you?
Yeah.
Okay. Eddie, 49th near 8th. I'll tell you where to stop.
Been keeping tabs, huh, Brannigan?
Smart guy. I've had a tail on you personally ever since you hit town. Did you think you were fooling anybody with that dyed hair and dark glasses?
What a smart copper.
Yeah. Okay, Jules, you see your mother, then get on the first thing that moves out of New York.
Out of New York? Johnny, what are you saying?
He's giving me a break, Broadway. That right, Brannigan?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
But I do not understand.
I do.
That was my kid you saved.
Your kid? You and Kitty?
Yeah.
Sure, I know it.
What?
I said I knew it.
How?
Kid looked exactly like you. In fact, there's a great resemblance.
Go on.
But you're a very lucky guy, Johnny Brannigan. A very lucky guy.
Meaning what? Well, for a minute back there, I almost made a terrible mistake. I almost sent that slug the wrong way. Because it was very hard to tell the gorilla and your baby apart.
And so ends the famous story, The Hottest Guy in the World. Listen in again next week for The Damon Runyon Theatre. The Damon Runyon Theatre, with John Brown as Broadway, is directed by Richard Sandville, and the story is adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Vern Karstensen is in charge of production. This is a Mayfair production. The Damon Runyon Theatre. Once again, the Damon Runyon Theatre brings you another story by the master storyteller, Damon Runyon. And this one, A Piece of Pie. And to tell it to you, here is Broadway.
Thanks. Well, it is during the race meeting at Suffolk Downs, and I am there with Harry the horse. We do ourselves a little good. In fact, more than a little good. And I am feeling fine. But into our hotel room comes Harry and says...
Broadway, are you here?
Where else would I be, Harry? What is the matter?
I just put us in the way of winning an even 10 grand.
Huh? But what is the name of the horse?
It is no horse. It is a human being.
What? Harry, who enters a person in the races?
You do not understand. This is a sure thing.
Harry, where is the money we win on the Gigi's?
I put it up as a forfeit for our man to appear.
Appear? Appear where? Doing what? Harry, do not stand there just looking at me. Speak to me. Where is our scratch?
Broadway, do not worry. It is as good as wheat in the bin. Now sit down and I will tell you what happens.
So Harry the horse makes me sit down and tells me what happens. And what it is and what happens later, I will tell you in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theatre and the famous story, A Piece of Pie.
Well, like I say, Harry makes me sit down, and he starts to tell me what he is talking about.
I am having lunch, Broadway. Lobster. Broiled lobster at that little place where the broiled lobster is very good. You know, the place you like.
Harry, get off the lobster and come to the point. I ask you again before I cook you, where is our money?
That is what I am trying to tell you. You will not let me proceed.
I will give you 10 seconds, of which 9.5 are gone.
Take it easy. Well, like I say, I am eating the broiled lobster when I overhear a conversation going on at the next table. Now, ordinarily and usually I do not listen. I do not approve of eavesdropping. Do you?
I approve of murder. I have a victim.
Who? Where is the scratch? Oh. Well, I hear one character say that he knows somebody who is able to out-eat anybody else in the world. Now, I know that this is a foolish thing to say because, well, who do we know that is the greatest eater in the world?
Huh? Why, Nicely Jones.
Well, I put up our money to ensure that Nicely Jones will appear against their man who is named Joe Duffel.
I wish to get this straight. You put up our money, all the tar I have in the world, that Nicely Jones will go into an eating contest against this Joe Duffel?
You catch the idea, Broadway.
But what if Nicely does not?
Do you ever know him to pass up a meal?
No.
And do you ever know anyone who was able even to get near him and eat him?
No, I do not.
Okay. So our money rests now with a broker. And our opponents put up a like amount that Joe Duffel will appear.
But you say something about 10 grand.
We go back to New York, Broadway, and we get certain citizens to put up dough. We take a certain percentage of their winnings for putting them onto a good thing.
Well, are you sure these certain parties will go for this?
Broadway, who does not go for a sure thing?
Nobody.
Then let us proceed back to New York and make arrangements.
Well, we do so, and arrangements are made. Bets are put up with a party who takes care of such things. The bets are heavy because it turns out that Joe Duffel's backers are very wealthy citizens of Boston, Mass., while Nicely's backers are such characters as Dave the Dude, Little Mitzi, Angie the Ox, Milky Willie, and etc. This makes me more than somewhat nervous, because if anything happens to cause these here parties to be separated from their tour, they are going to hold me and Harry strictly accountable. But Harry is not worried, because, as he says in Mindy's,
it is a sure thing, Broadway. We stand to collect maybe $3 grand apiece. Not as good as a first figure, but all right.
Uh-oh. Here comes little Mitzi.
You worry too much. You will ruin your health.
I would rather do it myself than leave it to little Mitzi.
Shh. Do not look worried. Appear nonchalant.
Hello, Broadway. Harry.
Hello, little Mitzi.
Sit down, Mitzi.
Thanks, I will. Because I have a little thing to discuss with you two.
Certainly. You wish to put up more potatoes on the eating contest.
I am already in tight for $5 grand. Today I have a bad day, and the $5 grand is my total capital.
You have got no worries, Mitzi. Has he, Broadway?
If he does not, I will share mine.
Look, I discussed this with Dave the Dude, Angie the Ox, and Milky Willie.
What a meeting.
Huh?
Nothing.
Oh. Well, we are willing to bet on Nicely. We think he is a sure thing.
That he is.
But we do a little thinking and we come to a conclusion.
Which is?
Where is he?
Where is who?
Nicely.
We're in New York, is he not?
Do you see him lately, Broadway?
No.
Harry?
Come to think of it, no, but I am sure he is alive.
Then the thing to do is make sure you two stay the same.
Huh? What do you mean, Mitzi?
Where is Nicely? He is our entry, and we do not want him scratched. Find him.
Yeah, well, Mitzi...
Find him or another world in which to live. I will keep in touch with you. Often.
Oh, Harry, where is Nicely? Now that I think about it, I do not remember seeing him for weeks.
Come on, we have got to find him.
We sure do. And while we look for him, we will pick up some timetables of ocean liners and airplanes. In case. So we start the hunt for Nicely. We will know him if we see him, because he is about 5'5" and weighs in at close to 300. He is a horse player by trade, but eating is his hobby. But no one remembers seeing him lately. Then we get a lead, and we go to a place on Long Island and knock at a door. It is open, not by Nicely, but by a tall, thin Judy. She is without doubt beautiful, but so skinny that Harry walks right into her before he sees her. She looks at us and says,
"What do you want?"
Excuse us, miss, but we are told we can find Nicely here.
Who?
Nicely Jones.
No. Oh, you must mean Quentin.
Who?
Quentin Jones.
The last name is correct, but the first one is an insult.
Will you please tell me what you want?
Can we see Mr. Jones?
Why?
It is very important.
About what?
Is he here?
Who are you?
Look, miss, it is urgent that we get in touch with our friend. Now.
Hilda.
What is it, Quentin?
Who's there?
I don't know.
That is not Nicely's voice.
No, it is not. It is too weak.
Then you've probably got the wrong Jones.
I guess so. Let us go, Broadway.
Hilda, who is it? What's the matter?
It's nothing, Quentin. These men have the wrong address.
Broadway. Harry. Oh, my friends, come in.
Quentin, do you know these men?
They're my friends. Broadway. Harry. Why are you looking at me like that?
You are a faker. You are not nicely.
But I am. Look at me real good. Who am I?
Nicely. Where does all of you go to?
What happens to you nicely?
Now, look here, you two. If you have business with Quentin, very well. If you don't, please leave.
Nicely, we have got to see you.
Hilda, baby, these are my old friends. I wish to talk to them.
Oh. Well, all right, but remember what I said.
Yes, Hilda.
If you do anything I don't like, it's all off.
Yes, baby.
I'm going shopping. I'll be back in half an hour. And remember, Quentin.
I will never forget. She is beautiful.
She is. But nicely, what is the matter with you?
We better sit down. At least I better. I cannot stand up for long.
You are sick?
Oh, no. I am real healthy.
Healthy? Healthy? Look at your pants. They are wrapped twice around your waist.
Uh-huh. I'll lose some weight.
Some? You have got enough space between your waistband and your waist to tuck away a racehorse.
Those are the conditions Hilda gives me.
Conditions? Hilda? Nicely, what are you talking about?
She is my fiancée. I love her. She loves me.
She? Nicely, you mean she makes you lose weight?
When I am down to 200, we're going to get married.
You mean you are not eating?
Nothing with starch in it. Why have all the good things to eat got starch in them?
Nicely, think of your health.
Hilda says I'm very healthy this way.
How do you feel?
Very healthy. If Hilda says so, I am.
This is impossible. Look at you. How did you get mixed up with this doll?
Love at first sight. We meet in the subway. I am wedged in a turnstile, and she pushes me through.
Harry, let us say goodbye to New York. Let us say goodbye to everything.
Nicely, listen to us for a minute, will you?
Sure. But do not ask me to stand up.
So we tell nicely what is the score. When we talk about it, his eyes shine like 6 bits. But then he becomes very sad again and says as follows.
I am very sorry, boys, but Hilda will never hear of it. She will break our engagement if I so much as touch a grape. Broadway, do you ever eat nothing but toasted whole wheat for a whole month?
No. What I eat is nice white French bread, corn muffins, and hot biscuits with gravy on them.
You are eating yourself into an early grave, and furthermore, you are breaking my heart.
Look, Nicely, maybe if we talk to Hilda, there might be an outside chance she will let you save our lives.
You can talk to her, but I promise nothing.
Quentin?
In here, baby, in here.
Oh. What did you eat?
Not a crumb. Did I, boys?
Not a crumb.
Good. I'm going to fix your dinner in a minute.
What are you going to fix?
Because you've been such a good boy, a treat.
What? What is it, Hilda?
Sweet German carrot juice.
Ooh.
I can hardly wait.
You'll like it, I'm sure.
She is conspiring against your life.
Nicely, I've got to get out of here before you have to use nails to hold your pants on.
I am in love with her.
That is your final word?
It is hers.
I see. And I know there is no use talking to her.
No, I guess not.
You will not do it for us, your friends.
I have to think of my health and my future.
Nicely, I have got news for you. Your future is as dark as ours. Goodbye. And that is that. It looks like I and Harry the horse are done for. We know that it is useless to argue with a guy in love. We leave nicely and start back to town, figuring that when it gets dark, we can grab anything that moves fast enough to get us far, far away. Then something happens that gives us hope. And what that is, I will tell you in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, A Piece of Pie.
say, Harry and me are wondering where to go. We say nothing to anybody about nicely because we have got to have time. Then Harry goes to Belmont Park, and later he shows up in my hotel room.
Broadway, you know what?
Harry, do not jump in like that, especially not at a time like this.
Broadway, today we get a break it.
What are you doing? Hacking, what else?
You do not have to. Sit down and listen to me.
Yeah, I do that once before, and I am now cemetery bait.
No, I go to the track today and I give a tip to a character named McBurgle.
You are feverish. There is nobody named that. And if there is, what good is he to us?
He is the employer of Miss Hilda Slocum, whom you will recall as Nicely's fiancée.
Nothing makes sense anymore.
Listen to me, will you? I give a tip to this McBurgle. He is very happy because he win a wad of potatoes. Then I find out he is editor of a magazine called Let's Keep House.
Harry, I have just got time to pack another handkerchief and catch a train. Goodbye. Stay here and die by yourself.
Will you sit down and listen? Broadway, McBurgle is going to talk to Hilda Slocum. He is going to try to persuade her to let us have Nicely.
Oh? How does he think he is going to do that?
I do not know, but we are going to see Nicely and Hilda now.
You want us to go outside? It is dangerous out there.
This is our only chance. Let us go.
I hope we will get pretty flowers.
I know why you're here. I don't know what influence you have with my editor. I don't even know how you managed to meet him, and I don't want to know. But I can tell you one thing.
Which is?
That even if it costs me my job, I will not permit Quentin to enter that stupid, absurd, ridiculous, and sickening eating contest.
Look, miss...
You listen to me, Mr. Horse.
The name is Harry.
I don't care what it is. And you, Mr. Broadway, you listen to me, too. I'll not stand by and see Quentin's health ruined by the greediness and mercenary objectives of his so-called friends.
Oh, that does it. See, boys?
And, Quentin, if you love me and want to marry me, do you?
Yes, Hilda, baby.
Then you won't even consider what they're asking.
Look, Miss Slocum, there is at stake not only money, but the health of two other people, namely Harry and me.
So I was given to understand. All right. Because my editor, Mr. McBurgle, asked me, I'll help you.
I eat. Boys, I eat.
You do not.
But you say...
I said I'd help, not let you have Quentin. You can have a friend of mine, Violet Schumberger.
Who?
Who?
Violet Schumberger, a very dear friend.
Hey, I know her, boy. She is no selling plater, but a real entry.
But she is not you, Nicely.
You can have Violet or no one.
But, can she eat?
I've been trying for 10 years to put her on a diet. It's only because she's such a dear friend that I put up with her appetite.
Boys, next to me, this doll Violet is easy 1-2 in any race where eating is concerned.
Yeah, but how will we explain the switch to little Mitzi and the others?
Broadway, it looks like we will have to. Miss Slocum, when can we see your friend?
I'll bring her to see you.
When?
Tomorrow.
All right. Tomorrow at noon at Pindy's.
The rest of the boys are very angry that you do this to us.
We tell you, Mitzi, it is not our fault.
Can we help it if Nicely falls in love and gives up eating because of it?
This Violet Schumberger doll better be good. She better be good.
Hey, it is almost noon.
Yeah, there they are.
Is that the doll?
It must be. I never see such a large doll.
She has got a face like a town clock.
My goodness, she is quite large. Boys, maybe you save yourself a lot of trouble.
But the question is, can she eat?
And there is Nicely and his fiancée.
I never see such a large doll. Look, she's coming in sideways.
Shh, be nice to her.
Hello, boys.
Hello, Nicely.
Gentlemen, this is Violet Schumberger.
How do you do?
It is a pleasure.
Hello.
Hello yourselves. Well, when do we start eating?
Violet.
Don't be so stuffy, Hilda. Smells good in here. I think I'll have lunch.
You just did 20 minutes ago.
Lunch! She calls roast chicken, gravy, biscuits, honey, mashed potatoes, and pie a lunch. Well, who wants to see me?
Who cannot?
Miss, you know why you are here?
Sure do, big boy.
Miss, do not hit me like that again.
Can't take it, eh? Well, let's get started.
And Miss Violet Schomburger eats for us. 2 hours later, even little Mitzi is convinced that we have a good entry. Especially when Miss Hilda Slocum agrees to let Nicely coach Violet for the contest. Then comes the day of the contest, which takes place in a private room in Mindy's. Everybody concerned is there, including 2 judges called in from neutral country. Harry the Horse and me are very nervous again, because when we see Joe Duffel, who is our opponent, Harry says to me,
Broadway, he looks like a pretty fair eater.
Yeah, he is lean and tall.
He will be dangerous.
And I do not like the way little Mitzi is looking at us.
All right, everyone, all right. Let's have your attention. As one of the judges, I must call your attention to the rules of this contest. Attention, please, attention. Now, here are the rules. The 2 contestants must eat with knife and fork or spoon. Speed will not count, only the amount of food consumed. We will take into account any food left on the plates over an ounce. Liquids will not count in the scoring. The losing side is to pay for the food. In case of a tie, the contestants will eat it off immediately in ham and eggs. We agreed that a coin will be tossed to see who gets to choose the first course. Harry, Broadway, your contestant ready?
Just a minute. Violet, how do you feel?
Fine. I warmed up on sauerkraut and spare ribs.
You eat before you get here?
I was hungry.
Nicely. Why do you let her do it?
I feel sorry for her when she tells me she's hungry.
Oh, no.
Well, gentlemen.
Well, we are ready.
Then call the toss.
Heads.
Tails. Mr. Duffel, name the first course.
2 quarts of olives, 2 bunches of celery, and a pint of walnuts.
Agreed. Miss Schomburger, name the second course.
12 dozen cherry stone clams.
Mr. Duffel?
2 gallons of Philadelphia pepper pot soup.
2 5-pound striped bass.
A 20-pound roast turkey.
I will repeat the order so there will be no argument later. First course, 2 quarts of olives, 2 bunches of celery, and a pint of walnuts. Second course, 12 dozen cherry stone clams. Third course, 2 gallons of Philadelphia pepper pot.
Well, that goes on until the dessert is decided on. Miss Violet Schomburger calls it, and it is a pumpkin pie 2 feet across and no less than 3 inches deep. The contest starts at 8:30 p.m. sharp, and for a while there is no sound except eating. Then little Mitzi whispers to me as follows.
Broadway, she is not keeping up with this Joe Duffel.
Well, yet, Mitzi, it is not speed.
Yes, that is right.
I do not like the way this is going. I wish Nicely is in there.
Wait a minute. She's beginning to catch up a little.
Yes, she is.
No, she is not. Joe Duffel is slowing down a little.
All right, bring the turkey and split it in half.
Now we will see the real eating start.
Just a minute.
What is the matter with her?
Violet, what is the matter?
I forgot something.
Huh? Violet, why do you stop eating? You've got half a turkey.
Give up, Miss Schomburger.
Give up? I haven't started. I just wanted to ask, where's the stuffing for the turkey?
Where is the stuffing, she asks. Joe Duffel looks a little startled at this. But they keep eating on even times until the waiter brings the pumpkin pie. And the scene is as follows.
Last course dessert, each contestant will eat half this pumpkin pie. Ready, Mr. Duffel?
Ready.
Ready, Miss Schomburger?
Yes. Wait a minute.
Hey, she's asking advice of her coach. That's not allowed.
What do you mean?
That's a foul.
Now, wait, everyone. I'll have to consult with my colleague. Hold everything.
Broadway, you better start running. You too, Harry.
No, wait a minute, Mitzi.
Attention, please. My colleague and I have decided that no actual foul in the eating has been committed. However, if Miss Schomburger did ask advice, then there is a foul. Mr. Jones, will you tell us what Miss Schomburger whispered to you?
Why, sure. All she asks is, when she finishes, can she have another piece of pie?
Gentlemen, I'm licked. I can't eat another bite.
He's quitting.
It's useless for me to go on against this girl who asked for more pie even before she starts on the piece before. I'm almost dying as it is, and I don't want to destroy myself in a useless effort. Gentlemen, she's not Human.
He quit.
Three cheers for Miss Violet Schumberger. Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray! Hip, hip, hooray!
Broadway, Harry, you are geniuses.
Hey, look. Joe Duffel passes out under the table.
Ah! Nicely.
Look, Nicely also passes out.
All right. Everybody out. Come on, clear the premises. We will take care of things. Come on, outside.
Poor Nicely. Is he dead?
No, he just looks like he has fainted.
I owe everything to him, everything.
Huh? You mean we owe everything to you?
Oh, no. What I really whispered to him was that I was a goner. That Mr. Duffel is a pig.
Well, the doctors at the receiving hospital are greatly puzzled later to receive from the same address at the same time one patient who is suffering from undernourishment and another one who is unconscious from overeating. Now, that is not the end of my story, not by a long shot. And what really is, I will tell you in a minute. Well, the payoff comes some days later. When I am sitting in Mindy's, I look up, and who is standing by my table but Miss Hilda Slocum? Naturally, I'm very curious as to why she is in an eating place. I ask her to sit down, and she says...
What's that you're eating, Mr. Broadway?
This, chicken fricassee with dumplings, hot biscuits and honey. Why?
Is it good?
Wonderful. But, why do you ask?
Oh, I just wondered.
By the way, how is Nicely coming along?
I don't know. He's out of the hospital, but I haven't seen him. Or Miss Violet Schumberger.
What?
They eloped together. They sent me a postcard.
You mean Nicely and Miss Violet Schumberger? They are married?
Yes, they're in Florida. They opened a barbecue stand, and the chances are they're eating like 7 mules.
How do you like that?
I don't. Men. They're all alike. A woman does something to help them, to please them, and they...
Yeah, I see. I am sorry, Miss Slocum.
My editor, he...
Oh? Well, what about him?
He said he'd take me dancing if there was anything to take hold of.
I see. And you like to dance?
Very much. That chicken and dumplings. They're really good?
Oh, very good. But, of course, not for people who are on a diet.
I want some.
Uh-huh.
Well, what are you staring at me for?
Oh, nothing. I am just thinking you must be very fond of dancing. Peter, another order for this, and make it snappy.
And so ends the famous Damon Runyon story, A Piece of Pie. Listen in again next week for... The Damon Runyon Theatre. The Damon Runyon Theatre, with John Brown as Broadway, is directed by Richard Stanville, and the story is adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Vern Karstensen is in charge of production. This is a Mayfair production. The Damon Runyon Theatre. Once again, the Damon Runyon Theatre brings you another story by the master storyteller, Damon Runyon. And this one, Barbecue. And to tell it to you, here is Broadway.
Thanks. Well, one afternoon I am in Miami, Florida, being down there for the race meet. I am enjoying some seafood in the little sharkskin grill and I am joined by a citizen named High C. Homer. So called because he tries out as a singer one time in an amateur contest, but his career does not go on from there because someone catches him under the chin with a cabbage, and Homer turns to other hobbies, mostly more than somewhat off the level. Well, we talk of this and that until Homer looks toward the door and says,
Broadway, I wonder why it is that I can't go any place without a copper sticking in his face.
Copper? Where?
Coming over. And this one's name is Finnegan, and he is rough on the edges.
Homer, what do you do that brings him to see you?
Nothing, I think.
Well, hello there, Homer.
Hello, Finnegan. Sit down.
I'll say this standing up. Homer, the chief will consider it a favor if you'll bid us farewell.
Why? What is his idea?
He doesn't have to have one. Just goodbye, Homer.
I do nothing.
Maybe not. But somebody touched up a guest in this town for $50,000.
My goodness, that is a lot of scratch.
It is.
And what makes you and the chief think I have anything to do with it?
Just the fact you're in town makes us believe anything. Homer, start now.
Okay.
And you.
Huh? Me? You are talking to me?
Yeah. Go with Homer.
But I do nothing. I only know Homer.
That could be a crime. And is. Both of you. Please leave Miami right now.
So that is how I leave Miami, somewhat under a cloud. Homer has a car and offers to drive me to Tampa. I accept. I wish later I do not, because what happens is bad for me. And what it is, I will tell you in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, Barbecue.
Well, not more than an hour later, I and Homer are driving along the Tamiami Trail to Tampa. Homer is a little cross because, as he says,
I do not mind taking a rap for something I do. But when I am asked to leave town because I do nothing, I feel bad.
You do. How about me?
So, somebody swindles a guy out of $50,000. Broadway? That is a lot of moolah.
It is a handy sum to have in my son.
I wonder who pulled the touch. Only I do not hear anything of it.
You are sure you have nothing to do with it? Me?
Broadway. There is no handhold on a crooked dollar.
Huh? What business are you in, Homer?
Legitimate.
Since when?
Broadway. What is the matter with you?
Everything. Just because I am sitting in the grill and you join me, I have got to leave Miami, which I like very much.
Looks like a storm is coming up.
And there is no top on this thing.
Looks like this is going to be quite a storm.
Look, Homer, I am out in the middle of no place because you talked to me in Miami. Let us at least get someplace where there is a roof over our heads.
I think I know just the place, Broadway. It is up the trail, maybe 2 miles.
Then hurry up. Hurry up!
It is starting to rain.
I can feel it. Homer, get to the place you talk about before only my head shows above water. With that, Homer coaxes a couple more spurts out of the old pail, and in a few minutes we are walking into one of them roadside places that sell sandwiches and things like that. It is no fancy joint, but Homer seems very pleased, especially when he looks around and spots a doll who is maybe shading 40 and is put together on the lines of a middleweight. He motions me to come with him, and we walk over to the doll, and Homer speaks to her.
Hello, Barbecue.
Hello, you say... Homer.
Yeah. How are you?
Until this second, it was all right. What are you doing here?
Big wind outside.
Now there's one inside.
You are not glad to see me?
No. Get out of here.
Look, there is an awful storm coming up, Barbecue.
So what? What line of larceny are you in this season?
I am now as honest as the day is long.
Never asked you to come here.
Do you still hold it against me that I gave you that horse 5 years ago?
It was not a horse. It was a catfish, and it should have been thrown back before they put a saddle on it.
Barbecue. You are holding a grudge.
Grudge? It wasn't the horse, Homer. It's just that you'll never straighten out. I don't want to see you.
How about the storm outside?
It'll do you good.
But my friend here.
Any friend of yours deserves a good storm.
Oh, now, wait a minute, miss. It is not my fault Homer drags me in here. It is not my fault that I am with him. The cops in Miami.
Oh, I see. They tossed you out, huh, Homer?
Well...
And me with him, for no reason at all.
Your word I'll take. His, no. But, well, okay. As soon as the storm blows over, get.
I know you would see things my way.
Sure. But, Homer?
What?
Don't try talking me into anything.
Like what?
Like talking me into anything.
Okay, Barbecue. I will not. Come on, Broadway. Let us sit down.
Say, who is this Kamapo who talks to you in such a discourteous manner?
She is no Kamapo. In fact, I think she is quite handsome.
What? Handsome? You have to stand at an awful good angle, of which there is none.
Broadway, it is because you do not know any better that you speak that way of my wife.
Wife?
My ever-loving wife. She divorces me 9 years ago.
Then how can she be your ever-loving wife?
I consider her as such because I still love her. But she has nothing to do with me because she does not approve of my way of making a few bobs here and there.
This I understand.
Every time I see her, I love her more. Broadway, someday I will get her back.
With that, Homer goes to gazing at Barbecue. And she gives him a look now and then, too. It's easy to see that she is not over him. Homer also tells me that she owns this barbecue place and does very nicely with it. Well, there we sit. And it is maybe 20 minutes later that the door opens, and in walk two hard-looking guys. Homer gives them the eye and then says to me,
Looks like we have got some company, Broadway.
Yeah. And from the looks of those two, they are company I can do without.
Uh-huh. Know who they are?
They look familiar.
They should. The little guy is Dandy Jack McQueen.
Sure, that's who it is. Holy mackerel, what is he doing here?
And the big guy is Johnny Aquitania out of St. Louis.
Homer, I do not like this. We got to get out of here.
Why?
Why? Do you not see the valise Dandy Jack carries?
Sure. It seems to me that in that valise is the $50,000 they take from that guy in Miami. And those two are on their way to Tampa. But get blown in here like you and me.
Let us blow out.
Not in this storm.
I would rather face the storm.
Sit tight. $50,000 is a lot of talk. Guy could go straight on that much.
Homer, what are you thinking?
Nothing,
Hey, Johnny Aquitania is coming over.
Yeah.
You. Don't I see you someplace before?
I guess you do, Johnny.
You know me, huh?
I guess I do, Johnny.
And who are you?
Me?
Yeah.
I am a friend of Homer's.
Homer? Oh, sure. I see Homer. I thought I knew you.
Yeah, you know me.
Say, what are you doing here?
Same thing you are.
How do you mean that?
Getting in out of the rain.
Oh. I noticed you looking at us hard when we came in. Don't do it anymore.
There's a law against it?
Could be, Homer. Could be.
I see you are traveling light. Just a little suitcase.
Just a little suitcase. That's right. Just a toothbrush.
Uh-huh. Well, it's nice seeing you, Johnny.
Keep it that way. Nice, I mean.
Homer, you are crazy talking to a tough guy like that. He is a very rapid citizen in every way, shape, or form. Homer, storm or no storm, I am going.
Okay, you go. But how?
Well, you know there is no way for me to get out except in your car.
I do not intend to leave just yet.
How long will you stay?
Until I do two things.
Which are?
Number 1, convince Barbecue that I am, or will be, an ideal and ever-loving husband.
And number 2?
Figure out some way to get myself a steak. I am entirely out of potatoes.
And you are looking hard at that little valise.
Am I?
Homer, I see a lot of guys do crazy things. But if you are thinking of trying to do what I know you are, then you are the craziest guy in the world.
I am?
Look, Johnny Aquitania and Dandy Jack are not small kindergarten children. They are grown-up killers.
Sure. But look at it this way, Broadway. A guy can sure go straight on 50 grand.
Hooked, and I know it. Outside, there is a storm that sounds like it is blowing the state right off at the map. And inside, there are 2 guys with 50 grand that they will resent anybody trying to pick off. Then there is High C Homer, who feels that he has the 50 grand coming to him. Take those things, and what have you got? Trouble. Then add what comes later, and you get more trouble, as you will hear in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, Barbecue.
The storm outside gets worse, and things inside get more than somewhat tighter. Johnny and Dandy Jack keep getting more nervous. In fact, they are almost up with Lee in that respect. Then Dandy Jack gets up and goes out the door.
Now, where do you think Dandy Jack is going, Broadway?
I do not know, and I do not care, as long as he stays away.
This is very peculiar.
That sounds like we just landed in the ocean.
It's like we're in for a good one.
I guess so, Barbecue.
I don't like the looks of those 2 guys.
Do not worry about them. Worry about me.
Why?
Look, I think that you and me can get back together again, huh?
Over? I told you not to try to talk me into anything.
Oh, I'm not. But you know I still love you.
Oh, shut up.
Ask Broadway. Broadway, do I not tell you that before?
Well, you do, but...
See?
Why did you have to come back here? You're no good, Homer. You never were and you never will be.
Maybe I turn over a new leaf.
And I'll bet there was a crooked job underneath.
You wrong me. Broadway, do we not talk about going straight just a minute ago?
Well, yes, I guess you do, but...
See, Barbecue?
If I thought you meant that,
I do.
Said it 1,000 times, and I always end up the same. Holding the sack while you're keeping a jump ahead of the cops. No. You're just no good.
Look, if I go straight for a whole year, what then?
A whole year?
Yeah.
You couldn't do it.
Want to bet?
No.
Listen, I will make you this proposition. I will go straight for a whole year if you will take me back at the end of that time.
What have you got up your crooked sleeve?
Nothing.
I could kill you for coming back here.
We will talk about that later. Right now, is it a deal?
When bigger dopes are made, they'll use me for a model.
What does that mean?
I'm a sap. I fall for this line every time.
But you never hear me say before that I will go straight for a whole year.
No, that's something new. All right, Homer. But so help me, if you break this promise, if I hear one little thing about you that ain't on the level, don't ever let me see you again. Because if you do, I'll turn you in myself if I have to frame you. Understand?
Sure, I get it. Now, you talk to Broadway a minute. I got some business with one of your customers.
Homer, what are you going to do?
Take it easy. I am just going to talk.
Well, I'm a sap, huh, Broadway?
I guess you have lots of company.
I guess so.
Excuse me, Barbecue. It is none of my business, but why do you let Homer talk you into this?
I got news for you. I knew as soon as I saw him that I'd take that bait again.
Oh, I see. I guess maybe you are lonesome, huh?
Maybe. Even for him.
Yeah, I think I understand.
Well, more customers from the storm.
Hey, that blonde is a beautiful doll.
Can't say much for the guy with her.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I'll see if they want anything.
We'll have a little talk later, Barbecue.
Yeah.
Well, Homer?
That Johnny Aquitania is a tough person.
Yeah, he is. I think I tell you that.
Uh-huh. But you hear the promise I make Barbecue.
I do. To go straight. And if lifting that 50 grand from those two citizens is going straight, then you have peculiar ideas.
They do not come by it honestly. They pinch it from that character in Miami. Like I always say, there is no handhold on a crooked dollar.
So we sit there with the storm getting worse all the time. The new customers that come in are a young guy and a young doll who look like they are very scared about something. Then Dandy Jack comes back in, nods to Johnny Aquitania. Homer sees them, gives me a funny look, and then motions for me to go outside with him. We do so. And I think it is very funny that Johnny and Dandy let us go until Homer goes to his car, where the scene is as follows.
Like I think. Dandy Jack fixes my car so I cannot drive it. No wonder they let us come outside.
Homer, this is worse all the time.
I guess it is. Maybe we should fix their car.
Homer, do not be a sap. If you do that, then they will know who it is, and you will be cooked. And I will be cooked.
Yeah, I guess you are right.
Look,
there's another car.
It must belong to that young guy that comes in with the doll.
Let's take a look at it. This one is all right. I guess it is only me that Johnny and Dandy worry about.
You know, I think they have a very good reason.
Look. Where? Over there. When we get here, I see the telephone lines. Now look at them. They are cut. Johnny and Dandy are taking no chances. I guess we better go back in.
Wait a minute. Listen. That sounds like somebody.
It is coming from this car.
Yeah, it is. But there is nothing in this car but a bullfiddle and a case.
Let me see. Yeah. This is very funny.
Homer, look. Do you see what I see?
Well, how do you like this? That is a finger sticking out of that bullfiddle case.
Your body in that case. Homer, I will be glad if you tell me this whole thing is a bad dream. Starting with the day I meet you for the first time.
Come on. Let's see who this is. Give me a hand.
I wish nothing to do with bodies.
The finger is wiggling. Come. We cannot leave a citizen in that thing.
I do not know him. I do not wish to know him. If he is in a bullfiddle case, that is his business. It might be a hobby with him.
Broadway. Give me a hand.
There is nothing else to it but that we take the citizen out of the case. It turns out that he is a little old guy with a lump on his head the size of a watermelon. I and Homer take him back into the kitchen without going through the dining room. And there, the old guy starts to talk.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, gentlemen. I would have died in there.
Will you please explain this hiding in a bullfiddle case? It is not dignified for a party of your years.
I was put in there. They did it. My wife and that Giuliano.
Is your ever-loving wife a beautiful blonde doll?
Yes.
And this Giuliano, is he a dark guy with a mustache?
Yes. Where are they?
Inside, in the dining room.
Well, they're going to be surprised when they find I'm still alive. They tried to kill me.
Oh, then they put you in the case.
Yes. They were going to throw me into the swamp.
It seems to me that people are getting a little out of line these days.
Well, you are a lucky man that we find you, Mr.
My name is Greben.
Greben.
What are you going to do, Mr. Grebens?
Do?
Well, it seems to me that you have a pretty good case against your wife and this Giuliano.
Yes. But I want them to think I am dead. Let them throw that case into the swamp.
Without you in it?
If you think I'm going to get back in there, you're crazy.
You've got a point there.
As soon as I can, I will get in touch with the police and have my wife and Giuliano picked up. Then I will prefer charges.
Of course. But wait a minute.
What's funny?
Look, those pigs hanging there. Barbecue raises them and butchers them herself. Now, what if we took one of those pigs and put it in the case?
Oh. Very good idea. Excellent.
Nobody is here but the cook. So You hide out here until your wife and Juliana leave.
Oh, wonderful. Wonderful. They'll throw the pig into the swamp thinking it's me. But why are you willing to help me?
I always like a good joke. Now, you hide out and I will put a pig in the bull fiddle case.
So we do that. Reevens hides out in the kitchen, and Homer and me go back into the dining room. Johnny Aquitania is waiting for us.
Where you been?
Outside for some air.
Anybody else come?
No.
Give me it on the level.
Take a look for yourself. Nobody could get through to here in this storm, and nobody can get out.
That's right. Nobody gets out. What have you been doing out there so long?
We need a lot of air.
Yeah, okay. Now you two sit right here. And don't talk to anybody about anything. Get it?
Sure. I get it, Johnny. Far be it from me to queer a deal for a friend.
That's a real good boy, Homer.
The lights! There are the lights!
Don't worry, folks. This happens a lot of times. The lights go out during a storm. They'll come on again just as soon as the storm's over.
Oh, barbecue. Listen to that wind.
I've been here a long time, but I never heard one like this.
We're in for it, huh?
Yeah, a real bad one.
Why do I ever come?
You got any candles or lamps, Barbecue?
Oh, yeah, I'll get some.
What is that?
The wind blew down a tree.
Hey, that comes pretty close.
I'm getting out of here. This joint's liable to fold up any second.
Where are you going, Johnny? You do not have a 1-2 chance out there.
I don't care. We're getting out. Dandy, come on. This way, we're getting out.
You're crazy, mister. The wind will blow you off the road.
How many there, Barbecue?
Plenty.
That does it. At least we got a chance out there on the road. We're trapped in this joint. Come on, Dandy. Come on. We're getting out of here.
I hate to see them leave, especially now.
Personally, I am happy.
There they go, Broadway.
What's the tie-in between them and you, Homer?
Nothing at all, Barbecue. I just feel sad.
I think maybe Dandy Jack and Johnny Aquitania run into an accident.
Yeah, I think so, too. Well, like I always say, there is no handhold on a crooked dollar.
But nobody goes outside to see what happens. We stay inside with the storm howling like a million devils. I see that Homer is aching to go out, but he will not take the chance. Then it comes on morning and the storm is gone. I and Homer sneak outside while Barbecue is busy someplace else.
Just look at them, Broadway. They are deader than last week's tip on a horse.
I think they are.
But here is a little valise. It is not even scratched.
What are you going to do with that?
Go straight. I am going to South America and live straight. Then I will come back in a year
Hey,
and...
look. There go the blonde doll and that Giuliano.
With the pig in that bull fiddle case. Well, all is well that ends well.
You think this thing is ended?
What else?
If you are caught with that money...
Who will catch me? Nobody. Broadway, I think this is the greatest thing that ever happens to me. We will go back to Miami.
Miami? But you know you cannot go back there.
But I will. I figure this way. The cops are looking for Dandy Jack and Johnny Aquitania to go north. Now, if I go south, back to Miami, I will be as safe as wheat in the bin.
So says High C. Homer. But I am right. It is not the end. And what happens when we get back to Miami is something I will tell you in a minute. Well, Homer says goodbye to Barbecue. She is crying a little and makes Homer swear that he will go straight for a year. Then we get the car fixed and drive to Miami. We stop at the Sharkskin Grill, and there the scene is as follows.
So, I have got 50 grand and barbecue.
If you are caught with that toy, it will go hard with you.
Nobody suspects I have it. Nobody can. From here, I will catch a plane to South America.
Maybe you better look toward the door. That looks like Finnegan coming in.
So? What does he have on me? Nothing. Just let me talk.
Gladly.
Well. I see Homer. I think I told you we don't want you in Miami.
I remember. But if you will remember, there is a storm yesterday. It drives me back here. I will leave in a little while, Finnegan.
I don't think you will. In fact, you'll stay with us for a spell.
Huh? What is this?
A pinch, Homer, a pinch.
Now, wait a minute. You got nothing on me, nothing.
I got a warrant for your arrest, that's all. Come on.
My arrest? Look, Finnegan, there is nothing to pin on me. I have nothing to do with that heist job. Nothing. I'm going...
No, you just get your hands off me. Finnegan, get out of my way.
The police. Who? The police. It comes open.
Holy smoke, look at that dough.
It is not mine. I never see it before. Finnegan,
Sure, you never saw it before. All right, Homer, let's go.
You do not know I have it. Nobody knows I have it.
That's right. I had no idea you were in on that job, but now...
What? You have no idea.
Right. A little while ago, we got a call from a dame named Barbecue who runs a stand up the trail.
Barbecue? What does she have to do with this?
She was awful mad when she talked to us, and she was crying.
Mr. Finnegan, what does she tell you?
She swore out a warrant for you, Homer. Said that she has the eyewitness testimony of her cook that you stole a pig from her kitchen.
And so ends the famous Damon Runyon story, Barbecue. Listen in again next week for... The Damon Runyon Theatre. The Damon Runyon Theatre, with John Brown as Broadway, is directed by Richard Sandville, and the story is adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Vern Karstensen is in charge of production. This is a Mayfair production. The Damon Runyon Theatre. Once again, the Damon Runyon Theatre brings you another story by the master storyteller, Damon Runyon. And this one, Lonely Heart. To tell it to you, here is Broadway.
Thanks. I believe that I once tell you a story concerning Nicely Jones, who likes to do nothing better than to eat. Well, this story happens before the other one, I tell you, and it is what the newspapers and magazines like to call a spine chiller. And they are right, because it puts an inch of frost on Nicely's back. And how that happens, I will tell you in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theatre and the famous story, Lonely Heart.
It seems that one spring day I am sitting in Mindy's enjoying a bite of lunch, consisting of chicken and dumplings, hot biscuits, butter, pie, and coffee, when in walks Nicely Jones. He speaks to me.
Hello, Broadway.
Nicely. Well, how you doing?
Oh, nicely.
Well, why are you so pale?
I just get out of the hospital.
You? How come I do not hear of it?
I am in a hospital in Brooklyn.
Oh, that accounts for the lack of news. But, what is wrong with you?
Pneumonia. The doctors there quote me odds of 100 to 1 against me finishing. But here I am.
Yeah. You look different, Nicely.
How?
Well, I do not know. Just different. Like you have got something on your mind.
I have. Broadway, what have we got? Take me, for example. One racetrack after another. Hit and miss. Heavy feed one day, a bare bone the next. Why?
I never hear you speak like this before. What brings it on?
The hospital. You know, there I am, laying in the bed, lonesome. Nobody comes to see me because I have got no family. I have a lot of time for thinking. And you know what I think?
You want me to guess? The next day's entries at Belmont.
No. I am thinking about a home. A wife.
Huh? Nicely. I do not think you are over the pneumonia. Maybe you better go back and lie down some more.
No, my mind is made up. I am going to find myself a wife and a home.
Where?
I will scout around and take a look at the entries. Maybe I will dig up a filly that answers the purpose.
I do not see nicely for a couple of days. Then I am standing at the corner of 50th and Broadway when I see a familiar figure, about 5'5" and weighing about 200. It is nobody else but Nicely. I catch up with him, and what happens is this.
Oh, Broadway, I am glad I run into you.
Hey, Nicely, you are all dressed up.
Broadway, I think I am going to meet my future wife.
You do not say. Then you find an entry.
Uh-huh. All the dolls I know will not think seriously of getting married to me. I am all right for maybe 10 minutes, even stretch it to a half hour when I'm in the stove, but marriage, no.
But you say you find somebody. Where? And who?
Well, one day I am rummaging through some old newspapers looking for old racing forms when I come across this.
That is not a racing form.
No, it is just a paper. But look, read this ad.
Widow of middle age, no children, cheerful companion, neat, excellent cook, owner of nice farm in central New Jersey, wishes to meet a home-loving gentleman of not more than 50 who need not have money, but who will appreciate warm, tender companionship. Object matrimony. Address Lonely Heart, this paper. Nicely. You are going to follow this up?
Certainly. In fact, it is already followed up.
But this is like walking down a subway track. You never know what you run into.
Nevertheless, I am now on my way to meet her. I answer the ad, make arrangements, and here I am.
Here you are now. Where will you be later?
Sitting on a nice farm in central New Jersey, appreciating warm, tender companionship and a pleasant home. And good cooking.
Oh.
Tell you what, why not come along with me?
To central New Jersey?
Certainly not. The lady cannot marry both of us. It would be dishonest. Now, come on and meet her.
Well, Nicely has it no other way but that I tag along to meet the Judy he never seen before, but with whom he is going to enter matrimony. I do not mind, because naturally I am more than somewhat curious to see what she looks like. Nicely takes me to a little restaurant. We go inside, and he says...
We arranged to meet at a booth in back. She says she will be wearing a blue hat.
Then there she is.
She looks like she is shading maybe 40.
And she looks a little like a first baseman the Giants once had.
But she is not bad looking.
No, she is not, but...
But what?
I do not like her eyes.
Huh? What's the matter with them?
Well, from here they look kind of pale. In fact, those are the kind of eyes a bookie I know has. They never change expression.
Please do not criticize a good cook that way.
Look, Nicely, before it is too late, why not turn around and forget this? You get all the good food you want in Mindy's.
When I can pay for it, yeah, but that is not always.
Nicely, I tell you, I do not like her eyes.
You are prejudiced.
Well, that could be.
I tell you, this is my chance to settle down and make something of myself. Come on, Broadway, let's meet her. I beg your pardon?
Yes?
I am Nicely Jones. I take it that you
That's right. I'm the Widow Crumb.
Crumb?
That happened to be my last husband's name.
Oh, I see. Well,
Sit down.
Sure.
maybe I'd better leave.
No, stay, Broadway.
Of course, please stay.
Thanks.
I pictured you different than you are.
Oh, me?
No, me.
That's right. You're heavier.
I am carrying a little extra weight.
You're nice looking.
Thanks.
What do you do for a living?
At present, I am unoccupied.
Have you got any money?
Money? I have to have money?
No, I've got enough. And my farm pays pretty good.
Oh, that is very good.
But I've got to make sure that you're the kind of man who won't get tired of farm life and run out and leave me alone. That happened to me once, and I wouldn't like for it to happen again.
Oh, I am very steady. Am I not, Broadway?
Well, skip it. Farm life isn't city life.
I guess not.
It's simple, plain, but we eat well.
You say you are a good cook.
I won 5 prizes at the county fairs for my fried chicken.
Will you marry me?
Are you sure you want to?
Yeah, sure.
Now, tell me one thing more.
Sure, what?
Do you believe in the return of a person after death?
Huh?
Nicely, I will leave you here.
No, wait. Mrs. Crumb.
Mary.
Oh, yeah, sure. Mary, what do you mean by that question you ask?
Nothing. It's just that I'm very lonely. Do you know there are men who'd be willing to marry me to get my farm?
No.
Yes.
Why are you looking at me like that?
I'm making up my mind. This is a serious step. I'd hate to think I was making a mistake. I couldn't bear it again.
Well, maybe we better forget
On
that we
the other
ever...
hand, I want someone to cook for. Someone who'd appreciate what I can do for him. Make him happy, feed him well. If I could find such a man, I'd stand over the stove 24 hours a day.
You what?
Yes.
Mary, I think you have got yourself such a man.
And that is that. Nicely is a sucker where food is concerned, and all he can see is the Widow Crumb's fried chicken. I look at her eyes, and they are still pale, never change expression. I do not like her. But the whole thing is Nicely's business. Then I hear he marries her, and they go to that farm in central New Jersey. And what happens there, I hear later. And it is like this.
Harley? Harley? Harley, where are you?
Come in, Mrs. Crumb.
Nicely, Harley is my hired man.
Oh? Well, so this is a farm.
Do you like it?
Well, it is certainly out in the open.
Call me Mrs. Crumb?
Yes, and call me Mrs. Jones.
Oh, this him?
This is my husband. Nicely, this is Harley.
Fat, ain't he?
Say, one more crack like that, and I'll put a button on top of your head with a bat.
Maybe you will, maybe you won't.
Take our suitcases in, Harley, then get back to work.
Sure. He ever work a farm, Mrs. Crumb? I mean, Jones?
No.
Who says anything about work?
I've got to see about something. Harley will take care of you nicely.
So, you two got married, huh?
Yeah. Why?
Kind of different than the others.
What do you say?
Nothing. Give me a hand with these here suitcases.
Yeah, sure.
Widow's a fine woman. A fine woman.
She tells me she is a good cook. I say something funny?
Nope, not at all.
Then why the laugh?
Well, it's just that sometimes what she cooks is mighty peculiar. Mighty peculiar. This way, Mr. Jones.
Well, that seems like a funny thing for Harley to say. But Nicely thinks no more about it, because that evening they sit down to eat, Harley, Nicely, and his new wife. Now, from what I hear later, the food is everything Nicely wishes. In fact, he never eats food like it before. But there is one thing that worries him a little. And when Mary is out of the room, he speaks of it to Harley.
Harley. Harley.
Yeah? Hmm? You say something?
Yeah. I wish to ask you a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
I noticed that there are only 3 of us that eat here tonight.
Yep.
I also noticed that there is another place set at the table, next to her.
That's right.
I also observed that Mary fills up that plate like it is something special.
Yep. Give me the biscuits, will you?
Yeah. I wish to know, what is the idea of that extra plate that nobody uses, but which is filled up with such ever-loving care?
Better ask her, if you dare.
Dare?
Yep.
Well, I guess it is none of my business. Maybe it is just a habit that she doesn't have.
It might be. Yep, that's it, a habit.
It is a very peculiar one.
Some people might think so. Others might not.
Well, I am just thinking that maybe...
Finished eating already nicely?
Well, as a matter of fact, I am just thinking about another helping of fried chicken.
There's plenty of it. Harley, you all finished with the chores?
Just about.
Better get them finished, then, before it gets dark.
Huh? Oh, sure.
Like my cooking nicely?
Mary, in my book, it is 1-2 over anything I ever tasted before.
I'm glad.
I will have some more fried chicken.
I'll get some.
No, I will just take what is on this plate.
Don't
here.
touch that.
Huh? But
I said don't touch it. Leave it alone.
Okay.
I'll take it away.
Sure.
Don't look like he wants it.
Huh? Who?
Nothing. Never mind.
Mary, it is none of my business.
That's right. It ain't none of your business.
Uh-huh.
I'll get you some more chicken.
No, never mind.
You said you wanted some?
That is a couple of minutes ago. Funny thing, seems that my appetite is not as good now as it is then.
So that is the story of Nicely's first day with his new bride at her farm. It makes Nicely a little nervous, but not half as nervous as what comes later, and which I will tell you about in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, Lonely Heart.
Well, 2 weeks go by, and Nicely forgets about that first evening. But he does not forget that at each meal there is that extra plate which nobody uses. And it is almost always filled with food which Mary throws away later. However, this does not bother Nicely too much, because he never eats food as good as he gets there. Then it is one night after a real good meal, it is dark, and Nicely and Mary sit on the front porch. Nicely rocks back and forth in a rocking chair.
Nicely.
You say something, Mary?
Yes. Will you do something for me?
Sure. Anything.
It's a kind of favor.
What?
I want you to go to the city with me tomorrow.
New York?
No, not New York.
Is there another city someplace?
I want you to be examined for an insurance policy.
Examined?
Yes.
I am healthy.
But you may not always be.
I am expecting no trouble.
No, sure not. But you can never tell. We're here today, gone tomorrow.
You are expecting me to go someplace?
Sooner or later, we all have to.
Oh, Mary, I wish you would not talk like that.
I'm not getting any younger, Nicely. There'll come a day when I won't be able to work the farm.
We will hire somebody to help Harley then.
But I need protection.
Against what?
Against the day when I don't have you.
I never noticed how dark it is out here.
It's nice, though. Quiet. Still. Sometimes I think I can almost see him.
Him? Who?
Nobody. Oh, but Nicely. You didn't say you'd go with me tomorrow.
So soon?
Never put off until tomorrow what you can do today.
Well,
You...
Look, Mary...
You don't love me.
But I do.
No.
I do.
Then go with me.
Why? All right, I will go with you. What is that?
Harley, what are you doing?
Never put off until tomorrow what you can do today.
That'll be enough, Harley.
Sure. That'll be enough. Just enough.
I think I will go inside. All of a sudden, it is very cold out here.
Well, Nicely is insured like Mary was. 3 months go by, and Nicely is thinking what a wonderful life he leads. He does nothing but eat and sleep, and the meals keep getting better all the time, until Nicely is as fat as a goose and can hardly wobble. However, there is still one thing that worries him, and that is the extra plate at all meals. The best of everything goes on that plate, and after the meal, Mary always throws away what is on the plate. Then one day, Nicely takes himself down to where Harley is fixing the fence, and the scene is as follows.
Hello, Harley.
Huh? Oh, hello.
I wish to speak to you for a couple of minutes.
Something wrong, Mr. Jones?
Oh, no. I merely wish to satisfy my curiosity about something.
Sure. Sit down.
Yeah. On what?
On the ground.
It is slightly damp, and I do not wish to endanger my health. That is funny, Harley?
Don't mind a little dampness, Mr. Jones. You'll get used to it.
Huh? What are you talking about?
Nothing. But, what'd you come down here to talk about?
I noticed that at every meal there is a fourth place. I wish to know who that is for and why it gets the best of everything.
You ain't guessed, huh?
Look, Harley, before I tap your noggin for you, answer my question.
All right. Only don't tell her I said anything.
Why not?
She's kind of funny.
Never mind that. Who is the fourth plate for?
Jake.
Jake who?
Jake Crumb.
Crumb?
Yep.
I hear you say Jake Crumb?
That's right.
And, is that not the widow's name before it becomes Jones by reason of my marriage with her?
Sure. Jake was her last husband. Died 3 years ago.
Died? You mean that fourth place is for him?
Yep. Mary loved him pretty much. She was always sorry for what she did to him. She tries to make it up to him.
What does she do to him?
I ain't real sure, but I think it was poison.
What? Damp or not damp, I have got to sit down.
Of course. Husband number 1 met with a real funny accident. A big 200-pound keystone fell on his head. Funny, too, because that keystone stayed up for 100 years before he just happened to walk under it.
Husband number 1?
Then Ed Summers, he was number 2, died from having a charcoal stove in his room. Coroner said it was awful dangerous. Put some kind of gas in the room.
Sooner or later, you have got to stop talking like this.
Numbers 3 and 4, I kind of forget, but it was awful sudden.
What number am I?
Let me see now. I guess number 6. Yep, you're number 6. Wonder what she'll think of for you.
You know all this, but you do not go to the cops?
Me? Ain't none of my business. Besides, I like it here.
I do not. Not anymore. I'm going to leave.
Leave me nicely? Why?
Mary.
Howdy, Mrs. Jones.
You better come to the house now, Nicely. Supper's ready. And tonight there's a real special treat for you.
It is out in the middle of no place, and Nicely is caught. All the way back to the house, Nicely looks for a way out. But Mary watches him like a hawk. He knows he cannot run, because he is too fat by now to outrun anybody. But he is thinking fast. Then he sits down to eat, but with practically no appetite. And he notices that Mary whispers something to Harley, who nods and disappears. And Harley does not sit down to eat. Then Mary fills that fourth plate.
That is a pretty good meal you are putting there.
Yes, it is. But why don't you eat, Nicely?
Me? Oh, I'm going to. I will wait for you to sit down.
I've got something to do in the kitchen. You go right ahead. Enjoy yourself.
Oh, enjoy myself. Oh, this wonderful food, and I am afraid to eat it.
You say something to me nicely?
Huh? What?
I said, did you talk to me?
To you? No. No, I do not talk to you, Mary.
You're not talking to Harley.
Oh, no. I am talking to Jake.
What did you say?
I say I am talking to Jake.
Jake? Jake who?
Why, nobody else but good old Jake Crumb, who finally joins us after all these weeks.
Where?
Where? Why, no place else but at the plate you sit for.
You're lying. You don't see anybody. You don't.
Now, why do you say that, Mary? You know as well as I do that good old Jake is here. Else, why is there a plate for him?
Jake!
Mary, he is saying something to me.
What?
If you will be quiet, I will hear him. He speaks very soft. Oh? You do not want to eat, Jake? But the food is very good indeed. Is that so? Oh, but I do not believe that, Jake. It is impossible.
Nicely, what did he say? Tell me, what did he say?
He tells me some peculiar story about the food being poisoned, and he does not want to eat it.
Poison? Oh, Jake!
Ah, it is all right now. He is going to eat. He says he will eat like he does 3 years ago.
Yes, but this food tonight, it's all right. Tell him it's all right.
Why should it not be? Jake, what is the matter, old man? Why do you look like that?
What is it? What's the matter?
It is very peculiar. Good old Jake Crumb takes one bite of his food and falls off the chair. He is now lying on the floor at your feet.
Oh, Jake. Oh, my poor darling Jake, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I loved you, Jake. I don't know why I did it. I don't.
Mary, he is looking up at you and shaking his head.
Oh, no.
My, I am a good actor. Hello, operator. This is Nicely Jones, and I am speaking from the... Yeah, like I say, this is Nicely Jones, and I am speaking from the Widow Crumb's farm. I wish to speak to the cops, the police, the Army, the Navy, the Coast Guard, and a goodly portion of the Air Force. I need out of here real bad.
Now, that is not quite the end of the story. And what the payoff is, I will tell you in a minute. One day I am sitting in Mindy's enjoying some lunch when who comes in and sits down with me but Nicely Jones. He fills me in on the story I tell you so far. Then he says,
It takes 10 years off my life, Broadway. Also, it takes 50 pounds off someplace else.
This I am able to understand. But what becomes of the widow?
It seems she runs out that night and runs right into an old open well. It seems that the cover is off, like she tells Harley it should be.
You mean you are supposed to walk into that well?
That is the general idea.
Oh, Nicely. You are a very lucky man.
I guess so. They take poor Harley away. It seems he has some loose boards in the attic and is not responsible.
Nicely, you have a terrible experience.
Terrible. But I come by $1,200, which I get for the farm because I am the widow's aunt.
1,200 fish, well.
And today I bet all on a horse.
Why?
Well, it is a hunch I play, like the hunch I play when I pretend I am talking to Jake Crumb's ghost.
I do not understand.
The horse's name is Apparition. Get it?
Oh, sure. Jake's ghost and apparition. It is a good hunch. What happens?
Broadway, you cannot expect the same hunch to win 2 times in a row. Apparition loses. It seems like a person just cannot count on anything anymore.
And so ends the famous Damon Runyon story, Lonely Heart. Listen in again next week for the Damon Runyon Theatre. The Damon Runyon Theatre, with John Brown as Broadway, is directed by Richard Sandville, and the story is adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Vern Karstensen is in charge of production. This is a Mayfair production. The Damon Runyon Theatre. Once again, the Damon Runyon Theatre brings you another story by the master storyteller, Damon Runyon. And this one, Broadway Complex. And to tell it to you, here is Broadway.
Thanks. It is along toward 4 o'clock one morning, and I am sitting in Mindy's restaurant on Broadway with Ambrose Hammer, the dramatic critic. We are talking of this and that, when Ambrose looks toward the door and says as follows.
Broadway, who's that guy coming in now?
That? Oh, he is a citizen named Cecil Earle.
It's funny, I've never seen him before.
He is what is called the Master of Ceremonies at the Golden Slipper.
Oh. Looks like he's sleepwalking.
He is a very odd character.
What's the matter, Broadway?
I do not like this, Ambrose. Cecil is heading for that table at which are sitting...
Louis the Lug, Angie the Ox, and Upstate Red.
In his right mind, Cecil Earle would walk 10 miles to keep away from their shadows. Look, he is reaching inside his coat.
For a gun.
Well, I expect any second to see Cecil Earle do a foldo and join his deceased relatives. Because anybody who reaches inside his coat within eyesight of any one of the 3 citizens above mentioned can also reach for a lily. He is going to need it. But what happens is something different, and which I will tell you in a minute.
Now, back to the Damon Runyon Theatre and the famous story, Broadway Complex.
Well, what happens is this. Before Cecil Earle is able to reach the table he is heading for, Ambrose Hammer pops out of his chair and collars him. Ambrose brings him to our table. And what goes on is this.
Okay, son. Sit down. Take it easy.
You should have let me go. I'd have cooked those babies right here and now.
Huh? Cecil, what are you talking about? Who do you think you are?
Who are you?
Me? Look at me.
I know you.
Sure you do, Cecil. Ambrose, what is this?
I'm not quite sure, Broadway. Cecil.
Yeah?
What were you going to do a minute ago?
Do? I cool off those citizens.
Why?
For muscling in on my territory.
Ambrose, this guy is as wobbly as a 10-cent bicycle. He is nobody but Cecil Earle, and he has no territory.
Cecil. Cecil.
Huh?
Who are you?
Me? Why, I'm...
He does not know who he is.
Yes, he does. Now look, Cecil. You're Cecil Earle, remember?
Oh? Well, who says I'm not?
You do.
Broadway, do you know where he lives?
Sure, over on 49th.
Okay, let's get him home.
So we take Cecil to his hotel, and on the way over, he gets as straight as I and Ambrose. It seems he gets some sort of funny idea about being somebody else for a while. We tuck him in his bed, and I tell Ambrose all I know about it. Ambrose thinks about it for a minute, and then says...
Subconsciously, he wants to be a big shot. He wants to be important, but he's not, is he?
Not in the least. Why?
Well, every once in a while, like that business in Mindy's before, he takes on a character of his dream world. He becomes, well, a gunman, a killer, a tough mug.
All this he dreams?
Yes, but he lives his dreams.
With a gun?
Look, here's the gun he had.
Wait, this is nothing but a water pistol.
Sure, but to him it was a Roscoe.
And he goes to pull it on those citizens? Oh, Ambrose, this can be very dangerous.
Only if the others don't know about him.
Someday he is going to run into somebody who does not know this is all a dream.
So I'll tell you what, Broadway, do him a favor.
Me? How?
Noise it around about him. Tip off everybody that he's like this.
Ah, poor guy. Just wanted to be somebody, and cannot.
He'll be all right someday.
You mean he will get over wanting to be somebody else?
It sometimes happens.
How?
Oh, if something actually happens to make him feel important, then that inner urge will be satisfied, and he'll be perfectly normal.
What could happen to this Cecil Earl?
Who knows? I've seen a lot of things happen to a lot of people. It could happen to him.
It is not long before everybody knows about Cecil Earl. And a funny thing, even the toughest citizens along the staff play along with him when he gets the dream. Nobody laughs when he is by turns the President of the United States or a big game hunter. Although he resents it a little when Cecil Earl becomes a French chef and takes to criticizing the food. So that is the way things go along for maybe 3-4 weeks. Then, one day I am sitting in Mindy's with Ambrose Hammer, and we are joined by Cecil, who sits down and speaks.
Hello.
Hiya, Cecil.
Hello, Cecil.
Look, I've been wanting to talk to you for a long time now.
About what, Cecil?
About me.
What is the matter?
It's just that, well, I thought maybe I ought to go away.
Go away? Why?
You know.
Anybody say anything to you?
Oh, no. No, that's just it. Nobody does.
Oh, I see.
I know I make an idiot of myself when I get one of those...
forget it, Cecil.
Sure.
Forget it.
Ever since I was a little kid, I wanted to be somebody. I never was. What am I now? A master of ceremonies at a nightclub.
But you're a good one.
Maybe, but...
Look, Cecil, believe me, when I tell you there are plenty of citizens along this stem who wish they are somebody they are not. Only they do not admit it.
You guys are swell. Well,
what's the matter?
Look. That's Fergus Appleton coming.
There is one guy I wish was somebody else, preferably in the dead past.
He's a great actor.
You do not like him, Ambrose?
I loathe him. In addition to being a bad actor, he smashed in my derby hat the other night.
Huh? Why, what has he got against derbies?
The fact that I was wearing one and the fact I panned him in his new play, Never, Never.
He's a great actor.
If you ever become him, I wash my hands of you for good.
He sees you, Ambrose.
He's going to rub it in.
Will you introduce me to him?
What for?
Sure we will, Cecil.
Hello, gentlemen. Mr. Hammer accepted.
Just counting me out of your greeting brightens my day, you ham.
Sour grapes, eh, Hammer? You can never pick a hit, can you?
I'll go away.
No, I think I'll sit down.
Goodbye.
So long.
Mr. Appleton.
Yes? Who are you?
Come on, Cecil. I want to talk to you.
But I'd like to talk to Mr. Appleton.
Say, aren't you the chap who... Oh, of course. I've heard about you. You've been pointed out to me.
I have?
Cecil, let's get going.
Yeah, come on, Cecil.
But I want to talk to Mr. Appleton.
Certainly. Go away, Mr. Hammer. Napoleon wants to talk to me.
Look, Apple Pie, that is no way to talk.
One more crack like that, and I'll...
You'll what, Hammer?
I'll break your head in.
Oh, I don't think so. You're in bed with your paper now for panning Never, Never. Make a pass at me, and you'll get the worst publicity anybody ever had.
Look, Appleton, let this kid alone.
Oh, it's all right, Mr. Hammer.
It is not. Maybe you better come with us, Cecil.
But I'd like to talk to Mr. Appleton.
Oh, it's obvious that Cecil recognizes a kindred spirit. That right, Cecil?
I always wanted to be an actor.
Okay. What do you say, Broadway?
I think I will leave, because suddenly the air in here is very bad.
It'll get better when you leave.
I do not like this Appleton character, and I nose around and find out from others that he is an A-1 200-carat heel. And Cecil is just the kind of a guy Appleton will make a sucker out of, and does. Seems he gets quite a few laughs doing it. Then I get wind of something that seems more than somewhat fishy, and I tell Ambrose about it. He has it no other way but that I go with him to Fergus Appleton's apartment. When we get there, the door is opened by...
Mr. Hammer, Broadway. Gee, I'm glad to see you. Come in.
Cecil, what are you doing here?
Yes, what are you doing here, Cecil?
Me? I live here now. Mr. Appleton says he'll make a great actor of me.
He told you that?
Sure. But did you come to see him?
That doesn't matter. So you live here now, huh?
Mr. Appleton invited me.
Why?
He thinks I've got talent.
It's a nice place. This your room, Cecil?
Uh-huh. How'd you know?
Your, picture in here.
Mr. Appleton will be home in a little bit. Matinee's almost over.
I can hardly wait.
Did he know you were coming?
I do not think so, Cecil.
Say, Cecil, how about a cup of coffee? Can you get one for us?
Coffee? Oh, sure. I'll be back in a few minutes. Just make yourself at home.
Broadway, come here, will you?
What is the idea of you asking for coffee? You know we just had some at Mindy's.
Look, when a guy like Fergus Appleton suddenly becomes a big brother, what do you look for?
Rats.
Exactly. Appleton's never had a thought for anyone but himself.
The only thing I can figure is that he regrets making Cecil a laughingstock and wishes to make it up to him.
You believe that?
No. Because Fergus does not strike me as the type that ever plays warm for anybody.
Unless he wants something.
From Cecil?
Could be. All of a sudden, we hear that Fergus is treating Cecil like a long-lost relative. Takes him here to live.
What are you looking around for?
I don't know. Maybe a rat. I smell one.
Look, Fergus is due back here soon. What if he catches us here?
We're paying a special call, that's all. But
what is the matter now?
come over here.
What is it you find?
These books.
So, what is so wonderful about finding books? I have a few myself.
Yeah. You see what I mean?
Who is reading this kind of stuff?
It's Cecil's room.
The Criminal and the Criminal Mind.
Take a look at the next two.
Great Crimes of History. The Art of Murder as Practiced by 7 Notorious Murderers.
Keep going.
The Perfect Crime as a Criminological Study. Ambrose, I do not like this tasted literature.
I'll give you 10 to 1 that Fergus Appleton never read books like these in his life.
But what about Cecil?
Just think about it a second.
I do not like to.
At first, Appleton uses Cecil as a goat, then he is very nice to him and gives him this room and these books. Why?
That is what I would like to know.
What would you like to know?
Well, Fergus Appleton, of all people to meet in your apartment.
What's the idea, Hammer? Broadway?
Oh, nothing. Just dropped in.
Not to see me, that's a cinch.
Oh, you're so right. Well, guess we'll be going.
Just a minute.
Sorry, can't stay, Fergus.
You will until I tell you a few things.
Like what?
Like, don't ever come back here again.
It's a pleasure. Come on, Broadway.
Oh, hello, Mr. Appleton.
Did you let these two in here, Cecil?
Huh? Why, sure.
Don't do it again.
But,
Cecil, I'm trying to help you. You want me to, don't you?
Sure, Mr. Appleton. Sure.
Then don't ever let these two in here again, or out you go.
Come on, Ambrose.
Yeah, so long, Fergus.
Goodbye.
So long, Cecil.
Goodbye, Broadway.
Now, what do you know about that?
What do I know about what?
You know, Broadway, I could swear that Mr. Fergus Appleton looked scared for a minute.
Yeah, he does it there. But why should he be scared of us?
I don't know. Unless it's got something to do with those books and Cecil.
Yeah. And he does not like us to know about it.
Broadway, something tells me we'd better keep a pretty close watch on this setup from now on.
Well, it was all very puzzling. I figure Fergus Appleton for a smart cookie. But just how smart he is, I do not find out until later. And I will tell you about it in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theatre and the famous story, Broadway Complex.
Well, more than 2 weeks go by, and Cecil stays Cecil Earl. He no longer becomes anybody else. But he also seems to be getting more and more serious. And once in a while, there is a look on his face we do not like. Then, one day, Ambrose Hammer comes to see me. He seems pretty excited as he says,
Broadway, I think I've got something.
Is that so? Well, what have you got?
You ever hear of Florence Fayette?
Fayette? Oh, yeah, she is the daughter of Homer Fayette.
Uh-huh. Who owns the paper I work for.
So her father owns the paper you work for. If you will tell me how that ties in with anything, I will buy you a new hat.
I'll take a rain check on that, but here's something else. About how long ago do you figure Fergus Appleton started his big brother routine with Cecil?
Maybe 3 weeks ago.
Uh-huh. And just about 3 weeks ago, Appleton met Florence Fayette at a party.
Look, Ambrose, I will agree with you that some people should not be met. But until there is a law against it, what can you do about it?
I say there's a connection. He starts being real nice to Cecil at the same time he starts making a pitch for Florence Fayette.
I know he is running around with a doll.
Florence? Now, what's the angle? What's the angle?
I think you were out in the sun too long. What angle can there be?
Those books. And you've noticed how Cecil's acting lately?
Yeah. Oh, now, wait a minute, Ambrose. If you are thinking that Fergus is going to put a chill on the Fayette doll...
Oh, what good would that do him? He's not married to her. He wouldn't inherit her dough. There's got to be something else.
Yeah. Her father?
Well, her father's not too happy about the whole thing. But what can he do? She's over 21.
Then Fergus does not have to put the chill on him.
Broadway, do me a favor.
What?
Talk to Cecil. Find out what you can.
Me? But how?
He knows Fergus hates me and I hate Fergus, but maybe he'll talk to you. Will you do it?
Okay, I will try.
Good. Meanwhile, I'll nose around and see what I can dig up.
It is not easy for me to get to Cecil, but I finally managed to catch him in his dressing room one night when he finishes working at the nightclub where he is master of ceremonies. There, what happens is this.
Look, Broadway, I'm in kind of a hurry.
Sure, but I do not see you for quite some time, Cecil. That is, I do not see you to talk to.
I've been busy.
Uh-huh. Busy, reading?
What do you mean by that?
Nothing. What are you so nervous about?
I'm not.
Oh, I guess it just looks like it, huh?
Did you want to see me about something?
Like they say, just to talk.
I haven't got the time.
Cecil, what has eaten you for the past couple of weeks?
Nothing. What makes you think that?
Well, it just looks like you're acting like a guy in love.
What made you say that? What made you say that?
You do not have to jump down my throat. I just say it.
Why? Why did you say it?
Hey, Cecil, take it easy.
You're trying to needle me, huh? Give me the works, huh?
I am not trying anything. All I say is...
I know what you said. Look, I gotta go now.
Who is the doll, Cecil?
Shut up!
You know, you are not a bad-looking guy. Maybe a doll would be glad if you are in love with her.
Me? Me? Don't make me laugh.
I am not trying. No, Cecil, you are not bad-looking. Maybe this doll likes you, too.
She loves him. I know she does.
But maybe you have got a chance, too.
Against him? Besides, he's my best friend, Fergus.
Fergus Appleton, huh? Maybe the doll is Florence Fayette.
Shut up. Now let me go.
Sure.
My book. Where's my book?
This one?
Never mind, I'll get it.
Here it is, Cecil.
Put it down.
I am just handing it to you.
Give it to me.
Sure. What is it?
Give it to me.
The Perfect Crime.
I said give it to me.
You do not have to fight for it. Here.
Now,
I'm getting out of here.
With that, he bangs the door and leaves. Then I notice that a piece of paper drops out of the book. On it is a drawing. I figure that he will miss it and be back for it, so I copy it and take it back to Ambrose Hammer. He looks at it for a minute and then says,
You know, this looks like the floor plan of a house.
Uh-huh. And there is a name under it.
Menahan. Menahan, you know anybody by that name?
Menahan? No. Wait a minute. I think there is a street in Brooklyn named Menahan.
Brooklyn?
Sure.
And this is a drawing of the floor plan of a house.
It falls out of that book on the perfect crime.
Menahan Street, Brooklyn. Maybe we ought to take a trip over there, Broadway.
Me? Go to Brooklyn?
We've got a lot of loose ends to tie up.
I do not wish to tie them up in Brooklyn.
You want to help Cecil?
Well, sure I do.
Okay.
Now, wait a second. How do you know which house this is on Menahan Street?
I've got an idea. I've also got a few connections. Let's use them.
So Ambrose drags me to where there are maps and plans, and he finds one that matches the drawing we have got. Then I do not see him for 2 days, until one night he puts me in a cab, takes me to Brooklyn, and we get out at a house on Menahan Street. There, the scene is as follows.
I gave a couple of tickets for a show to a maid that works in this house. So she left the side door open so we can get in.
We? Ambrose, you are never so much alone as you are tonight.
It's okay. No one lives in the house but an invalid woman. She's upstairs asleep by now. The maid won't bother us.
Neither will I bother the maid. Good night.
Come on. This is for Cecil.
I would like to start thinking of myself.
It's okay, I tell you. Like shooting fish in a barrel.
It's open.
Sure, the maid said it'd be. Easy now.
Ooh, it is dark.
Shh, come on.
Ambrose, somebody light the light.
Just my flashlight.
My. How well you are equipped for this work.
Oh, I see. Living room. Just like in a drawing. Piano over there.
Ambrose, look.
What?
Shine your light at the piano again.
Why?
For once, do as I say, please.
Okay.
Fergus. It is Fergus Appleton.
His picture. A photograph.
Uh-huh.
Come on. Take a look at it. Read what's on it.
To my loving wife, till death do us part. Fergus.
My loving wife. I never knew the rat was married.
The invalid woman, his wife.
Till death do us part. Death.
Ooh, Ambrose, let us get out of here.
Uh-huh. Oh, what a beautiful scheme. The filthy rat.
Ambrose, those books. Cecil, the drawing. I get it. Fergus gives Cecil the books to read. He wants to make Cecil commit a perfect crime.
Yeah, talk him into being a super criminal. Play on his complex.
Is that possible?
With Cecil, sure. Cecil wants and needs attention.
Killing somebody is a sure way to get it. The perfect crime.
For Fergus, yeah. With his wife out of the way, he can marry the Fayette doll.
I think I will go back and cook Mr. Appleton myself after I go to the gendarmes.
No, not the police.
Are you crazy? We have got to go to them.
They'll only pick up poor Cecil. I don't want that to happen. Do you?
No. But can you think of something?
Let's get out of here first. Broadway. Wait a minute.
What?
Did you say Cecil's in love with the Fayette doll himself?
I do.
Oh, then I've got an idea. Oh, what an idea. No cops. Nothing but my idea.
Count me out.
No. You watch this house, and if Cecil comes near it, nab him. But I don't think he will.
What makes you say that?
Because I am going to do a little work on Cecil myself.
It is very dull work watching a house in Brooklyn. But I do, and at no time does Cecil come near it. 5 days go by, and I'm commencing to think that I will never see Mindy's again. Then I call Ambrose, and he tells me to come back home. I do so, and he makes me promise to be in the 1600 Club that night at a table he reserves for us. So, that night I show up there, and the scene is as follows.
Ah, Broadway, have a seat.
Ambrose, what is going on?
Oh, nothing yet. Oh, don't let Fergus Appleton see you.
Fergus? Where?
That table near the floor.
That is the Fayette doll with him?
It is. You know, I did a lot of work the past 5 days, and I found out something.
I learned nothing at all in Brooklyn, but that does not surprise me. What do you learn here?
That Cecil has a better chance with the doll than he thinks.
Huh?
And as for me, I'm going to bust up this guy Appleton's apple cart and get myself a raise from old man Fayette for doing it.
You fix things for yourself, huh?
I never forget me. Old man Fayette might even make me editor. Then I'll can a lot of guys I hate.
Look, what is going to happen here tonight?
It is now 11:14.5. In 30 seconds, Cecil Earle will come in. Then watch the fun.
Ambrose, if you are thinking of making a joke of Cecil, I personally will tap your noggin.
Wouldn't blame you a bit. But everything's going to be all right.
I hope so. Because there is Cecil now.
Yeah, a little early. Now what?
Should I?
He's going to Fergus' table.
Now what?
Watch.
You stupid fool. What do you think you're doing?
I love her. I love her.
Let go of her.
I am seeing things. Cecil is kissing the doll.
Huh?
He is taking her out of here.
Stop that couple. Somebody stop them.
Come on, Broadway. That's our cue to talk to Fergus.
Waiter, somebody stop that couple.
Fergus, sit down.
You.
Me. Sit down, Fergus.
Let him go.
If I do, you promise to go to Menahan Street in Brooklyn?
What? What did you say?
You heard me. Now sit down.
Ambrose. What did you say?
Menahan Street.
For the love of... not so loud.
Looks like you've lost a girlfriend, Fergus.
Ambrose, why not have a sandwich?
Why don't you lose yourself now, Fergus? Quick, the cops will be here any minute. And anyway, everybody's looking at you. And this is one time you don't enjoy it.
Well, all right. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Ambrose, if you will stop laughing for 1 minute, I would like to know what happens.
Well, you saw it?
But I do not understand it.
It's very simple. Cecil's in love with her.
In a second, I will bang you over the head with these ham and eggs without removing the platter.
Okay, all I did was change Cecil from the perfect criminal to the perfect lover.
You what?
Sure. I loaded him up with books about Don Juan. He liked them much better than the others. You know, I think he got more out of them.
Well, that ends the festivities for that night. But it is still not the end of the story. The payoff comes a month later. And what it is, I will tell you in a minute. One day I am sitting in Mindy's when who walks in but Ambrose Hammer. He sits down and says,
Hiya, Broadway.
Well, Ambrose, I do not see you for quite some time. In fact, not since that night at the 1600 Club.
I've been out of town.
Oh, vacation?
Nope. Looking for a job.
Job? But that night you told me you are likely to be made editor of Old Man Fayette's paper because you bust up the romance between his daughter and Fergus.
I was fired.
Fired? Why?
I did too good a job on Cecil. I convinced him he was a Don Juan. And he was. Florence Fayette eloped with him.
She...
Yeah, funny, huh?
Yeah, very funny. But what about Cecil? Where is he?
Hollywood. It seems this Don Juan complex stayed with him. In his first picture, he got to be a star, a great lover.
You mean Cecil Earle is now in the movies?
Yeah. And his first picture was the play Fergus Appleton starred in, Never, Never.
And so ends the famous Damon Runyon story, Broadway Complex. Listen in again next week for... The Damon Runyon Theatre. The Damon Runyon Theatre, with John Brown as Broadway, is directed by Richard Sandville, and the story is adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Vern Karstensen is in charge of production. This is a Mayfair production. The Damon Runyon Theatre. Once again, the Damon Runyon Theatre brings you another story by the master storyteller, Damon Runyon. And this one, the famous Madame La Gimp. And to tell it to you, here is Broadway.
Thanks. One night I am standing at the corner of 50th and Broadway, just minding my own business, when along comes Dave Dude in a taxi. He spots me, and the next thing I know, I am in the cab with him and headed for someplace. Naturally, I could refuse to go with him, but nobody ever refuses Dave anything unless they wish his Sunday punch. So there I am, started on one of the craziest things that ever happens on Broadway. And how it happens, I will tell you in a minute.
Now, back to the Damon Runyon Theatre and the famous story, Madame La Gimp.
As I say, Dave the Dude gets me in the cab with him. We drive clear to the east side, to a row of knocked-out tenements. Now, it is very puzzling to me why Dave has taken me here. But he says nothing until we get out and walk up 1,900 flights of stairs. While we are climbing up and up, Dave says...
It's on the top floor.
What is and why? We should hit snow pretty soon.
You know Madame La Gimp?
Sure. The old doll that hangs around the theaters, selling two-day-old newspapers and tired flowers from the undertaker's parlor? So what?
We're gonna see her.
Why, see, that explains everything.
Here we are. This is it.
If she is not at home after we climb this mountain...
She's home, all right. They brought her back from the hospital.
Hospital?
Yeah. She tries to knock us off wharf last night. And I wish to see why.
Maybe she tries it again. There is no answer to your knock.
Come on. Madam. Hey. Madame La Gimp.
Where's the light?
There's a gas jet right there. Light it.
Yes. This is real old-fashioned. Look. Dave. There she is.
Madam. Hey. Madame La Gimp.
She is sleeping with her eyes open.
Maybe she... Hey. Madam.
Hmm?
Madam, look. It's Dave. It's Dave on Broadway.
Oh, Dave, Broadway?
Oh. You scare us for a minute.
What is the idea?
Please go away. Let me alone.
We're gonna help you. Broadway and me. You get that? We're here to help you.
Nobody can help me. Nobody. Now, will you please go away? Go away.
That is no way to speak to anybody that comes all this way, madam. Take it easy.
I'm sorry. You're very nice people. They should have let me die. They should have let me die.
Dave, I think it is better if we just sit down and let her get this cry over with. Until she does, we are going to get nothing out of her.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Okay, we wait.
So we sit there for a half an hour while Madame La Gimp pours out the moisture. Then she clears up. We ask a couple of questions, and what she tells us is this.
Dave, hand me that big envelope.
This one?
Yeah. Look at this photograph.
This is a real classy-looking young doll.
Doesn't look much like her mother, does she?
How do we know? We never see her mother.
Looking at her right now.
You?
Me.
What are you giving us?
I don't blame you for not believing it. That's my daughter, Eulalie.
Eulalie, huh? Okay. Maybe you better do some more talking.
She was raised in Spain, where I came from. I haven't seen her since she was a whole baby.
Why not?
Why not? I want her to be a lady. I took all the money I had in the world and sent her to Spain. That was 15 years ago.
You with money?
Here, look at these. They're all faded, but she'll get the idea.
But these photographs look like you.
They are. I was a dancer then. A host of Broadway. You can't say anything, can you? I don't blame you. It's a pretty long way from those to this.
What happens to you?
You can see the whole thing for 15 cents in any old night flop movie. Make $1 million, spend $1 million. The only trouble is, the years don't wait for you. Keep counting on tomorrow. Always tomorrow.
Yeah, I see. But last night you tried to knock yourself off.
Yeah, why, man? You hold out for all these years, then suddenly you try to put your light up.
Eulalie is coming here.
So, after 15 years, you see her. Why try to...
After 15 years, she sees me. Me. Take a good look, Broadway. Dave, what do you see? Uh-huh. That's what I thought. And she's going to be married. Married to the son of one of the oldest families in Spain.
Swell. Then we have a happy ending.
Yeah, sure. Only they're all coming over here to see me. They're on their way now. And when they see me, what are they going to say, huh? What are they going to say? Think they'll let their son marry a girl whose mother is Madame or Gimp?
There is more talk, and it turns out that Eulalie thinks her mother is a society doll married to a guy with plenty of potatoes. It seems that when Madame La Gimp writes to Eulalie, she uses stationery of a real fancy apartment building called the Marbury. This is because she swipes the stationery when she does odd jobs there, like cleaning up and things. Well, we get her promise that she will try no more funny business. Then we get outside, and Dave says...
Broadway, what are we going to do?
Do? What is there to do? Seems to me that she has got herself into a jam.
Let's get her out of it.
Short of waiting for the boat to come in and knocking off the people she does not want to see her, how do we get her out of the jam?
She says her daughter believes she is a society doll who lives at the Marbury.
So?
Also, she tells you, Eulalie, she has got a wealthy husband.
She exaggerates more than someone. You solved the whole problem. Good night, Dave.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm getting an idea.
You are? What?
Do you know Judge Henry G. Blake?
I do. Furthermore, he is no judge and never is.
He looks like one. In fact, he looks like a wealthy husband should look, doesn't he?
Sure, he wears a wing collar and stuff. So what?
He is going to...
If you tell him that...
Tell him anyway. I have him on my books for $1,000. I will cancel the bet.
What? But the rest of the story, the Marbury...
I have connections. Now, look. You locate Judge Henry G. Blake and tell him I want to see him.
Where will I find him?
The chances are 10 to 1 you will find him at Durrell's billiard parlor putting the trim to a sucker.
Good shot, my man. Good shot.
Hello, Judge.
Oh, good evening, Broadway. 9 ball, call my pocket.
Judge, I have got to talk to you.
Not now. I'm busy. Beat it.
Dave the Dude sends me.
I cannot... Dave? I am temporarily out of funds. Tell him...
He'll cancel the grand you owe him.
Cancel? He'll cancel it? I had this sucker lined up for a killing, but since it's for Dave, I'll be back in a minute, my good man. Now, what's this all about, Broadway?
I think you better sit down first, Judge.
Why? Is something wrong?
Not yet.
Oh, my dear Broadway, will you please come to the point?
Sure. You know Madame La Gimp?
That old...
How would you like to be married to her?
Married to... But you're insane.
Dave the Dude wishes it.
This is extortion. I'll see a lawyer.
I do not think you will get that far.
No. Anything but that. Tell Dave I'll get him the money. I'll go to work.
At what?
I don't love the woman. In fact, my feelings are just the opposite.
Look, Judge, all you have to do is to be her husband for a couple of days. Just make believe.
Even the thought of that appalls me. Broadway, look at me. I'm an educated man. I'm sensitive, cultured. My feelings must be considered.
I think Dave the Dude will consider them, Judge. And maybe you will not like it.
But I... The point is well taken. All right, Broadway. Please explain, but gently. I'm a very nervous man.
The little talk ends up with the judge agreeing to the proposition. What else is there for him to do? Then we go back to see Dave the Duke. He is at his place with Madame La Gimp when the judge and I walk in. And the scene is as follows.
Broadway tells you what the pitch is, Judge?
Yes, I'm thoroughly acquainted with the situation.
Good. You know Madame La Gimp?
Yes. How do you do, Madame?
Dave, I want to go home. I want to get out of here.
Why?
Why do you think? I'll never work, not in a million years.
I think she has a point there, Dave. It's been nice seeing you, Madame.
Sit down.
All right.
Now you listen to me. That boat gets in day after tomorrow. You got that long to get used to the idea.
Such short notice.
He's right, Dave. Look at me. Take a good look at me. What chance have I got?
The one we'll give you.
It's no good, I tell you.
You want your lady to marry this citizen you tell us about?
I want her to be happy.
Okay. But if she gets here with her ever-loving in-laws to be and they lamp you, what happens?
Oh, don't, Dave. Please don't.
Oh, take it easy, Dave, huh?
Well, I didn't mean to hit you over the head, madam.
May I have a drink?
No.
But if I'm going to be her husband,
Not a drop until this is over with, and that's that.
When I was a small boy, I wanted to be a sailor. I certainly miss the ocean now.
Oh, well, hello.
Billy, come on in, baby. Judge, you know my wife.
How do you do?
What's eating him?
Nothing yet. Billy, this here is Madame La Gimp. I told you about her.
Uh-huh. Wow.
Billy, Broadway, come in the next room with me. Judge, you talk to Madame La Gimp.
What about?
Your honeymoon, you dope. Come on, Billy, Broadway.
Dave, when you told me about her, I didn't expect what I saw.
She is no Rose Urania.
That is beside the point. Billy, are you able to do anything with her?
Sure, but I'll get arrested.
Don't be funny.
Funny? You're the hysterical one.
Get her fixed up.
How?
Beauty parlors?
There ain't enough of them in town.
Try it.
She takes 15 years getting her like that, and you give me 2 days to make her over.
Look, Billy, she's a poor old doll with nothing in the world but that kid of hers.
What do you care? What's your stake?
Me?
Yeah, you.
That's funny. Never thought about it. Guess I ain't got any stake.
Not that anybody can see.
Huh?
You are a nice guy, Dave.
You let that get out on the stem and I'll cook you.
Okay, Dave, for you. But, brother, I don't promise any Cinderella from that fender.
With that, we break up. Billy takes over Madame La Gimp. I take over Judge Blake, with orders to keep him in line. Personally, I think the whole thing is going to be a bust. There are just 2 days to get ready. And from what I see of Madame La Gimp, we need 2 years. Nevertheless, we go through with it. And what happens when we do is something for the books, and which I will tell you in a minute.
Now back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, Madame La Gimp.
Well, it is finally the morning when the boat is due to arrive. I do not see Madame La Gimp because I am too busy steering the judge along the right trail. Then we get a call to go to the Marbury apartments. The judge reaches for some courage, and I slap his hand, and we are off. And at the Marbury, Dave lets us in an apartment.
Well, how do you like it?
Oh, boy, this is a classy joint.
Where is my wife?
Be here in a minute, Judge. Billy's bringing it.
Dave, on whom do you put the chill for this place?
A guy who lives here lends it to me. He is away for the summer. Oh, is it?
This the right place, Dave? That you?
Sure, come on in.
Okay, get ready.
Billy, what's the idea of stalling like that?
Hey, look at the...
Well, close your mouth. You all look like something from the aquarium.
Billy, what do you do to her?
I spend so much time in beauty parlors, I feel like a curler. Well, don't stand there. Say something.
This is impossible. Broadway, I didn't have a drink, did I?
Not a drop.
Hello, Judge. Broadway. Won't you sit down?
At this point, it is not so much a choice as a necessity. Thank you.
Billy, you are a genius.
What you're looking at was there all the time. Just cover it up.
Madame, may I offer you a chair?
Thank you, Judge.
Henry. The name is Henry.
Look, we got a half an hour to get down to the pier.
Yeah, we gotta get moving.
I can't go. No, I can't go.
What?
Madam, you gotta go.
I'm scared. Broadway, Dave, I'm scared. I know something will happen to ruin everything. Please, before it's too late, let's stop this.
Honey, believe me, you got nothing to be scared of now.
How will I act? What'll I say and do?
Madame, if you will permit me to offer my arm, we shall face this thing together. Shall we go?
I personally do not go to the pier, but they tell me later that the meeting between Madame La Gimp and her baby is very effective indeed. And the judge does himself proud. Although there is talk that he takes advantage of numerous small excuses to kiss Eulalie, who is a very good-looking young doll. The thing goes off real good because Eulalie's future in-laws speak no English, and only Madame La Gimp speaks Spanish. Everybody gets back to the Marbury with everything nice and rosy. It begins to look like a cinch. But Dave does not leave it at that. He says he is going to throw a big reception with a lot of celebrities to show the in-laws to be what a big shot Madame La Gimp is. Where he is going to get these celebrities, I do not know. And I do not like the idea. But Dave tells me to show up at 9, and I am Johnny at the rat hole on the dock. I hear the party going on, and after I knock on the door, it is opened by Dave.
I was a little worried you wouldn't show, Your Honor.
My honor. I bring somebody with me?
Shut up.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present His Honor, the Mayor of New York.
Dave, do you go off your rocker?
Look, we gotta have celebrities.
I am not the mayor. I never run for mayor. I do not think I am the people's choice.
But tonight you are. We gotta convince those in-laws that Madame La Gimp is a gold-plated mother-in-law for their son.
Dave, this is dangerous. What if they find out different?
You worry too much. I will introduce you to the in-laws later. Meantime, go over and talk to Harry the horse.
Sure. I will sit real close to a window. Hello, Harry. Hey, Harry.
Huh? Oh, who are you?
Me? Who do you think I am? Remember me?
Who are you tonight?
Oh, the mayor.
I am one up on you. I am the governor. Dave makes me enter politics real sudden.
Oh, no. You are the governor?
Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States.
Vice President?
that is little Mitzi. And look who comes in after him.
And the police commissioner of the city of New York.
Police commissioner. Harry, that is none other than Wild William Wilkins, who is now wanted in 48 states. And if we had 49, that would be included.
Broadway.
What?
I wonder if I stay in line, could I really get to be the governor?
Well, in 2 hours, the apartment has more celebrities than any place in the world. And I admit that things go pretty good. There are a couple of disturbances, like when somebody spots the police commissioner ringing a pair of phony dice in a friendly crap game, and 2 45s fall out of the vice president's waistband. Then it is coming on about 1 in the morning, and the party is almost over. I am sitting by Madame La Gimp and the judge, and the scene is as follows.
Yes, I do.
It's been so wonderful. You've all been so wonderful.
Oh, tut, my dear. It's been a great pleasure.
Sure. We're glad to do it for you, madam.
Sure, and it looks like everything is fine with your baby and the young guy.
She'll go back to Spain with you, believing I'm what you all made me for 2 days.
My dear, we made nothing of you that wasn't already there. I kiss your hand.
Hey, he is.
He's Henry Toone.
So very lovely, very lovely.
You know, she is at that.
I want to tell you something. If I can, I'm going to be different. Do you think I can?
I'm sure of it. As for myself, well, I've wasted a good many years, too. You know, I wonder if we...
Hey, why is everybody so quiet all of a sudden?
Look, coming in the door.
Harrigan. Oh, Lieutenant Harrigan and a squad of gendarmes.
Oh, no.
It can't happen now. It just can't.
It is.
Well. I've never seen anything like this outside of visiting day at Sing Sing.
Harrigan, how did you get in?
My badge, it gets me in places. Mitzi, stand still. You too, Wilkins.
Harrigan, lay off, will you? Lay off for the night.
Yeah, sure. I thought I was getting a phony tip about you citizens. But it looks like it was on the level.
Harrigan, you do not understand.
You're right, I don't. But that does not bother me in the least.
My dear Lieutenant.
Oh, in the big time, aren't you, Judge? Pool tables are more in your line.
Harrigan, shut up. Take it easy, Judge. Let go of me, Broadway.
Judge, beat it.
No, I won't leave.
Okay, stay. Now, somebody explain what's going on. I said explain. What's the pitch? What banks are going to get knocked over tomorrow? From the looks of this crowd, I'd say the United States Mint was in for a bad time. So start talking. Start talking, or I'll jug every one of you. Most of you'd have a tough time beating any rabbit. Okay, let's all go for a ride.
No. Wait, Lieutenant.
Madam, sit down.
Madam, get back. It's okay. Don't say a word.
I want to.
Who are you?
You know me. Take a better look.
Madam... No, this is silly.
Yes. Madam the Gimp.
Madam, think of what you are doing.
I am. Maybe I knew all along this wouldn't work. Maybe I knew something had to happen.
Will you tell me what this is all about?
Yes. This is a party for me and my daughter and her fiancé.
Your what and her who?
My daughter. Yes, I have a daughter, Lieutenant. That's her, looking at me now. Looking at me. She speaks very little English, Lieutenant, but she'll understand enough of this to know what I really am. And those other people, they're the mother and father of the boy she was going to marry.
Cut it out before it's too late, madam.
It is too late, Dave. Lieutenant, all these people here tonight came because of me.
And Madame La Gimp tells the whole thing. Your lady is looking at her, and I know by her face that she gets quite a bit of what goes on. And the young guy does, too. But his mother and father do not know one word. They just sit and look more than somewhat puzzled. Then Madame La Gimp finishes.
Now, Lieutenant, you've got the whole story.
Is this on the level?
Take my word for it, Harrigan.
Yours is the only one I would take, Broadway.
What happens now, Harrigan?
Well, Dave, I get all the good assignments. One more like this, and I'll turn in my shield.
Lieutenant, what does that mean?
Well, to make this look good, you better introduce me to the folks.
Sure. As what?
You got just about all the big names taken. Make me any celebrity.
Sure. Come on over. Signora, I have the honor to present a great celebrity. Lieutenant Harrigan, New York Police Force.
And that is that. The party is over. Not the story. And what the payoff is, I will tell you in a minute. Like I say, the party is over. Then the next day, Harry the horse, Little Bitsy, Angie the ox, and several others and me are sitting in Mindy's when in walks Dave the dude and sits down. He says as follows.
Well, it is all over, boys.
What happens, Dave?
They are married. They are alone. The young guy is nuts about you, lady, and does not care who her mother is. His mother and father know from nothing.
Well, that is real nice.
Also, the judge and Madame La Gimp are married.
Well, that is much better than real nice. So everything is settled.
Not quite. Not quite settled.
Huh? What do you mean, Dave?
I have here a list of some things.
A list?
Of what?
If every single article listed here is not kicked back to the owners of the different joints in the Marbury they were taken from by next Tuesday night, I will bust a lot of noses around this town. Everything must be returned, especially the baby grand piano that is removed from apartment 9D.
And so ends the famous Damon Runyon story, Madame La Gimp. Listen in again next week for the Damon Runyon Theatre. The Damon Runyon Theatre with John Brown as Broadway is directed by Richard Sandville, and the story is adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Vern Karstensen is in charge of production. This is a Mayfair production. The Damon Runyon Theatre. Once again, the Damon Runyon Theatre brings you another story by the master storyteller, Damon Runyon. And this one, Baseball Hattie. And to tell it to you, here is Broadway.
Thanks. It is one afternoon in early spring. The baseball season is just underway, and I am sitting behind third base at the Polo Grounds, waiting for the Giants to carve up a few Brooklyns, when I feel somebody sit down next to me. I look over, and who is it but Armand Stacy? I do not like this citizen. But he pays his way in, so there's nothing I can do about it. Then he speaks to me.
Great day for a ball game, huh, Broadway?
Yeah, for a ball game. 30,000 people here, and you sit down next to me.
Don't like me, do you?
You are not my idea of a boon companion. Now or ever.
Lots of people don't like me. Why should you be...
So long, Armand.
Sure, so long. Broadway, I gotta get out of here.
My sentiments exactly. You are a mind reader.
It can't be her, not after all these years.
Who are you talking about? You look like you see a ghost.
Yeah, ghost. Broadway, I see you around.
If I see you first, you will have to hunt.
Let me through him.
With that, Armand takes the wind like a million gendarmes are after him. I look around to see what makes him decide not to stay. And I see her. I do not believe it, but there she is, Baseball Hattie, sitting at her old place behind the Giant's dugout. Now, why Armand glows at the sight of her is quite a story, which I will tell you in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theatre and the famous story, Baseball Hattie.
Like I say, I spot Baseball Hattie sitting behind the Giants' dugout, and it takes me back maybe 20 years before, when the Giants are playing in Philadelphia. Seems the umpire calls a close one against the Phillies, and the citizens there resent it more than someone. In fact, a group of them are waiting for the Giants to come from the clubhouse.
There they come. Yeah, Giants. Let's make them sorry they ever come to Philly. Come on, you guys. Hey, let me out here. Let me out of here. That's Haystack Douglas. Come on, boys. Let's put him back in the bushes. Am I going to get hurt? Okay, come on, all of you. Come on.
I'm with you, Haystack. Grab something solid and swing away.
You better get out of here. This ain't no place for a lady.
Who says I'm a lady?
You got him right over the head.
Come on back. Stop waiting the tunnel leading up to the street. I'll hold them off.
I ain't going to leave you here with him.
The cops will be here soon. Come on, you yellow boots. Come on. Back to that tunnel, Haystack. Come on, get going.
Yeah, come on. We can make it now.
That is how Baseball Hattie meets Haystack Douglas. They get away from the fight, and later they are sitting together in a little sandwich place. She is looking at him and says,
You didn't get hurt, did you?
Me? No. You?
No.
You sure pitched into those birds.
Yeah.
What's your name?
Hattie. Everybody calls me Baseball Hattie.
Oh, sure, Baseball Hattie. Ain't you always behind the dugout when we play home games?
Uh-huh. When I can make it, I go out of town. Follow the Giants.
You like baseball, huh?
Nothing like it. Ever since my father took me to my first game when I was a kid, I've been following the Giants.
Ever seen me pitch?
I ain't never missed a game you're in.
Pretty good, huh?
You're the best left-hander I've seen
Since. Maybe I'm the best lefty you ever seen, huh?
You've got a curve like the letter Q. And that fast ball. When you can't see him, you can't hit him.
Yeah?
Why they call you Haystack?
Maybe because I once pitched hay back in Missouri.
That where you come from?
Sure. Don't you never read the sport pages?
Yeah.
Well, then you ought to know.
I just want to hear you say it.
Why?
I don't know. Just do.
You get me talking about myself, and I'll never stop.
Okay by me.
Where you from?
New York.
What are you doing?
Let's talk about you, huh?
Sure. You see me throw a one-hitter last week?
Oh, sure. The Cards didn't have a chance.
I figure maybe I win 25 games this season in the World Series.
Oh, you can do it, Haystack.
Sure I can. Stand on one leg.
Why are you laughing?
Oh, it's something somebody said the other day.
What was it?
Somebody said if I didn't quit horsing around and living like I do, I'd burn myself out in a year. Me, I won't never burn out. Not as long as I got this left arm.
Yeah. I heard you were kind of hard to handle.
Well, I got a right to a little fun. I get out there and pitch my heart out. Comes night, I got to have a little fun.
Ain't you ever worried about losing a game after having a little fun?
Me? Nah. This old arm's like a rubber whip. And
What's the matter? Why'd you stop talking?
I just noticed something, Hattie.
Like what?
Like you're a real good-looking doll. Yeah. A real good-looking doll.
So, that is that. Hattie and Haystack make a pair from then on. And Haystack keeps burning up the lead. Wins 14 in a row, including a no-hitter and 2 4-hitters. Then he hits a slump. And one night, Hattie gets a corner where she lives.
I guess you don't know me, do you, Hattie?
Well, maybe I do. I've seen your face someplace. Maybe in the newspaper.
That could be. My name's Benson.
Oh, sure. Red Benson, scout for the Giants. You looking for a good second baseman here?
Nope. Just a good baseball fan.
That's me, Red. Never miss a game.
I wish you would.
Huh? What's on your mind, mister?
Haystack Douglas.
What about him?
You know, knocked out of the box 3 times in a row in the last 2 weeks.
Oh, what? Every pitcher hits a streak like that. The best of them. Christy Mathewson, Marquardt, Johnson, Bender.
But they all came back strong.
So will Haystack.
Now, look, you want me to put it on the line straight?
Might be a good idea, Red. Pitch away.
I picked Haystack out of the bushes. I found him pitching for peanuts back in Missouri. I talked the Giants into getting him.
I know all that. So you get credit for digging up a world beater. Want some kind of a medal for doing your job?
No. I want Haystack to be the great pitcher he can be.
There ain't nothing wrong with him.
Nothing that you couldn't cure.
Meaning? Meaning what?
Stay away from him.
You're kidding.
I'm not.
Mr. Benson, let me get this straight. You want me to stay away from Haystack?
That's it. For his sake, for the sake of the Giants.
Well, either one's a good enough reason. But why pick on me?
Why don't you take a guess?
Look, that port-sided apple tosser was a wild onion before I met him. I didn't have nothing. Besides, all left-handers are screwballs.
Granted.
So what are you giving me?
A chance.
For what?
For making something out of it.
Look, why don't you get back in the woodwork?
Now, look, Hattie. I figure Haystack's got a chance to straighten out before it's too late. We can keep him away from the high spots, level him up.
Then do it. I ain't stopping you.
But you are.
Look, I told you he was a runaway horse before I met him.
Hattie, you like baseball?
What's that got to do with this?
Everything. A few million kids get their kicks from the game. The boys on the diamond are heroes. What do you say we keep it that way?
So who's taking candy away from the little... Well, am I?
Hattie, answer me a question. One question, and then I'll shut up.
Cheap at half the price. What's the question?
What kind of a reputation have you got?
I'm supposed to be Snow White?
That's none of my business, but it is my business to protect the game.
By throwing a few mistakes I made back in my face.
The fans are catching on. They're talking.
Oh, sure they are. When Haystack was winning, he could have been friendly with Cleopatra, Helena Troy, and a few other dolls. But as soon as the rest of the league touched him up, I'm a bad influence. Is that it?
Something like
that. Okay. Now take the flame out of here. Don't brighten up my place, honey. Go on, guess.
You love the guy, Hattie? I guess that's it. Well, I got a job to do. I got the game and the Giants to think about.
So,
Haystack goes on suspension.
What?
Believe me, Hattie, this isn't personal between you and me.
From where I stood, it was.
No. You love the game. I love it. It's been my life. Either you cut loose from Haystack, or he goes on suspension indefinitely. Think it over, Hattie. Think it over.
So, from what I hear, Hattie does cut loose and sees no more of Haystack for some time. And it seems that this does him some good because he starts burning up the league again. Then suddenly, no one sees him for 2 weeks. The Giants are slipping down in the standings like a red-hot poker going through thin ice. It is near the end of the season. With Haystack, the Giants might have been up. But without him, they are sunk. Then one night, Hattie's at her place when she hears something at the door.
Who's that? Who's there? Beat it before I call the cops. Go on, beat it.
Hattie, you better open up or I'll bust in a whole wall.
Haystack. Haystack. Oh, you big...
Well, what's the idea of locking me out, huh? What's the idea?
Come on, get in here before somebody sees you.
Everybody sees me. Greatest left-hander in that game. Greatest.
Come on, sit down here. Come on, sit down.
Who's up next? What's his weakness? Fastball? I got it. Curve? I got it. Hi, Hattie.
Oh, look at you. Look at you.
Tore my uniform. Well, tore my uniform. Gonna get fined.
Sit still.
Gotta have some fun. It's my heart out in the daytime. Gotta have some fun at night.
You big rube. You busted yourself right out of the league. You knocked yourself right out of the box.
Me? Me? Greatest left-hander in the game. Got pitch. Right now.
Stay sitting.
Leave me alone. When you got pitch.
You.
Hattie.
I'll pitch. I signed out because I thought it would do you some good.
You hurt my face.
Yeah, I want to hurt your face.
Don't do it, Hattie. Please. No. What do you want to go and do that for, Hattie? What you crying for? Huh? For me?
Shut up.
I love you, Hattie. I want to marry you.
You want to marry me?
Oh. I can't live without you. Look, you marry me, I'll straighten up. You'll be the greatest left-hander in the game. Huh?
You mean it?
Sure. Sure I mean it. Oh.
He's dead. He's dead. Okay, I'll marry you. But please, Haystack. Please don't pitch me any curves.
And they are married. All the baseball writers are wondering what the front office of the Giants will say. But the manager says Haystack cannot possibly be any worse married than he is single. Now, maybe that is right. But what happens later, I will tell you in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, Baseball Hattie.
Well, it comes on winter, and Haystack gets all through it without getting out of line once. In fact, he is so good that he gets a contract. And that spring, he reports to the Giants training camp, still towing the old straight and narrow mark. Then it is one day at the training park when Red Benson walks over to Hattie, and the scene is as follows.
Hello, Hattie.
Huh? Oh, hello, Red.
Looks pretty good, doesn't he?
Yeah, pretty good.
A lot of zip in that arm.
Lots.
Anything wrong, Hattie?
Wrong? A zip in the arm looks pretty good. What could be wrong?
Not with him. With you.
Me? Never anything wrong with me.
I noticed you don't sit with the other gals.
What other gals?
Well, the other wives of the players.
So? Half of them don't know nothing about baseball. You ought to be married to bookkeepers or something.
Don't let them throw you, Hattie.
What do you mean?
You know. They gave you the frost test.
I don't have nothing to do with them. If it's vice versa, it's okie dokie with me.
Yeah. You did a great job on Haystack.
I didn't do nothing. He cleared himself up.
Hattie, I've wanted to talk to you about something ever since you and Haystack came south.
Go ahead.
Remember that night back in New York when I came to see you?
Yeah, I remember.
Don't.
Don't? Don't what?
Don't remember it.
I got a short memory, Red. As far as I'm concerned, there never was a night you came to see me.
You're all right, Hattie.
Whoa. What's the chinning all about?
How's the arm, Haystack?
Good. Why?
Well, it's going to be a tough season. Every outfit in the league's got a good club. Cards, Reds, Pirates, Cubs. They'll all be up there gnawing away at the old flagpole.
I'll win 25, maybe 30. Just tell the guys with the sticks to get me some runs. One's all I need.
Yeah. Yeah, I see. Well, I'll be seeing you. So long, Hattie.
See you later, Red.
What do you want?
Nothing. Just talking.
Yeah? Well, I'm running in for a shower.
I'll wait here.
No, don't bother. Go back to the hotel.
I don't mind. I'll see if the club's got any good sick boys.
I said don't wait.
Why not?
Because I'm going out.
Where?
What's the difference? I'm going out to a party.
Party? Where are we going?
I'm going.
Jack, I get kind of lonesome back in that hotel.
Buy a magazine.
I don't want to stay home alone again.
Go to a movie.
By myself?
What's the matter? You need somebody to explain the picture to you?
Okay, Haystack. What time will you be back?
Don't watch the clock, that's all.
And that is the way it goes. More and more, Haystack begins to feel that he makes a bad deal when he marries Hattie. But Hattie says nothing and does her best to keep him in line. Then it comes up the middle of the season. The Giants are right up in there and depending more and more on Haystack's left soup-ball. But it seems that along about this time, Haystack discovers he likes to shoot craps and engage in various other pastimes that separate him from a good portion of scratch. So one night, he comes home late, and the scene is as follows.
Haystack?
Yeah, that's me.
What time is it?
Who cares?
I guess nobody. Haystack, sit down, will you? Here on the bed.
Why?
I got something to tell you.
It'll wait. I'm tired.
You'll like this.
Yeah? What makes you think I will?
We're going to have a kid.
That's big news?
Did you get what I said?
Yeah, I got it. What's my cue? Stand on my ear and do a twist?
Haystack.
Haystack.
A kid, honey. Kid, a boy like you.
It'll be a girl.
Either one's all right, but a boy. A ball player like you. Did you ever think of that?
Nope, now stop yapping, will you? I'm tired. I'm pitching tomorrow.
You big-headed fool. You swelled a balloon. Who do you think you are?
What's eating on you?
Nothing. Just nothing. Get out of here. Get out.
Go on back to sleep.
You.
Don't do that again, Hattie. Don't never do that again.
Why'd I ever marry? Why?
Want me to answer that?
Get out.
Okay, I'll answer it, and then go. You married me because I was on the upgrade. Great chance for you to tie in with somebody who'd pull you out of the mud.
Haystack.
Yeah, and what was you when we married, huh? Maybe you'd like an answer to that, too. Or maybe you don't need no answer. You already got it. Okay, this washes us up.
Where you going?
Where you told me, out.
Get back in there, Haystack.
Benson, what are you doing here?
Keeping tabs on you. Now get back in there.
The tail on me, huh?
Yeah. Hello, Hattie.
Red. Oh, Red.
Haystack, I trailed you tonight from one joint to another. Now I caught up with you.
Beat it.
Shut up and listen. Hattie.
What?
I heard what went on. I was standing outside.
Great. Just great.
I'm glad I did.
I got enough. I'm going.
You're staying. You're staying if I have to choke some sense into you.
Red, let go. Let go.
Now, you listen to me, you great big hero. You make one move to leave Hattie, and I'll give the whole story to every sports writer in the business. I'll see that they open up on you with every typewriter in the country. When they finish, you won't be able to get a job pitching beanbags in a carnival.
Sure. And kill the chance for the pennant?
Yeah, even that. Baseball's my life. The Giants are my life. But so help me, Haystack. I swear to heaven I'll see us finish last before I let you walk out on Hattie.
And Haystack does not walk out. He can do nothing but pitch, and underneath he knows that once he is finished doing that, he is very much out in the cold indeed. Well, it comes up the end of August, and the Giants are fighting for the front end of the league, and an important series with Brooklyn is coming up. Everybody knows that Haystack is due to pitch at least 2 of the games, and he can generally beat the Dodgers of that year just by tossing his glove out on the mound. Then one evening he comes home to Hattie with a guest, and the scene is as follows.
Hattie!
Yeah? What do you want, Haystack?
You know Armand Stacy.
Yeah, I heard of him.
How are you, Mrs. Douglas? Nice to see you again.
Sure. Haystack, what's the idea of bringing home this 2-bit gambler?
You don't like me, Mrs. Douglas.
Don't pay no attention to her, Stacy.
Oh, forgive it.
What'd you want, Haystack?
Me and Stacy's got some business to talk over. Why don't you go to a movie?
I'm staying.
It won't take long, Mrs. Douglas. Just as long as it takes to walk around the block.
Haystack, what are you up to?
Business, I told you. Now beat it. Either you beat it out or me and Stacy will go someplace else. And I might break training. Get it?
All right. I'll go.
You know, you handle that very nicely, Haystack.
Yeah. Now talk.
Haystack, you're on my books for $5,000. I carried you for 6 months.
I know that, and you know it. It ain't news.
I'm just reminding you. Now, you pitch tomorrow against Brooklyn.
Yeah?
The odds are 2-1 against the Dodgers, if you pitch.
If? I got no choice.
I don't want you to have one. Sure, pitch, but not so good.
Blow the game?
It'll cancel the $5,000 and you get 3 more.
When?
$1,000 now and 2 more after the game.
You stand to make a killing, huh?
Yeah, I'll get something out of it, yeah.
Make it 4,000, you got yourself a winner.
Well, I'm not one to haggle. It's a deal. Now, can you make it look good?
Sure. A little less on a fastball. A curve don't break in right. I feed a wrong ball to a long hitter and a...
What? Mrs. Douglas. That was a short walk.
I ain't never been away, Stacy.
You...
Huh? You heard that?
Yeah.
So? If Haystack doesn't blow the game, I'll squeeze for the $5,000 he owes me. If he plays my way, who knows the difference?
Haystack, you ain't gonna do it.
Why not?
Haystack, I know you're a liar, a cheat, but nobody can tell me you'll drop down so low to toss off a ball game.
Oh, you're going to feed me that stuff about the great American game, huh?
Haystack, you ain't gonna do it. You ain't gonna do it because of our kid. Your son and my son who'll grow up to be a ball player.
Ha! The kid ain't even here yet. She's got him pitching no-hitters.
He'll have your name. If anybody finds out you toss a ball game, what chance will he have?
Nobody finds it out. Now stop yapping.
I always find out a dirty deal like this. Especially if you deal with a dog like Stacy.
Oh, please, Mrs. Douglas.
He'll be the first one to holler copper if it's found out. Because he's a stool pigeon at heart. Haystack. You ain't gonna do it.
Haystack. Where'd you get that gun?
Hattie, you go nuts? Put that away.
I'm gonna fix it so he don't bribe you.
Haystack. Haystack, Yeah, you can't prove a thing. Can't prove a thing on me.
Haystack. Honey. Haystack.
Did you have to make it? My left arm? Hattie?
Well, there was a big horror about the thing, but it comes out in the newspapers that Hattie aims for Stacy and hits Haystack, and of course Stacy brings no charges. When the doctors are through with Haystack, he will never pitch again. There is a big benefit game, and Haystack gets $25,000. Then he and Hattie go to the Pacific Coast, and the last I hear, he passes away being a respectable grocer. And Hattie? That is the payoff of the story, and one which I will tell you in a minute. Well, that is the story so far. Then, like I say when I first begin, Armand Stacy does a quick fade when he sees Hattie. Now, I am more than somewhat curious, so I get to where Hattie is.
Well, Broadway, how are you?
Just fine, Hattie. And you?
Good. A little older than when I saw you last.
You know, it is like old times seeing you here behind the Giants' dugout.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it is.
Wasn't that Armand Stacy you was with just a minute ago?
Hattie, I am not with him. Furthermore, I never am with him. He is always with someone.
I know what you mean. He seen me and he beat it.
Yeah, I guess he figures you are still mad that you missed him that day and hit Haystack.
Hey, Broadway, did I ever tell you where I come from?
Huh? No, you do not.
My father ran a carnival when I was a kid.
Seems to me this is a funny time to be giving me the story of your life.
Uh-huh. But you said Armand was scared of me. Thought I was still after him. You know, I minded the shooting gallery at the carnival when I was a kid. Got to be a pretty fair shot.
Yeah, I guess that would be natural. In fact, it would be unnatural for you to miss anybody you aim at close range.
Yeah, it would. Now,
Ladies and gentlemen, the battery for today's game.
Hattie,
For the Giants, catching Pinky Stanley. Pitching Darryl Douglas.
Hattie, is that...
yeah, a great left-hander, just like his father. But Broadway...
Huh?
That's where the resemblance ends.
And so ends the famous Damon Runyon story, Baseball Hattie. Listen in again next week for... The Damon Runyon Theatre. The Damon Runyon Theatre, with John Brown as Broadway, is directed by Richard Sandville, and the story is adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Vern Karstensen is in charge of production. This is a Mayfair production. The Damon Runyon Theatre. Once again, the Damon Runyon Theatre brings you another story by the master storyteller, Damon Runyon. And this one, The Big Umbrella. And to tell it to you, here is Broadway.
Thanks. Now, the Club 23 is a high-class trap which is patronized by the better-heeled element of citizens in New York. So what I am doing there one day goes back to when I am standing in front of Mindy's and I see Spider McCoy sneaking along the street. Now, Spider does not usually sneak. He walks like he owns the world, which he does not. So I watch him for a minute, then I catch up with him.
Oh, my goodness, Broadway, do not sneak up on me like this.
Huh? It seems to me you are the one who is sneaking. What is the idea of acting like an Indian spy?
I am trailing somebody.
Oh? Whom?
The big guy with the cutaway coat and striped trousers.
What is he advertising?
Advertising?
Unless he is out of his ever-loving mind, nobody wears a rig like that in broad daylight.
Listen, I just see him put the chill to a cab jockey down the street with one punch.
I see. Well, that explains why you are sneaking up on him.
No, it does not.
Like I say, it does not. Goodbye. I will leave you to your games. Drop in Mindy sometime. We will have a fast game of hide-and-go-seek.
Listen, Broadway, come along with me.
You want I should sneak with you? Why?
To meet the next heavyweight champion of the world.
With that, Spider grabs my arm, and we sneak down the street, following the big guy in the wedding outfit. But now I know why Spider is doing it. Anytime he sees a male human being who weighs an ounce over 175 and is just a shade taller than a short midget, he has got himself the next heavyweight champ of the world. But someday he might turn up a winner, so I go along with it. And the story of the guy we follow is quite a one indeed, and I will tell it to you in a minute.
Now, back to the Damon Runyon Theatre and the famous story, The Big Umbrella.
Like I say, we followed the big guy, who I can see is maybe just over 21, with shoulders like a battleship. In fact, he does look like a heavyweight. Then he turns into the Club 23, and Spider says to me,
He's got to stop this.
Stop what?
Going to nightclubs in the daytime. Come on, we will talk to him.
Spider, does it ever occur to you that maybe he does not want to be the champion?
What? Where is his ambition? Everybody wants to be heavyweight champion.
Not my mother.
You're a wet blanket. Say, there's Sammy.
The doorman? Look, Spider, he is only a middleweight at best.
We will ask him about the big guy. Come on. Well, Sammy boy.
If you are here to put the bite on the management of this club for a free squeeze, go away.
Please, Sammy, I am here for information.
Sure. Anything free you are here for. What do you want?
Who is the big guy in the split coat and the fancy pants?
Him? Just one of them ex-kings.
What?
Yeah. Some dictator puts the finger on this guy's country, and this guy fades and comes over here.
Well, he is really a king.
I tell you, he does not work at it. Look, Spider, he does not have a dime, and the chances are he just steps in and pinch a free meal.
We are going in to talk to him.
Spider, do not cadge in there, because I will get the bounce for letting you in.
Do not worry. I wish to buy this ex-king a sandwich. Come on, Broadway.
So I follow Spider inside. We spot the big guy sitting alone at a table. He is not a bad-looking citizen at all. In fact, he is the kind of a guy a doll would go for. Spider takes him by the arm, and we go to the ex-king's table, where the scene is as follows.
Well, Your Majesty. Fancy finding you here, of all places.
Good afternoon. I know you, yes?
Not yet. My name is McCoy, Spider McCoy, and this is my friend Broadway. Sit down, Broadway.
Yes, please do. Sit down, yes.
Look, Your Majesty.
My name is Jonas. I am no longer anybody's majesty.
Okay, Jonas. I will get right to the point.
I am hungry.
There it comes, Spider.
How hungry?
I ate yesterday. Yesterday morning.
Nothing since?
No.
Leave us go, Spider.
Wait a minute. I tell you what, Jonas, you listen to me for a minute, and I will take you home with me for a good home-cooked meal. How about it?
We will talk on the way, yes?
Spider, this guy is not only hungry, he is ready to eat hay if necessary.
Jonas, sit down.
Where do you live, yes?
Not far.
It will not take us long to get there, yes?
I wish he would give us a chance to answer the question.
It will take us 5 minutes in a cab. And speaking of cabs, I see you put out that cab jockey a while back. That is a nice right you have got.
Right? Jockey? Put out?
I will start over. You hit the cab driver.
Oh, that, yes.
He is a big guy, but you put him out like a light.
I am sorry.
It's okay. Now, what does he do to vex you?
Oh, nothing.
You hit him for nothing? Jonas, that is no way to get along with people.
You do not understand, yes?
Yes. No.
He runs from his cab. He is going to bump into me, so I hold out my hand. So, he runs into it, so he falls.
Yes.
You mean he knocks himself out?
I am sorry, yes.
Spider, you are now looking at the guy who holds the heavyweight championship for the shortest time in history. Leave us go.
Yes, leave us go for the home-cooked meal.
Wait, Jonas, look, you're broke, yes?
No, you are doing it.
Jonas, is that right? You do not have any scratch? Money?
That is right. And I find this somewhat necessary.
Then tell you what, we will talk in the cab. And I think I have a proposition that will interest you.
Well, the ride in the cab ends with Spider talking ex-King Jonas into prize fighting. He tells Jonas there are millions waiting for him. And this pleases Jonas, because he says that now he will be able to snap his fingers at this dictator, whose name turns out to be Poltaphus. Then we get to where Spider lives. His niece, Margie, keeps house for him, and she is a Judy of maybe 20, and a little more than somewhat all right. We get to the flat, and Margie opens the door, and the first thing she says is,
"Good grief, another big umbrella."
Margie, please, this is different. This is the next heavyweight champion of the world. Jonas, this is Margie. Margie, this is Jonas.
I am enchanted, Margie. I kiss your hand.
I never hear of a guy who kisses hands being heavyweight champ.
Ah, such delightful perfume you are wearing.
I was peeling onions. Okay, come in. There's enough for all of you.
This guy is the real stuff, Margie.
He's a bum like all the rest.
He will hear you.
All right, Uncle Spider. Supper's almost ready, fellas. Will you stay, Broadway?
Well,
Okay, I'll put a plate on for you.
Excuse me, yes? I wish to wash my hands. Yes, please.
Sure. Come on. I will show you.
You will excuse me, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
I love the smell in here. It's like food.
Oh, where did Uncle Spider get this one?
He stalks him down Broadway.
Oh, this is the fourth world beater in 3 months. Now he picks up one with an accent.
But this one is an ex-king.
Ex-king, ex-waiter, ex-anything. He's out of work.
No, this one is on the level.
I believe you. Nothing surprises me. Well, the next king won't be any bigger an umbrella than the others.
What do you mean by big umbrella?
They all fold up.
Oh. Margie, it seems to me that you have more than a few chances to get out of this. You are a very good-looking girl, and there are quite a number of citizens who think so.
Including you?
Definitely count me in.
Proposing, Broadway?
I do not think you would like my little hotel room.
Broadway, if I ever found the right guy, it should be a tent in Central Park. If only...
If only what?
Uncle Spider.
He holds up the whole thing?
Always chasing the end of the rainbow. Always looking for the next champion of the world.
Yeah, like a big kid.
Sure. You know, I'd be out of this place only 10 minutes, and he'd have half the characters in town sponging off him. He'd have this flat crammed with heavyweight prospects eating him out of house and home.
Sooner or later, you have got to think of yourself.
I guess so, sooner or later.
Who knows? Maybe this Jonas is the answer.
Him? Oh, 10 to 1 he's like all the others.
Why do you say that?
You say he's an ex-king.
That is correct.
Why is he an ex-king?
Well, it seems that a dictator named Poltarchus puts the finger on Jonas's country, and Jonas takes the win.
Beat it out, huh?
I guess so.
He comes over here and does exactly nothing. Walks around in fancy clothes.
Those are the only ones he has got. It seems he is locked out of his hotel room because of lack of scratch.
But he didn't try to get a job.
Well, not from what I hear.
He lets the dictator take away his country. He comes over here and lies down.
That seems to be it.
See what I mean, Broadway? Just another big umbrella.
Well, Spider starts the train Jonas. Then it comes up a month later, and Spider puts Jonas in the ring. Jonas wins. Not because he's a world beater, but because Spider picks the opponent with ever-loving care. This happens again and again. And what is more, the crowds go to see Jonas because they like the idea of watching an ex-king in short pants do his stuff. I admit he looks good, and the dolls go for him because he is more than somewhat handsome. Then it comes up 5 or 6 fights later, and we are all in Spider's flat celebrating another victory.
Yes, sir, Jonas. You stick with me and you'll be able to tell that dictator Poltarchus to go crawl in a knothole.
I will be heavyweight champion, yes?
Well, take it easy. We've got to build you up slow like. I do not want to rush this.
The fans are beginning to ask for better competition for Jonas, Spider.
Let them ask. Jonas is my boy.
Sooner or later, you gotta find out if he can take it.
The one that win over anybody I fight, yes?
Sure, you won all right, hands down.
Then I am good, no?
Oh, yeah, good.
Margie, what is eating you?
Nothing, Uncle Spider, nothing at all.
Maybe we better change the subject.
There is something wrong? What is the matter?
Nothing at all, Jonas.
Margie.
What?
Sometimes I think you do not like me, yes?
Sometimes you could be right, yes.
Look, let us do like Broadway says. Change the subject.
Sure, change the subject. But how long do you think you can string this out?
Meaning what?
You know what I mean, Uncle Spider.
What is all this talk?
Just that, Jonas. Talk. Margie, drop it.
I won't. One setup after another for this big umbrella. You know the fans just go to see him because he's an ex-king.
What is this you are saying?
Nothing. Forget it, Jonas.
See if he can take it. See what happens when you match him with a real good heavy.
Look, I'm doing the matchmaking and managing. Nobody else, see?
Sure, I see. I see, all right.
Where are you going?
In the kitchen, where I belong.
And with that, Margie disappears into the kitchen. Now, I figured there is something wrong indeed. And what it is, I will tell you in a minute.
Now, back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, The Big Umbrella.
Like I say, Margie fades into the kitchen. I tell Jonas and Spider to wait a minute, and I go into the kitchen. And what I hear there is...
No.
All right if I come in, Margie?
No. Leave me alone.
This is no time to be alone, doll.
Oh, Broadway.
Sure, I know.
You know what?
Lots of things. Beginning with the fact that you are more than a little in love with Jonas.
That plain, huh?
To me. But I see farther than the ends of a heavyweight.
I have to go and fall for a guy like that.
Well, there is no accounting for what makes people do things. However, there is nothing wrong with what you do. He is a nice-looking guy.
A big umbrella.
You do not know that for sure.
That's just it. I don't know anything for sure. Of all the guys for me to fall for him. He never did a lick of work in his life. He gets run out of his own country instead of standing up for his rights.
I can say nothing about that.
Well, I can. And he's fought nobody but set-ups, Broadway. He's a meal ticket for Uncle Spider, and he hasn't got sense enough to see it.
Look at it this way, doll. He knows nothing about the fight game. He thinks he is a world beater.
What'll happen when he meets a real heavy?
Maybe he never will.
I gotta know, Broadway. I gotta know what's inside him. If I'm in love with a guy, I want to know if he can take care of me when things are tough. Or if he'll fold.
Yeah, I see your point. Who is it?
It is Jonas. I may come in, yes?
No.
Sure he can. Come on in, Jonas.
I may come in, yes?
Where is Spider?
You went out for something. I...
What do you want?
I guess I will leave.
No, don't leave.
Okay.
Margie, why do you not like me? Is it that I do something to make you... What do you say? Sore at me?
No.
I like you very much. Yes, very much.
You do?
I remember nobody else I liked so much.
Well, that seems to be that.
It's not that simple, Broadway. Jonas, why did you leave your country?
Because Poltoffus made me leave.
Didn't you try to stand up to him?
To Poltoffus? But nobody does that.
You had a country, your people. You left them flat.
I could do nothing.
Why not?
Why? Because I do not know.
Did anyone else stay to fight against him?
Oh, yes. There were many who stayed.
But you, a king, you left.
Poltoffus is...
I'm not talking about him. I'm talking about you. What kind of a man are you?
Man? What kind? Broadway, what does she mean?
Well, seems to me that is a pretty good question she asks. Got an answer, Jonas?
No, I do not have an answer. I do not think about it before, I guess.
Then you better start now.
Sometimes I wonder why I did not stay in my country. But I am a king. But do you not see? I am to rule. I am born for that. All my life people tell me that. I have never, what you say, had to fight for anything.
I see. All right, Jonas. Let me tell you something. The men you fought in the ring were hand-picked. I could have licked them. Do you get it? Understand?
Margie, shut up.
Spider, what is this she says?
Do not pay any attention to her.
But she says that...
I make the matches. I do the managing.
Yes, you do. Jonas, ask him to get a real opponent for you. Ask him.
Jonas, you want money, don't you?
Yes.
The fans crowd in to see you fight because you're an ex-king. They will keep crowding in as long as you win. But once you lose, the money stops. Now figure it out.
Spider, take it easy.
Sure, but I do not take chances. Figure it out, Jonas. What can you do to make a living?
Why, nothing.
Uh-huh, nothing. A guy like you likes to live high. You cannot do it without scratch. Okay, either do what I say and keep on line in your pockets, or cut loose and go on the bread line. What'll it be? Well, Jonas, is it riches or rags? Take your choice.
Margie.
Take your choice.
Spider, I will do what you say.
And another big umbrella folds up.
3 or 4 more guys that Spider picks like an ever-loving wife picks a Christmas necktie. Margie puts the frost to Jonas, but I know she is very much in love with him. And from what I can see, Jonas is also an easy mark for Cupid. Of course, I see Margie's point. Being tied up with a guy who has no more spine than a dish towel is no fun. Then it comes on one day, and I'm sitting in my hotel room when somebody knocks. Come in, come in.
Broadway, I'm glad I find you. I'm in bad trouble.
Trouble, Spider? You?
I cannot find Jonas.
What? He is not at his hotel?
I go there. The clerk tells me Jonas gets a telegram in the middle of the night and takes the wind, but fast.
Who is this telegram from?
I do not know.
Where is Margie?
She is out looking.
Oh, well, where do you look so far?
Every place.
It seems to me you do not look every place, because Jonas is still missing.
Say, I just think of something.
What?
That telegram. Broadway. What if it is a telegram saying for him to go back to his country?
In which case, you are out one heavyweight.
No, he cannot do this to me.
Look, Spider, let us go back to his hotel.
I tell you, I was just there.
Okay, so Jonas does a fade in the middle of the night. Now, suppose he takes a cab to wherever he goes.
Huh?
Sure. There are not many hacks sitting around in front of his hotel that time of night. So, we find the jockey that drives Jonas to wherever he is going.
You are a Sherlock Holmes. Come on.
And that is what we do. It takes us 20 minutes to find the hacky, and he tells us that Jonas seems in a big hurry to get to a classy apartment house way out in Washington Heights. Spider has it no other way than we all go out there. I do not approve of this, because it seems to me that Jonas is a big boy now. But I, Margie, and Spider find ourselves a half hour later standing outside an apartment door, listening to something going on inside.
No, it is impossible, I tell you. Impossible.
You'll do as I say. It is the only condition.
The only one?
Yes, Your Majesty.
That is Jonas in there, all right.
And who's the other man?
I will get you 10 that it is Poltafus.
What is he doing here? He is trying to rob me.
Uncle Spider, let's get out of here.
No, I'm not going to let them steal Jonas from me.
Let's go.
Wait a minute.
What are you doing?
Taking a peek through the keyhole.
What do you see?
There's a guy in there, guy about 7 feet tall and just as big around.
What is happening?
Nothing. If that is Poltafus, he is wearing about 9 bushels of beard.
I do not care if he needs a shave or not. What is happening with Jonas?
He's just sitting there. Poltafus is looking at him. And there is a Judy in the room, too.
A girl? What does she look like, Broadway?
From what I can see, she is shading 40 and looks like Poltafus.
With a beard?
That is all she is missing. They are all just looking at each other. Now Jonas is going to stand up and...
Broadway, what is it?
I see enough. Poltafus gives Jonas a shove and pushes him back in the chair.
And Jonas? Broadway? Jonas?
He stays in the chair.
I think we'd better go.
No, Jonas has a contract with me, and I'm going in there.
You cannot.
But I am, and if the door is locked, I will break it in.
Hey,
Margie. Spider.
What is going on in here? Jonas, what is all this?
Who are you? What do you want here?
I want my boy Jonas.
Your boy? Your Majesty, who are these people?
They are friends, Poltafus.
So? Get out of here. Get out, or I will throw you out.
He looks plenty big enough to throw us out and have something to spare.
Spider, Margie, please go. There's nothing you can do here.
I guess not.
No, wait. I want to know what the pitch is.
They want me to go back to my country. The people want me back.
Do you want to go?
I wish to do what my people want.
Then what is the argument?
But first, Poltafus wants me to marry his sister.
What? That Chromo?
You call my sister?
I get it. You marry her, Poltafus has got an in, even if you are king.
Yeah.
You're crazy. You can't do it.
I have had enough of this stupidity. Now, get out. Get out.
No, they will stay.
What? What? You dare to contradict me?
I do not love your sister. I cannot marry her.
Why not, Jonas? Why not?
I love Margie.
Jonas.
Yes, I do. I will not marry that Chromo.
Jonas, you have insulted my sister.
Get away from my boy.
Keep out of it, Spider.
But
keep out of it.
Keep out. Well, Jonas, You will apologize,
I...
and you will marry her.
No!
Jonas! That will teach you to fall in love with a commoner.
You hear that? He calls Margie a commoner. I will cook her.
Stay out of it, Uncle Spider.
You will apologize, Jonas.
Please go. Margie, Spider, Broadway, please go.
Yes, it is all over.
Yeah, all over.
Margie, wait. I love you.
Sure.
I won't marry her. I won't.
I do not think you will get up this time.
Oh, he's killing my boy.
Hit back, Jonas. Hit back.
Hit back.
I will not marry her.
We will not argue about it.
Oh, Jonas, fight back, fight back.
Block the message, Jonas. Block him.
Jonas, keep jabbing your left. He's a sucker for a left. Keep jabbing.
The old 1-2, Jonas, the old 1-2.
Potapus is too big. Somebody call a cop.
No, let him go.
He is down again.
Somebody give me a gun.
Finish, Your Majesty.
No. Come on, Potapus. Come on.
Hurry.
Why? Who says the kid cannot take it?
He takes enough to ruin a dozen heavies.
Oh, Jonas, that's enough. Don't.
Now you. Get up, Potapus. Come on, get up.
I will kill you.
It looks like curtains for Mr. Potapus.
Now, get this. I will not marry your sister. You understand, Potapus?
I understand, Your Majesty.
And furthermore, I will go back to our country, and you will take orders from me. And I will marry Margie, and she will be my queen. Understand? You wish the old 1-2 again?
No, Your Majesty.
Margie.
What, Jonas?
You think you will like my country?
I'll love it. You big umbrella.
Umbrella? Broadway? What does she mean?
Nothing at all, Jonas. Nothing at all. So, that is that. Jonas goes back to his country with Margie as his wife. Spider goes with him because he will never let go of a good heavyweight. But that is not the end. The payoff comes sometime later, and I will tell you about it in a minute. It is a long time later, almost a year, in fact, that I am sitting in Mindy's, when I look up and who is standing there but Spider McCoy. He sits down and says,
Well, Broadway, how are you?
Great, Spider, great. But, you?
Fine.
It is almost a year since I see you. How are Jonas and Margie?
First rate. Happy and ever loving.
Well, I suppose you come back here to stay, huh?
Oh, no, I'm just here for a week. I am importing heavyweights to Jonas's country.
You are doing what? How is the crop?
Not so good. I do not see a one who can beat Kid Potapus.
Say that again?
Sure. I make Potapus heavyweight champ of Jonas's country.
Well. So you manage a champ at last.
Uh-huh. Well, I just dropped in for a minute. I have got to meet my wife.
Spider, when does this happen?
Oh, when we get to Jonas's country, I marry Potapus' sister.
That Chromo? Excuse me.
Oh, she is all right. She's very quiet and a fine cook.
But how does it happen you marry her?
Well, I see a great heavyweight prospect in Potapus. But he will not sign a contract with me until I marry that his sister.
And so ends the famous Damon Runyon story, The Big Umbrella. Listen in again next week for the Damon Runyon Theatre. The Damon Runyon Theatre with John Brown as Broadway is directed by Richard Sandville, and the story is adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Vern Karstensen is in charge of production. This is a Mayfair production. The Damon Runyon Theatre. Once again, the Damon Runyon Theatre brings you another story by the master storyteller, Damon Runyon. And this one, Earthquake. And to tell it to you, here is Broadway.
Thanks. One night I am sitting quietly in Good Time Charlie's place on 48, talking with Charlie, when we hear quite a commotion going on outside. I and Charlie listen for a minute, then he says to me,
"My goodness. It sounds to me like the gendarmes are raiding New York as a whole.
Those sounds are getting closer.
I wonder who they are after now. It is getting so a citizen has to be careful. Oh,
Look who comes in.
Holy mackerel. It is Earthquake.
Back way, Charlie. Open.
Earthquake, why do you come into my place and draw coppers?
Shut up. I want to know, is the back way clear?
Yeah.
Earthquake, what is the matter? What do you do that sets the coppers playing games with you?
How do I know? Might be any one of a dozen things. I got no time to recollect.
They are at the back, too, Earthquake.
Yeah. Ain't no other way out, is there?
Short of cutting a hole in the roof, you are trapped.
Me? Not me. Broadway, Charlie, get back out of the way.
You are not going to shoot it out.
Are you able to think of a better way? Get back.
Earthquake, think of the innocent bystander.
Nobody gets hurt but coppers. Now stand back and keep out of the road. They're coming in.
What else is there to do? I and Charlie duck down and wait for the party that is coming up. Earthquake pulls 2 Roscoes from his waistband, sizes up the defenses he has got, and waits. And what happens, I will tell you in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theatre and the famous story, Earthquake.
Like I say, Earthquake decides to shoot it out. And I say right here and now that I wish no part of being a copper when Earthquake is doing the shooting it out. In the first place, he is never afraid of anything. In the second place, he gets his name Earthquake because he is the strongest, biggest guy in the world. I think about this while I watch it and wonder if I will read the morning papers ever again.
Get ready, Broadway. Here they come.
What happens? They go away?
Ah, they got a trick up their sleeves. Charlie.
What?
That alley in back. Where does it go to?
It ends up backstage at the theater.
Uh-huh. They are figuring out a plan. Okay, so will I. I figure they got more men in front than back. Okay, I will try the back.
You are going?
I got no chance in here.
Goodbye.
This'll teach them to round me up. Which way do I run to get to the theater, Charlie?
To the right.
Okay, now listen. I'm gonna fling this door open. When I do, I'm going out shooting. You 2 duck down and you'll be all right.
This I will have to see.
When I count 3. 1, 2, 3. Get out of the way, come
He went out the back, that way.
fire, you dopes! Hold your fire! There's a crowd of people at the stage door!
We got into that crowd, Lieutenant Brannigan. We didn't have a chance.
You hit him?
No, sir, but it's Mulcahy, Lieutenant.
Okay, bad?
I think so, Lieutenant. Over there.
Mulcahy.
Bad, Lieutenant.
Just as bad as it could be.
Johnny Brannigan.
Huh? Oh, Broadway.
Okay, he's dead, huh?
Yeah. An earthquake got away.
Johnny, we can do nothing. He comes in
It's
here...
okay, I know. O'Brien?
Yes, sir.
Take care of this, will you?
Yes, sir.
Mulcahy. A wife and 2 kids, Broadway.
Yeah, I know.
Killed by a no-good... Charlie.
What, Johnny?
Where's your phone?
Right over there.
Thanks. Broadway, New York will be too hot for earthquake now. You'll leave. You'll get out somehow. But to help me, Hannah, I'm not going to let any other cop in the world get him. I'm going to bring him back myself if I have to turn in my shield and do it on my own. So help me, Mulcahy.
And when he says that, Johnny Brannigan's face is not good to look at. He is a tough copper at best, but the way he looks then makes me very glad my name is not Earthquake. Well, Johnny leaves after calling in a report, and the next I hear, he is going after Earthquake. The department gives him permission. In fact, they are glad Johnny takes the job, because if anybody can bring back Earthquake, it is him. Well, 5 months go by, and I see or hear nothing of either Johnny or Earthquake. Until one day, I am sitting in Mindy's when who walks in but Johnny. He comes to my table and sits down.
Hello, Broadway.
Johnny, how are you?
Fair. How's the sandwich?
Where? You are gone quite a while, Johnny.
Yeah. 5 months, 2 weeks, 3 days.
Uh-huh. Do you have a successful trip?
I guess you'd call it that.
I see. Do you care to join me in a sandwich?
No, thanks. I'm a little off my feed.
Yeah, I see you do not look so good. You have got very deep circles under your eyes. And you lose weight. Maybe you are sick, huh?
In a way, yeah. Want to hear about it?
I will listen.
You're wondering about Earthquake.
Well, I guess you can say that.
I found him.
Oh. I read nothing at all about it, Johnny. And I watch the papers every day since you leave.
You'd have to read the official reports to get anything.
Oh, I see. Where is Earthquake?
Central America.
Central... Okay, Johnny. If you do not wish to tell me, it is all right.
I told you I'd tell you. And I'm telling you. As a civilian.
A what? Johnny, you mean you are no longer on the force?
I don't know. I have to wait until the chief finishes reading my report. Maybe I'll still have my shield, maybe not. It all depends.
On what?
On whether they think I got Earthquake or not.
Johnny, look, are you going to tell me what happens or not?
Sure. Remember much about Earthquake, Broadway?
Oh, can I ever forget? He is the strongest guy in the world. Why, I remember the time in the Club 23 when he picks up little Mitzi in one hand and Harry the horse in the other and bangs their heads together like they were nothing but 2 very small dolls.
Uh-huh. I once saw him bend the bars at the jail.
Yeah, but why are you asking me all that?
Because his strength is the reason I didn't bring him back with me.
Johnny, are you or are you not going to tell me the story?
Yeah. When I left New York, I got a lead that Earthquake went to New Orleans. I hopped the plane after him. Sure, he went by another name, even dyed his hair and raised a mustache. But there was one thing he couldn't hide, his strength. He was proud of it, Broadway. Liked to show off. It was as good as a perfect set of fingerprints. Well, in New Orleans, I got a lead. There was a girl I went to see.
Who is it?
Special delivery letter.
Letter for me?
Yeah.
Hey, what's the idea?
Take it easy. You're not going to get hurt.
What do you want? Who are you?
Anybody here with you?
Sure. Lots of people. Now beat it before I call the cops.
You already got one. Take a look.
I ain't done nothing. What do you want me for?
I don't. Now step aside. You're alone, huh?
Yeah. Now look, cop, I tell you I ain't done nothing. Now get
Where's your boyfriend?
Boyfriend? I ain't got one.
You had one. A big guy. Calls himself Earthquake.
I never heard of the guy.
Maybe he had a different name. Maybe he took another name.
What's the matter?
Where'd you get this?
What do you care? Can't arrest me for having a horseshoe in my flat.
I know, but this one's bent straight. Do it yourself?
Smart guy.
Look, the guy who gave you this is wanted for murder.
Hey, look, I didn't know the guy at all. He just took me out a couple of times, that's all.
And gave you this as a keepsake?
Yeah. He was awful strong.
Where'd he go?
I don't know. All he said was he was going someplace where they could use a muscle man. He said he was going to make a lot of dough.
That all he told you?
Yeah. Except for one thing.
What was that?
Well, it wasn't nothing he told me. It was just that he kept trying to learn Spanish.
Spanish?
Yeah. No, that's all. Honest, I didn't know nothing about it.
Okay. Here. This is all you'll ever have left of him. Just keep leaving clues, Earthquake. Just keep leaving them. That was my first lead, Broadway. My first good one.
You mean that Earthquake keeps trying to learn Spanish and says he's going someplace where they can use a guy like he is?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but it still seems to me that you are looking for a needle in a haystack. Or maybe no needle at all. There are a million places Earthquake can go.
Sure, I knew that. But I kept on thinking of Mulcahy. It kind of made my brain work better. I got an idea. I went to see a guy at the Federal Building in New Orleans.
Federal Building? What for?
I had an idea, and the idea was pretty good, because the guy there told me.
I haven't got much to tell you, Lieutenant. As a matter of fact, I'd rather not say anything until given permission.
Look, the guy I'm after killed an officer with a wife and 2 kids. I gotta catch up with him.
Well, from what you told me, Brannigan, your friend is heading for Central America.
Yeah, why?
He's learning to speak Spanish. He said they, whoever they are, could use a good muscle man.
A gunman.
Yeah. Well, maybe a revolution would be the answer.
If he'd get dough out of it, it is the answer.
He would. But I'm not at liberty to tell you the country we suspect. However, here's a map of Central America. Now, this country, and this, quite peaceful. But...
What's the matter with the one you skipped over?
Nothing, yet. But there might be. Very soon.
Yeah, I see. Okay, thanks. And you didn't tell me a thing you shouldn't have.
Well, that is the story Johnny Brannigan tells me so far. But it is not all. Not by a long shot. And what happens when Johnny goes to Central America is something I will tell you about in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, Earthquake.
Well, I am very anxious to hear the rest of the story that Johnny Brannigan is telling me. So I listen while Johnny goes on.
So I went to Central America. It was hot, Broadway. Awful hot. That jungle was hot.
Jungle? What are you doing in the jungle?
I said I'd go through, and I did. The authorities knew a revolution was cooking, and they knew where to look for the guy stirring it up. Well, we're about 2 days in when the captain in charge says to me...
Well, maybe this is as far as you should go, Senor Browning.
Why? What's the matter?
Nothing, senor, but it might be dangerous. After all, I am responsible for you.
Yeah. I got a responsibility, too.
You want this man very bad. No, es verdad?
Yeah, I want him very bad.
I see. But if you wait here at this camp...
No, I'm going in with you.
You do not trust me, senor?
Sure. But something might happen to Earthquake before I get to him.
And you wish to take him alive, is that it?
Captain, there's a very hot seat waiting for him in New York State. I'm saving him for that.
Ah, yes, I see. Well, we had better be going then.
That's right. I just can't wait to see Earthquake. I just can't wait. I'll skip the next couple of days, Broadway. But we caught up with the guys who were cooking up the revolution.
Uh-huh. But do you find Earthquake?
Yeah, they caught him. And they were very careful to bring him to me alive. I'll never forget that, Broadway. The look on his face when he saw me. There he was, big as ever, stripped to the waist. I swear he looked like the biggest guy in the world, sweat pouring out all over him. Took 5 men to get him. Then he saw me.
Brannigan!
Hello, Earthquake.
You! How do you like this? You!
Not surprised, are you?
Knowing you, no.
We got a date in New York, Earthquake. A real hot one.
If we get back.
We will.
Maybe. When do we start?
Right now. Captain. Captain.
Lieutenant Browning.
You ready to go back?
Well, senor, there is difficulty.
Huh? What?
We must go farther into the jungle. We do not capture everyone.
Father, but I thought...
I'm sorry, senor, but you can go with us.
There's not any more fighting?
See, there is.
In which case, I could lose my prisoner if you're outnumbered.
Well, there is that possibility, yes.
Okay. I'll take him back myself.
I would let you have some of my men, Lieutenant, but I do not know the size of the force I will meet. You see.
Yeah, sure. Okay, Captain. Thanks for everything.
Por nada, Senor Browning. Please to excuse me now.
All right, Earthquake. On your feet. Let's go.
Sure, Johnny. It's a pleasure. Just you and me through that jungle. Just you and me. Tough going, Johnny?
Keep in front of me.
Scared, Johnny?
I can always put a hole in your head with this.
But you will not do it, Johnny. Because you want to see me in the hot seat. You want to lead me into New York by the nose and be a big hero. Nah. You won't plug me, Johnny. Will you?
Keep going.
You know, I can walk like this for days. Just days and days. How about you, Johnny? Shut up. Even with handcuffs on, I'm doing better than you. I might even be able to bust out of these bracelets.
Stop right where you are.
Sure. What's doing, Johnny?
Look. I'm going to take off those cuffs.
Huh?
Here, catch the key. Now, unlock those cuffs, and don't take a step toward me.
You'll plug me if I do?
Yeah. But not to kill, Earthquake. Not to kill. I'll put one where it'll take you a couple of days to turn in your checks. Ever see that done?
Sure. Okay, Johnny. Now what?
Put your hands behind you.
Slip the cuffs back on.
You're making it awful tough on me.
Like you did on Mulcahy's family.
I ever tell you I was sorry I do that?
Shut up! Put those cuffs back on.
Sure, Johnny.
Now drop that key. Drop it. Stand still. With your back towards me.
No, that's right, Johnny. I locked them.
Now, let's move.
You're forgetting the key, Johnny.
It stays right here. Because if anything should happen to me, I want to see you get out of this jungle with your hands locked behind your back.
So we moved on, Broadway.
Yeah. But go on, Johnny. What happens?
For 3 days, we walked through that steam bath. At night, I stayed awake and watched him.
What does he do?
Sleeps like a baby. And on the 4th day, we got out of the jungle and into a little town. There was a railroad junction there.
Well, then you are safe. Your troubles are over. Why, sure. Yeah, but wait a minute. What does happen to Earthquake? You say there is a railroad?
Yeah. Well, there wasn't a train due for 2 days. I parked Earthquake in a local jail. It was one of those jails with walls 3 feet thick and the big wood beams across the windows and doors. He was safe there. Then I went to get some sleep. Broadway? I slipped. Then all of a sudden something wakes me up.
Senor!
Come in. What's the matter? What's going on?
He's an earthquake, senor. You must get out of the house.
Earthquake?
See? Get out, senor. Get out. You will be killed here.
The jail. I gotta get to it.
Madre de Dios, senor, we will all be killed.
Come on, I gotta get to that jail.
We will all be killed.
This way, out into the street. Okay. Stay out in the open. You'll be all right.
No, do not leave me, senor. Do not leave me.
All right, come on.
The jail is this way.
I know. We're just a few more steps.
Well, out of bed early, ain't you, Johnny?
Where's the jailer?
He takes off at the first rumble. Looks like a real welcome for me. Earthquake and all.
You're getting out of there.
I'll take my chances in here, Johnny. And there ain't no way you can get me out.
You're coming out.
Yeah? Only if this place busts wide open, and I don't think it will. Look at the railroad tracks, Johnny. All heaved up in the middle.
Senor, look.
What's the matter with you?
The convent. The convent. They will all be killed in there.
Convent where?
Right across the street, Johnny. Looks like everybody's trapped.
Full of children will be killed, all of them.
Hey, there are kids in there?
Yeah, they're in a bad spot. That doorway's the only way they can get out, and it's sagging in right now.
Please do something, senor. Do something.
I can't do anything.
Johnny.
Shut up.
Look, if that doorway can be held up, there's a chance they'll all get out. But if it caves in, they're trapped. That roof's gonna crash in a minute.
What can I do about it?
Nothing. But a guy with a lot of strength can brace himself against that door and maybe hold it off for a couple of minutes. You think of anybody else big and strong enough to do it?
I'm taking you back to New York.
Sure, let them kids and nuns in there all be killed? Okay, I'll sit it out in here, I'm safe.
Senor, please, look, the door's getting smaller.
Shut up. I could hold it up for a couple of minutes, Johnny.
You can't get out of that jail.
You got a gun, shoot the lock off.
No.
Them kids in there are going to be smashed to bits, Johnny.
Okay. Come on.
Get
moving, Earthquake. Maybe even you aren't strong enough.
I can hold that up standing on my head. I could do better if my hands was loose, but you threw away the key.
Get in the doorway.
Yeah. Now look, I get myself wedged in like this, back against one side, feet against the other. Now get those kids and nuns out under my legs.
Okay. You kids, come on, this way. Come on, kids, come on.
Move fast.
Come on, you kids, come on, keep moving, will you? Come on, kids, get out, come on.
Hey, Johnny, there's a
couple of them laying down in there. Hurt. Go in and get them.
Kids, yeah. All right, kids, come on.
Up you go. Come on.
That's all of them. They're out.
There they are.
All right, Earthquake. Let's go. Come on.
Are you kidding? What for?
Earthquake, come on, I said.
Johnny, while you was in there, I could have got out and left the whole thing busting on you. But now, you better beat it, Johnny. I'm staying.
So you win after all, huh?
I got no wish for the hot seat. Better this way. Tell Mulcahy's family I'm sorry. Now, get out. Get out before I fold up and let this whole mess down on you. Get away, Johnny.
Well, that is the story that Johnny Brannigan tells me. But the story is not finished yet. And how it ends, I will tell you in a minute. Johnny gets up to where I tell you. Then he sits there for a minute before he says,
So, that's it, Broadway.
that is the end?
Yeah. All but one...
Excuse me, Lieutenant.
Huh? Oh, what's up, O'Brien?
Well, the chief told me to give this back to you.
Hey, that is your shield, Johnny.
Yeah, my shield. I guess the chief liked my reports. Okay, O'Brien, thanks.
So it's all right, Lieutenant.
So I'm still on the force, even if I didn't bring Earthquake back with me.
Well, look, Johnny, there is one question I would like to ask.
Yeah? What is it?
You and me know that Earthquake is a very strong guy. Now, you left him holding up that doorway like you said. Okay. It seems to me that knowing Earthquake, he is probably still holding it up.
He is very strong. Yeah.
So, you walk away without him. Do you put that in your report, too?
Yeah. With just one more thing.
And what is that, Johnny?
As I walked away, Broadway, there was one more big shock. It was such a heavy one that when I looked back at the convent, I see even a guy as strong as Earthquake isn't able to hold it off. And so ends the famous Damon Runyon story, Earthquake. Listen in again next week for the Damon Runyon Theatre. The Damon Runyon Theatre with John Brown as Broadway is directed by Richard Sandville, and the story is adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Vern Carstensen is in charge of production. This is a Mayfair production. The Damon Runyon Theatre. Once again, the Damon Runyon Theater brings you another story by the master storyteller, Damon Runyon. This one, The Bloodhounds of Broadway. And to tell it to you, here is Broadway.
Thanks. You know, at 4 in the morning along the main stem, one is apt to see many peculiar things. For example, it is about that time I am standing in front of Mindy's with Regret, the horse player. We are talking of things, mostly nothing, when we hear something happening at the curb.
Oh, please, just a nightcap?
I said no.
It's early. It's only 4.
It is too late as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Clay. Good night.
No, wait a minute, baby.
I said good night.
I guess she says good night, Broadway.
She does it with a great deal of gusto.
I do not blame her in the least.
Regret, who is the citizen she does not wish any more part of?
Him? That is Marvin Clay. You know him.
Oh, yeah. He has plenty of scratch.
Yeah, from his father. Yeah, there is a guy like Marvin Clay who is loaded. Here is a guy like me who is the opposite.
Will you take his money if you have to be him?
Yeah, that is something I do not care to offer an opinion on right now. Holy mackerel, Broadway, look at what is coming down this way.
From where I am standing, it looks like a citizen leading 2 ponies.
Broadway, those things are dogs.
Dogs? I never see dogs that big. It must be glandular with them.
Now, what do you suppose that strange-looking character is doing with dogs this hour of the morning?
Well, we get our answer to that in a couple of seconds. Also, what happens with the dogs and Regret and Marvin Clay is more than somewhat interesting, because it includes the gendarmes, a shooting, and something that is strange indeed, which I will tell you about in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, The Bloodhounds of Broadway.
Well, like I am saying, Regret spots the dogs and the character who leads them with 2 long ropes. They get up to us, and Regret says as follows.
Hi there.
Me? You talking to me?
Uh-huh.
Oh. Hi.
Well, one thing about being up this early in the morning, the conversation is not long and dull.
So long.
Hey, wait a minute.
Me?
Yeah, you. What are those dogs you have got there?
Mine?
Yeah, well, what kind are they?
Bloodhounds.
They have got ears like bed sheets.
How old are they?
Coming on 3. The yaller one's Nip and the brown one's Tuck.
3 years old, huh? What's the matter with them?
Nothing. Why?
Well, they are very wrinkled. Nip there especially. He looks like he has many things on his mind.
Yep. That's Tuck.
How are you, Duck?
Why does he make that noise, huh?
He smells food. He ain't et in 2 days.
Well, then get him away from my legs.
Nip's hungry, too. Come to think of it, so am I.
Wait a minute. You mean these poor animals do not eat for 2 days?
That's the size and passel of it, mister.
I do not like to see animals suffer. What do they eat?
Tain't particular. Long as it'll taste something like food.
Nip is looking at me. I do not like that.
Won't hurt you none, mister. Less'n you done something. They is man-tracking bloodhounds. Follow a man from one end of earth to other.
How do you like that? Gendarmes with fleas.
Tell you what. I do not like to see animals suffer. You bring them in Mindy's and I will set them up to some food.
I'm hungry, too.
Okay. Come on.
Hey, wait a minute, Regret. You are not figuring to take them Shetland ponies in Mindy's.
Why not? Guess it won't hurt them. Come on.
Well, several sirloin steaks later, plus borscht, goulash, soup, and various other articles of food, John Wangle, it turns out this is the citizen's name, wipes his mouth on his sleeve and settles back. Nip and Tuck are full, too, and are now sleeping with their ears over their eyes. Wangle tells us how he happens to be in New York with man-tracking bloodhounds from Georgia.
Well, mister, I brung Nip and Tuck north with the old-time Uncle Tom's Cabin show. Show went plumb bust, and me and the dogs did, too. First meal I had in 2 days.
Why do you not go back to Georgia?
Got no money.
Would you ever think of selling the dogs?
Sell Nip and Tuck? Not on your life, mister. They is the finest man-tracking hounds in the country.
Is there very much of a market for that work?
Nope.
Is there nobody you are able to write to, a relative?
Well, yep, my uncle's a sheriff, but I can't write. Come to think of it, wouldn't do me no good to write him anyway.
Why not?
He can't read.
I see. Well, what do you plan to do, Mr. Wangle?
I don't know. Make out best I can, I reckon.
Yeah, I hate to see animals suffer. Tell you what, Mr. Wangle, you drop by here now and then. I'll take care of the food.
That's right nice of you, mister. Maybe me and the dogs will be able to pay you back someday. That's Nip. Dreaming again. Dreaming of tracking somebody down.
Hi, Nip. Nice.
Mister, if you ever need anybody tracked down, just call on me and Nip and Tuck. We'll find whoever you want, no matter where.
Uh-huh. Meantime, where do you live?
Well, we've been staying at a public park north of here, but seeing as how Mr. Regret has taken an interest, I figure maybe moving in closer to town will be just about right.
So, Regret, because he is very soft-hearted about animals, takes the bloodhounds under his wing. But it seems that now he has to take the grub out on the sidewalk because Mindy objects. Naturally, Nip and Tuck grow very fond of Regret. So does John Wangle, because all three of them are beginning to fat up very nicely. In fact, in several days, the bloodhound's ribs become practically invisible, where before they stick out like bones on a well-picked heron. Then it comes up one night, and I am with Regret in the 300 Club, where the scene is as follows.
Now I ask you, Broadway, this is the life, huh?
It is all right.
Wonderful music, beautiful dolls.
Speaking of dolls, is that not Miss Lovey Lou sitting over there?
Huh? Yeah, it is. And soak me for a herring if she is not with Marvin Clay. Broadway, it burns me when I think of a very nice doll like Lovey Lou being with a heel like Marvin Clay.
Well, he is a very well-heeled heel. Miss Lovey Lou is not one to overlook fine points like that.
I will thank you not to talk about Lovey in that manner.
Oh, it seems like you take an interest in her.
I am interested, yes. I am interested. What is happening over there?
It seems to me that Marvin Clay wants to dance without getting up.
Why, dirty... I'm going to put a stop to it.
It is none of your business, Regret.
I'll make it mine.
Do not be a sap.
I'm going to smash his ever-loving face into pieces. Come on.
Regret, do not bother yourself.
It is no bother. It is more like a play.
You will be bounced out of here.
Please behave yourself.
Now,
take your hands off Miss Lovey Lou.
Who the devil are you?
Take your hands off her.
That's what I keep telling him.
I will give you a split second to unhand her.
Go away, you idiot.
Mr. Clay, I am going to unhinge your head from the rest of you.
Oh, you dare, and I'll have you thrown into jail so fast.
You asked for it, Mr. Clay.
Get you for this, you
tout. Get up and get out of here, fast. Go on.
You heard what the man said. Beat it.
You'll hear about this.
Yeah. Come on, Lovey Lou. It's all right, everyone. Just a little accident. That is all.
Regret. That was wonderful.
Oh, it is nothing, Lovey. Any time at all.
Regret? I think you are in trouble.
Me? Why?
Marvin Clay is not the kind of a citizen who will take this laying down.
Then I will see that he lays down. Huh. Meanwhile, I have a dance with Miss Lovey Lou. How about it, Lovey?
I think that'll be just lovely.
It will be just lovely, she says. And it is. It seems Regret falls for Miss Lovey Lou, and for the next week he sees a great deal of her. In fact, he cannot miss, because she is in the floor show at the 300 Club, and one is able to see a great deal of all the dolls there. Anyway, it seems he forgets all about John Wangle and Nip and Tuck for some days. Then it comes up one morning, and I am again standing in front of Mindy's at about 4 a.m. when I see somebody coming to work. And who is it but a police inspector by the name of McNamara? And he says to me...
Morning, Broadway.
Good morning, Mac. What brings you out before the sun?
Trouble, nothing but trouble.
What is this particular trouble?
Looking for a friend of yours.
That gives you trouble?
In this case, yeah. Broadway, where's Regret?
Regret? Why, I do not see him for almost a week. In fact, it is about a week.
Sure?
Sure.
Well, I guess you're telling the truth.
Is there any particular reason you are out this early looking for Regret?
Well, yeah, I guess you could call it a particular reason.
I see. Like I say, I do not see him.
Yeah, like you say. Guess I got to tramp all over town together.
Oh, he could be in any one of several hundred places. But you do not yet tell me why you look for him.
You know Marvin Clay?
I hear of him, yeah, but I am not on speaking terms.
Have a fight?
No, I just do not know him well enough.
I see. How about Regret?
Regret?
You remember Regret. We just talked about him a couple of seconds ago.
What about him? And Marvin Clay?
Well, it seems that Regret and Clay had a few words about a week ago. And from what I heard, Regret gave Clay 5 fingers in a knot.
So?
So about an hour ago, I got a call to see a man who was shot.
Shot? With a gun?
It seems reasonable to draw that conclusion. Seeing as how there were some holes in Mr. Marvin Clay.
Clay? And Regret?
I got to ask Regret a few questions, and What is a steamboat doing up this far?
Those are dogs. Bloodhounds.
Oh, my cats. Look at the size of them.
Morning, Broadway. Take it easy, Nip, now. Settle down, Tuck. Settle down.
Get those horses off the side.
Yeah, you better run along, Wangle.
He ain't here again, huh?
No, he is not here, but he will be later. Now run along. Here, take this bob and buy something.
We sure miss Regret.
Regret? Regret the horse player?
Best friend man a dog ever had.
Wait a minute. You know Regret?
Just slightly, Inspector. The dogs have a sniff in acquaintance.
Shut up, Broadway. You. What's your name?
Wangle. Why?
These are bloodhounds, aren't they?
Best man trackers in the whole world.
Yeah. Well, now run along, Wangle.
I told you to shut up. Wangle, these dogs know Regret pretty well.
Why, I reckon Nip and Tuck could sniff out Regret from all the people in the whole world.
Just suppose Regret had been someplace and had gone. Could these dogs track him down?
Mister, even if the trail's more than a day old, they can do it.
Okay. Here's where I save some legwork. Come along.
Where to?
You want to find Regret, right?
Wangle, do not listen
Shut
to
up. How about it, Wangle?
Mister, you could just show Nip and Tuck where Regret was last, and they'll get to him in no time at all.
So, that is that. I figure Regret is crooked. And what comes after is something that the main stem will never forget. And how it ends is quite a story, which I will tell you in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, The Bloodhounds of Broadway.
Well, there we go, off into the cold gray morning. McNamara has it no other way than I go along. I do not know why, but there I am at 4:15 a.m., tearing along behind Nip and Tuck, who are taken to the scene of the shooting. They sniff around, then both of them put out about a yard of tongue, dig in, and the next thing I know, we are a sight to behold indeed. Nip and Tuck are leading. Behind them is John Wangle holding the lead ropes. Then comes Inspector McNamara, and then me, followed by 10 gendarmes.
Hey, Wangle, slow him down a little.
Mister, when Nip and Tuck are after somebody, they go like greased lightning.
Poor Regret. And after all he does for those flea circuses.
Saves me plenty of legwork. Wango, sure those dogs are going in the right direction?
Mister, they ain't never made no mistake in their whole life. If Mr. Regret went this way, they know it.
If it is all the same to you, Mac, I will get off here.
You're going along, Broadway. You're going to help me find it.
Hey, stop, mister. This is where Mr. Regret is.
Right. There's nothing but an old garage.
Can't help it, mister. Nip and Tuck know this is where he is.
Well, quiet him down.
Sure, Nip, Tuck. Quiet now. Easy now. Easy.
What is Regret doing in this old garage?
What do you think? Hiding out. Boys, spread out. Kelly, Rabinowitz, get around to the back. Burton, take 3 men, cover the sides of this place. Rest of you back me up when I go in the front here.
Where do you want me, Mac? Home?
Keep off to one side. Regret's got a rod. Well, careful, boys. You're going in for a desperate man. All right? Take off. Okay. Here we go, boys. Wolf, kick open that door. If it ain't open, shoot it open. All right, Regret, you're covered. Drop the gun.
What am I?
Stand where you are. Stand still, every last man of you. Well. A crap game. Maybe you guys ain't read the law about it.
But where is Regret?
Mister, Nip and Tuck want to get going again. Mr. Regret ain't here, but he was.
Yeah. Okay, we'll go in a minute. First, I want to take down some names of certain citizens who are breaking the law by shooting craps. Line up. Line up and give your right names.
Well, McNamara makes this haul, and we take off again with Nip and Tuck leading the way. They make stop after stop. By this time, there is quite a crowd following, because it is by no means a usual thing to see a troop of gendarmes chasing after 2 bloodhounds who have got their bellies close to the paper. Every now and then, the dogs let loose with those loud wails, and the result is a lot of citizens hurt themselves leaping from windows and fire escapes, figuring somebody's after them. Then Nip and Tuck make another stop, and the scene is as follows.
Look, Wangle, this is the 18th stop we've made. Where is Regret?
I can't help it, mister. Every place Nip and Tuck stopped, Regret was there.
He is quite busy. So far, we break up 3 crap games, 2 poker parties, various and sundry other illegal enterprises, and etc. Wangle, these dogs are nothing but stool pigeons.
I can't help it, Mr. Broadway. I go where Nip and Tuck go.
All right, Wangle. We'll try this joint.
Hey, wait a minute. This is no joint. This is where Miss Maud Milligan lives.
So?
She is Big Sam's friend. And I wish no part of being any place that Big Sam might be.
We're going in. All right, boys. Once more. This may be it. Spread out.
Your gendarmes are becoming pretty tired, man.
Oh, shut up. All right, Wolf. Give the buzzer a punch.
Yeah, who is it?
Open up, Maud. Inspector McNamara.
Hey, What's the idea? Waking me up in the middle of the night.
Open up, we'll break the door in. Take that chain off. Ready, boys. All right, Wangle, let him loose.
Elephants!
Wangle, quiet him down. Get him.
Yeah, talk down now, down. Settle down, boy.
Well, those ain't no things to scare a girl with at 5 in the morning. You get him out of here.
Where is he, Maud?
You get him out. Huh? Who?
Quit stalling. I want regret.
Are you kidding? Oh, I ain't heard nothing like that in my whole life. And he's looking at me.
Listen, Maud, I want regret.
Guess he ain't here either, mister.
What? Listen, Wangle.
I can't help it. But they want to get going. Come on.
Well, then you let them. And you, McNamara, I'm going to see my alderman, the mayor, and maybe the governor about this.
No,
You've got
boy.
no right breaking in here and making a zoo out of my apartment.
Look,
I'm going to sue you. I'll have you thrown off the force. I'll see the newspaper boys and tell them how you go around with... Will somebody tell me what they are?
Bloodhounds, Maud.
Well, I ain't Eliza, and I ain't never been an ice skater. Now get up.
All right, Maud, all right. Don't get sore. Just a mistake.
Well, don't you ever make another one like it.
Well, McNamara gets out. So do Nip and Tuck. By this time, McNamara is no dog lover, and I know he never will be. But he gives Wangle one more chance to find regret or get thrown in the tank for obstructing justice. So off we go again. And we end up at the Club 300. And this time it is the end of the trek. Because sitting over the table with Miss Lovey Lou is nobody but regret. Nip and Tuck take one look, and before anybody knows what happens, they are across the floor and practically in his lap, licking his face. Mac is right after them.
There he is, boys. Get him.
Hey, what is going on? Wango, call him off. Get him away from me.
And all this comes from being kind to animals.
Wango, get him away from him. Get him away. I want him alive for the shooting of Marvin Clay.
No!
Wango, do something. I can't see regret.
No! Don't let them take him, Broadway!
If you are able to think of how I can stop 11 coppers, do so now or forever hold your peace.
Oh, it's all my fault. It's all my fault.
Maybe so, but it is too late to think about it now.
You don't understand, Broadway. Regret didn't shoot Marvin Clay. I did.
Oh, sure. Huh? Listen, come over away from this real fast. Come on. Now, what is this you say?
True. It's true he's a healer.
Maybe so, but there is the law against shooting even heels.
What'll they do to Regret?
Does Regret know you shoot Clay?
No. What'll they do to Regret?
What do you think?
Broadway, it was an accident. I swear it was an accident. I found out he was going out with my baby sister.
I never know you have one.
I do. I went to see Marvin Clay. He laughed. He took a gun out of a drawer and said I had to get out. And I got mad. I slapped him and there was a fight. The gun went off.
Yeah, I see. But what about Regret?
Broadway, I'll tell him what really happened.
And you better hurry up before one of two things happens. Either he is taken to the pokey, or he is swallowed by those dogs. Well, a few minutes later, they untangle Regret from Nip and Tuck. By this time, he is pretty done in. But Wangle says the dogs are just playing. But this is not the end of the story. In fact, there is quite a bit more. And I will tell you the payoff in just a minute. Like I say, Regret is untangled from the dog. McNamara arrests him, but Miss Lovey Lou comes forward with her story. The upshot is the whole bunch are taken to headquarters, including me. Well, of course, I am released because I am just an innocent bystander. Well, it is 2 days after all this that I am sitting in Mindy's when in comes Regret, all dressed up, and he has 2 suitcases with him. He sits down and says,
Hello, Broadway.
Regret, I am glad to see you.
Yeah. I am leaving town, Broadway.
I see you are carrying suitcases. And it seems to me you look more than somewhat nervous.
Uh-huh. I'm just killing time before I leave.
How does the whole thing turn out, Regret?
All right.
Yeah, I hear that Marvin Clay is not dead. Also that he does not prosecute Miss Lovey Lou.
Yeah, that is correct. Because he does not want unfavorable publicity.
Sure. By the way, what becomes of Wangle and Nip and Tuck?
Oh, they are ingrates. But they are sent back to Georgia. It seems some of the boys take up a collection which sets them up for life. Because they are very dangerous to have around here. They get plenty people in trouble the night they look for me.
Yeah, they do. I can see why certain citizens rather take chances with the gendarme than with Nip and Tuck.
Exactly. So, I am leaving town for a while.
Oh, you and Miss Lovey Lou are going on a honeymoon?
I am through with Miss Lovey Lou.
What? But she saves you from trouble. You know she does not have to say anything. You are the logical suspect for the gendarmes to collar. And it would be tough for you.
No. But I do not like to be married to any doll who handles a rascal, even by accident. Think what would happen.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Well, then, why are you leaving town?
Broadway, what is the last stop Nip and Tuck make before they find me?
Crab King, the Poke... Oh, Maud Milligan's place.
Aha. Well, Big Sam is out of town at the time. But I hear he is coming back. Now, I am going to leave town for a while because maybe if he hears about Nip and Tuck going to Maud's place, Big Sam might get the wrong idea. Goodbye, Broadway.
And so ends the famous Damon Runyon story, The Bloodhounds of Broadway. Listen in again next week for The Damon Runyon Theatre. The Damon Runyon Theatre, with John Brown as Broadway, is directed by Richard Sandville, and the story is adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Vern Karstensen is in charge of production. This is a Mayfair production. The Damon Runyon Theatre. Once again, the Damon Runyon Theatre brings you another story by the master storyteller, Damon Runyon. And this one, The Willie of St. Pierre. And to tell it to you, here is Broadway.
Thanks. Well, there are four of us, including Louis the Lug, sitting in Good Time Charlie's little joint one Tuesday morning about 4 o'clock, doing a bit of quartet singing. Very low, so as not to disturb McNulty, the cop on the beat outside. We are about halfway through a song when this happened.
In a cabin, in a canyon.
That's very pretty, boys. Very pretty. I am sorry to bust it up. Don't reach for that rod, Louis. Don't. You do, and I'll make you look like a used punch board.
Jack of Hearts. Why, I do not even know you are in town.
No, I guess not. How are you, Broadway?
Just fine. And you?
Tired. Louis, sit still.
Now, look, Jack, unless you and me have a few words.
Sure. A few words.
Jack.
What do you want, Charlie?
Look, please do not make no trouble in my place. Please, Jack.
Trouble? This ain't no trouble at all, Charlie. I didn't think you'd have the nerve to come back here, Louis.
Jack, why are you making all the fuss about just a
Don't
little...
finish that, Louis. Don't finish it, or I might put a period to it with this.
Jack, I ask you, please, not here.
I come a long way to do this, Charlie. I ain't particular where it happens.
You're crazy, Jack. You'll burn for it. It ain't worth it.
No? Tell you what, Louis. We'll all sit here and I'll tell a story. and we'll let the rest of the boys decide whether it's worth it or not. Kind of like a jury. What do you say?
You mean you will listen to us?
Yeah.
You promised us?
I promise.
Well, Jack of Hearts, I know you are a guy who never goes back on a promise. You have got that reputation. Okay, we will make the deal.
Fair enough.
You guys are all nuts. There is a copper outside. He will hear the shots, and you will all be part of the deal.
You seem pretty sure what our answer is going to be, Louis. Even before we hear Jack's story.
Yeah, he is afraid, Broadway. But I am not. Okay. You all settle back, and I will spill the peace.
So, there we sit, the six of us, and we wait for Jack to start his story. And what that story is, I will tell you in a minute.
And now back to the Damon Runyon Theatre and the famous story, The Lily of St. Pierre.
Like I say, there we sit. Jack's Roscoe is pointed right where it will separate Louis's breathing from the rest of it. And Louis is staring down at the rod and sweating so that the stiff collar he is wearing just turns over. The rest of us are looking at Jack, who never takes his eyes off of Louis. And Jack begins as follows.
Maybe you guys remember about a year ago when I'm doing a job for John the boss.
Yeah, I remember, Jack.
Uh-huh. Well, the job takes me up into Canada on a boat. We get into a little trouble with gendarmes, and we make a run for it one cold night when it is raining. It seems that I get a bad cold, and it gets worse. In fact, it develops into pneumonia, and I pass out. Now, a guy with pneumonia is no citizen to have along on a tough job. So John the boss leaves me off in a place called St. Pierre. Remember it, Louis?
Look, Jack.
Shut up. Anyway, I get pretty sick. When I wake up, I find myself in a nice little house, listening to a funny kind of sound. Don't come no closer.
Ah, you are awake at last. Good.
Oh. What happens to me?
You are very weak. You were very ill, monsieur.
Hey, who are you?
I am Dr. Armand Dorval. Your friends leave you here.
Oh. What's that noise?
Noise? Oh, the fog warning. It is out in the harbor.
Harbor? Where am I?
The village of St. Pierre, Newfoundland.
How long have I been here?
3 days now. But it is better if you rest, not talk. Are you hungry?
Yeah. Hey, I am.
Good. But only broth at first, then more solid food.
Wait a minute, you.
Oui, monsieur?
Where you going?
To get you some broth.
Uh-huh. Look. Any coppers around?
Coppers, monsieur?
Gendarmes.
Oh, you speak French.
You kidding? Just answer my question. Any coppers?
But no, monsieur.
Okay. But be careful.
But yes, monsieur.
Who's it?
I brought you something to eat. May I come in?
Just like that, you bust in.
You better eat this while it's hot.
Hey. Who are you?
I'm Lily. What's your name?
Jack. Jack of Hearts.
Jack of Hearts.
That funny?
Is that your real name?
Jack is.
Here, take some of this.
Oh, what are you trying to do? Boil me alive?
It's hot.
No. Ice cold.
Why is your name Jack of Hearts?
Why you want to know?
Because it's an odd name.
Yeah. Ever play poker?
No. What is it?
Card game.
No. I've never played cards.
No. Well, anytime I get a jack of hearts in stud poker, I stay in the pot and win. Get it?
No.
And skip it.
Yes.
Hey.
Yes?
I'm sorry I blew my top.
Blew your top?
Don't nobody around here talk English?
I do.
Yeah. Come to think of it, you don't talk like the old guy. Anybody'd think you're American.
I was raised in the United States, just across the border in a convent.
Oh. Say, who is the old guy?
Dr. Dorval.
Sure, he tells me that, but who is he?
My grandfather. When my father was killed, I came here to live.
Old man killed, huh? Run with a mob?
What?
Skip that, too.
The broth's getting cold. Grandpa says you've got to eat it.
Where's he now?
Downstairs. Why?
Just wanted to know. Your name is Lily, huh?
That's right.
Yeah. Look, why do you keep staring at me? You never seen a guy before?
Not like you.
I'm different or something?
Yes.
How?
I don't know. You just look different.
Will you stop gawking at me like I'm in a zoo?
I'm sorry, but...
But what?
I won't tell you.
Look, Lily, don't bring up subjects and then drop them. Why am I different?
I guess it's your mouth.
I'm sorry. I'll trade it in on something else. Maybe another pair of ears.
You're angry at me.
Me? Nah.
Your mouth is hard. Why do you keep your lips pressed together?
Because I breathe through my nose. Now, look,
That's better. Now your mouth is like your eyes.
Huh? Oh.
Nice and pleasant.
Nuts. Beat it and let me eat my soup. So that's how I meet Lily and her grandfather. You remember Lily, Louis?
Jack, let's go someplace.
Louis. The boys here got to hear the rest. Then they got to be a jury.
We are listening, Jack.
Sure. But like I say, I meet Doc Dorval and Lily. She's only 16. Pretty. With eyes that look like they're looking at the whole world at once. Well, a few days go by with Lily taking care of me, and then I get so I can use my pins without wobbling around. The fog warning stops blowing, and it's pretty there. So one day I go downstairs, and outside for the first time, Lily's in the garden, and she's...
Jack, glad to see you.
Oh, hiya, Lily.
Oh, you're up.
Yeah. Feel like somebody goes over me with some rubber hose. Knocked out.
A few days of this air, and you'll be all better.
Sure I will. That the village over there?
Yes, that's Saint Pierre.
Yeah, it is pretty, ain't it?
Would you like to go over in the boat when you feel well enough?
No, I'll stay here.
Why don't you want to go?
I'll stay here, I said.
Oh, I've never been anyplace else but the convent and here. Sometimes I think I'd like to go someplace.
Yeah? Lily?
What, Jack?
Don't.
Don't what?
Don't get that kind of idea in your head. You belong here. Like
what?
How do I know? I ain't Shakespeare. I'm going inside now.
Good evening, Monsieur Jacques.
Oh, Doc.
I look for you. I miss our checker game.
Sorry. Didn't feel like it tonight.
You care if I sit by you here?
Why should I?
You like the view here, yes?
Yeah.
It is a lonely spot, but it keeps you company, mais non?
You're as screwy as Lily. Half the time I don't know what you're talking about.
I think maybe you are a lonely man, Jack of Hearts.
Who wouldn't be in this?
You like it here, yes?
Sure.
You pretend you do not, but you do.
You got good eyes, Doc.
I do not need eyes for that. When is it you fall in love with Lily?
You get screwier and screwier. She's just a kid, 16.
She is a woman.
Ah.
I like you, Monsieur Jacques de Coeur.
What?
Your name in French.
What makes you think I fall for her?
It is true, oui?
No.
You do not lie well, Monsieur Jacques. I like a man who does not lie well. As though he is not accustomed to doing it.
Brother, have you got me pegged wrong?
What?
You don't know me, is what I say.
I know that you are brought here very sick. I know that the men who bring you here are very hard men. When a man's life is at stake, I do not ask questions. Will you go back to them, Jack of Hearts? Huh?
What else?
I thought perhaps...
Don't think nothing. And as for that crack about me being off my rocker for Lily, that's a big yuck. That's English for laugh.
Well, that is the story Jack of Hearts tells us so far. But there is more. Lots more. And what happens, I will tell you in a minute.
And now back to the Damon Runyon Theatre and the famous story, The Lily of Saint Pierre.
Well, we still sit there looking at Jack of Hearts, who never takes his eyes off of Louis the Lug. By this time, Louis' collar is nothing like a collar, and his eyes are looking so hard at the rod pointing at him that they look like glass marbles. And Jack says as follows.
So I leave St. Pierre that night. Sure, the old man pegs me. I fall for Lily. A wrong guy and a right doll. Then sometime later, who is it runs into me in Chicago but this...
Jack, please.
Not yet, Louis. But you are hot at that time. You need a place to hide out. Where do I take you? Tell him, Louis. Where do I take you?
St. Pierre.
What? Jack, you mean you take him there? But why?
I tell myself it is to do him a favor until the heat is off him, but it is because I want to see Lily again and the old man. So we get to St. Pierre, and old Doc Dorval acts like I am his son. He is that glad to see
Jacques, Jacques, it is wonderful to see you again. We miss you when you are gone, and you live without a word. Why?
We'll talk about that later. Right now, is it okay I bring a friend with me?
Oh, but yes, certainement, oui.
Well, don't get too happy, Doc. You ain't seen him.
Oh, he is your friend. He is mine.
Jack. Oh, Jack, it's so wonderful to see you again.
Nice to see you, too, Lily. How have you been?
Why didn't you say goodbye?
I don't like to.
Yes?
You're different.
A bit older, Jacques.
Yeah. A bit older.
Hey, what's going on? I'm sitting out there in the car like a pigeon.
Take it easy, Louis. This is Doc Dorval. Doc, this is my friend.
I am pleased and honored, monsieur.
Yeah. So this is a joint, huh, Jack? Brother, this ain't a hideout. It's a tomb.
Shut up.
Huh? Oh, sure. Hiya, babe.
Her name's Lily. Get it straight the first time.
Okay, so I'll call her Lily. I'm going to give the police a case.
Don't pay no attention, Doc. He shoots off his mouth all the time.
I understand, Jacques.
Yeah, I knew you would. You know, it's just like being back home again. Louis?
Yeah, it's me.
Where you been?
Walking around this tomb 3 days here, and I'm talking to myself.
Keep it that way.
Sure. How long's that racket keep up?
Till the fog's gone.
How do you get any sleep?
Tell you what, you don't like it here, why not hop back to the States? You'll run into lots of company there. Plenty of people to talk to, including a DA, maybe.
Okay, no offense. I'm just going to dinner in this burg.
Maybe you'll get to like it.
Huh. How'd you find this joint?
What's the difference? It's safe.
Yeah. Only I'm thinking it's funny. You talked me up here, you know, a million other places.
This is safer.
Maybe prettier, too, huh?
Meaning?
The doll. What's her name, Lily? You hear me?
I hear you.
Mind if I turn on the light in here?
Leave it off.
Okay.
Think of a joke?
Yeah. Real funny one.
Like what?
You ain't kidding me, Jack.
Kidding? What am I kidding about?
The doll. Anytime a cookie like you holds up a joint like this, there's got to be a good reason, okay? She's a good reason. Plenty good. I don't blame you. Why, you... I'll cook you. You slug me.
You want to start cooking, Louis?
I get it.
And keep it.
Sure. So you fall for it, huh? Do you tell her?
No.
Okay. It was a nasty slug you put on me, Jack.
Anytime you want to try to get it back, I'm here.
I would never think of it, Jackie. I would just never think of it.
It is about a week after what I just tell you when I am sitting down by the sea. It is a dark night, and just like before, old Doc Dorval comes and sits.
Good evening, Jacques.
Hiya, Doc.
Jacques, I must talk to you.
Sure, Doc. What about?
Lily.
Yeah? Anything wrong?
I do not know, Jacques, but your friend...
Louis? What about him?
Is he the right man for Lily?
Doc, what's been going on?
You do not know?
I don't, I swear it, Doc.
He talks to her.
Oh, Jacques, she's so young. She knows nothing of people and the world.
Okay, that's enough. Where's Louis?
With her. No, in the garden.
Come on.
Yeah, that's right, baby. Now, there ain't no place in the world like New York.
Yeah, there ain't. That's why you're going back, Louis.
Jack.
What are you, gumshoe?
Get out of here, Lily.
No, Jack. We were just talking.
I know. Get out. Doc.
What, Jacques?
Take her back to the house.
Oui? Lily, please.
All right.
Okay. Now.
What's eating you, Jack? So I'm giving a kid a line. It don't mean nothing at all. Just passing the time.
Yeah.
Guy can go nuts here if he don't find anything for laughs.
We're leaving tonight.
You're kidding. The heat's still on me.
I'll buy you a fan. We're leaving tonight.
Can't get to first base with her yourself, huh? That it? That's the second time you do that, Jack.
Want to feel a third?
Okay, forget it. Only let's get out of this bike.
So we get out that night, and I don't say goodbye to Lily and the old man this time either. But you get away, don't you, Louis? You find a hideout in Maine. Then you go back to St. Pierre. You talk big to Lily. The kid thinks you're on the level.
So what happens, Jack?
One day, about a year later, I am in Detroit. I am standing on a corner when up comes little Joe.
Hiya, Jack, Hart.
Hiya, Joey. What's new?
Nothing. Oh, I run into a friend of yours the other day.
Yeah? Who?
Louis the Lug.
So, what's he doing in Detroit?
Dunno. Picked up with a mob, I think. Anyway, he leaves yesterday.
That's good. I'll enjoy the town better.
Yeah, I know what you mean. That guy's the #1 heel. Ditches some doll when she, gets to be too much trouble. She was a cute kid, too.
Huh? Cute kid? Who?
Some doll he hits town with. And him with a wife and 2 kids in St. Louis.
Joey, what doll? What did she look like?
Hey, let go of my coat. What's ID? You want the suit? I'll give it to you.
What doll? What's her name?
What's burning you?
Give me the name, the doll.
I don't know. Louise, Lillian.
Lily?
Yeah, Lily, that's it.
cute little trick. Black hair, eyes big like manhole covers.
Where's she now?
For the love of Mike, let go of my coat.
Where is she?
Well, from what I hear, the General Hospital, Hey, where you going? Oh, there's a guy really off the beat.
This is the charity ward. Please stay only 5 minutes. The other patients...
Yeah, Doc, 5 minutes.
There she is.
Where? Huh? That ain't her. It's a mistake.
I'm sorry. That's Lily Dorval. Remember, 5 minutes.
Lily.
Grandpa?
No, it's me. Jack of Hearts.
Oh, Jack.
Look, kid. We're going to get you out of here. We're going to take you back to St. Pierre.
No, I can't go. No, Jack.
You gotta.
I can't. I don't want him to know.
Him? Who?
Grandpa. He wouldn't let me leave. But, Jack, please forgive me.
For what, kid? For what?
I told him I was going to meet you and marry you. He loved you, Jack. He wouldn't have let me go otherwise.
Me? Me? You mean it would have been all right for me? Oh, kid.
Forgive me.
Sure, you... Wait a minute.
Doc, get over here.
Please be quiet. Listen to me, Doc. Will she get better?
One more day at the most.
Then look. Get a minister, a priest, anybody. Get somebody to marry us.
And that is the story Jack O'Hart's tells. But it is not the end. There is still the payoff. And what it is, I will tell you in a minute. Like I say, Jack tells us the story. And when he is finished, we sit and look at it. And he says...
Yeah. I marry Lily. I take the license back to old man Dorval in case he asks. And I find she writes to him every week about how happy she is with me. Yeah, she is happy now. So is the old man. Because Lily is back in St. Pierre. Dead.
Look, Jack, I got no idea you're crazy about the kid. I swear I wouldn't have looked at her if I knew.
You're a dirty liar.
I tell you, I swear it.
Okay, Broadway. Charlie, what's the verdict?
For the love
Shut up. Broadway?
Jack, look. There was the old man. When he hears you shot Louis, and he will wonder. And sooner or later, the whole story will get back to him.
I never thought of that. All the while I hunt for Louis, I think of only one thing.
Maybe you wish to go back to the old man someday. Back to St. Pierre.
I never think of that either.
I think you will be happy there, Jack of Hearts.
Hey, he's gone. Hey, Broadway, you saved my life. Come on, I'll buy you a drink.
Please, buy it someplace else.
What? Come on, break it up.
Get out of here, Louis.
You kidding, Broadway?
No, I am not. Get out, or I will take great pleasure in throwing you out.
Huh? You want to get cooked? I got a rod, too.
Use it.
Huh?
Go ahead. Pull it out. Use it on me, you dirty skunk. You are yellow from the top to the bottom.
Watch that, Broadway. I'll cook you.
All right. You got the gun in your hand. Use it. And I still say you are a dirty skunk. And I apologize to all the skunks in the world.
Why?
I will see that this story gets to the right guys, Louis. Once you were a tough hood. But when certain citizens learn what you really are, you are done. Now, do you still wish to pull the trigger?
You are all nuts.
Broadway,
Yeah, Charlie?
you get him plenty mad. A guy like him don't think of a copper outside. He could have plugged you and run out the back.
I know he will not shoot me, even if he thinks of the copper, because he is yellow. Besides, it is almost 5 o'clock.
So?
So? McNulty, who is the cop outside, goes off duty at 4:30. However, I will take a cup of coffee. Black.
And so ends another famous Damon Runyon story, The Lily of St. Pierre. Listen in again next week for...
I will take a cup of coffee. Black.
And so ends another famous Damon Runyon story, The Lily of St. Pierre. Listen in again next week for...
I will take a cup of coffee. Black.
The Damon Runyon Theatre. Once again, the Damon Runyon Theatre brings you another story by the master storyteller, Damon Runyon. And this one, the comedy masterpiece, It Comes Up Mud. And to tell it to you, here is Broadway.
Thanks. One season, I am in Hialeah trying to turn a few bobs by outguessing the minds of some horses when I run into little Alfie and Miss Beulah Beauregard. Now, this story does not end with that meeting. In fact, before it is over, it includes a millionaire by the name of Paul DeVere, a horse by the name of Last Hope, and the most peculiar ride in history. And how this all comes about, I will tell you in a minute.
Now, back to the Damon Runyon Theatre and the famous story, It Comes Up Mud.
Like I am saying, I'm in Hialeah for the racing season when I run into little Alfie and his ever-loving fiancée, Miss Beulah Beauregard. Now, little Alfie owns 2 horses that are strictly Caterpillar. One is called Governor Hicks, and the other is called Last Hope. They are Alfie's pride and joy. Although, to tell the truth, and I think I will, the chances they will win a race are a slightly insane dream. But Alfie dreams. And Miss Beulah Beauregard tells him what she thinks in no uncertain terms one night when we are sitting in Alfie's hotel room.
I'm telling you, Alfie, it is me or the horses.
Now, Beulah, baby.
Don't baby me. For 5 years, you baby me this and baby me that. And it ends up the same. I go to work.
Oh, I get you nice jobs. Broadway, I ask you...
Do not. This is a war out of my territory.
I'll ask you, Broadway.
Please, Beulah, I cannot make exceptions.
Never mind. I'll tell you anyway. I've been engaged to Alfie for 5 years. He tells me I'll lead the life of Riley.
I do not tell you which Riley. There are lots of Rileys. Some live better than others.
You know what he does this afternoon, Broadway?
Make me guess.
He hawks the engagement ring he gives me. He hawks it.
I need the scratch to enter Last Hope in a race. Broadway, I wish to tell you something. Here I am working night and day to make something of my horses. And what does she do? I ask you, Broadway, what does she do?
I will ask her and find out.
I will tell you. This afternoon, I see her kissing Paul DeVere behind the hibiscus bush at the paddock. She knows I cannot stand hibiscus.
Mr. DeVere is a very wealthy man. He wants to marry me.
Ha!
Oh, you think I'm not good enough for him?
Who says that?
You did. I'll have you know I come from a proud old Southern family.
If I hear that again, I will die.
At last you make some sense.
Beulah, how can you say that?
It comes easy.
Well, I guess I will go.
No, Broadway. I am not finished. Someday she will be sorry. Someday when Last Hope wins the Kentucky Derby.
What? No, Alfie.
You do not believe it either. Last Hope will win, especially if it comes up mud. He is born to run in the mud, and he...
Somebody is at the door.
It is my date, Mr. Paul DeVere.
What? You ask him to come here? Take you out from under my very nose?
I do.
You are setting a bad example to all fiancés.
Mr. DeVere wishes in.
I'll thank you to be polite to my friend.
Ah, good evening, Beulah. Ready?
I certainly am, Mr. DeVere.
Please, it's Paul.
Please come in, Paul. I believe you know my friend Alfie.
Oh, yes. How are you?
I am never worse. I hope you are the same.
And this is Broadway.
How do you do?
Good, sometimes.
Well, shall we go, Paul?
Yes, how would the Blue Heron Club suit you?
Just fine. Just fine. She will like it. In fact, she once worked there, displaying her chafe.
You shut up.
Say, what is all this?
I will tell you, Mr. Paul DeVere. I will tell you in 2 words. You viper.
What the devil's the matter with you?
I wish I could challenge you to a duel.
Well, are you crazy?
Don't pay any attention to him, Paul.
Mr. DeVere.
What? Take this. Why, you little...
Paul, don't.
But he reached up and hit me.
Mr. DeVere, put up your dukes.
Alfie, do not be foolish.
This is ridiculous. What, do you think I'd fight you?
Come on.
Alfie, consider ourselves apart from now on. Come on, Paul.
All right, Beulah. As for you, Alfie, I'll think of some way to make you very uncomfortable.
Why are some guys always holding up the wrong end? I never do anything bad to anybody in my whole life.
Forget it now, Alfie. Maybe things are not as bad as they seem.
No, maybe not. Listen, Broadway. I enter Last Hope in the Kentucky Derby.
I know, but
you... Broadway, I tell you that everybody will look at me different when Last Hope wins. Especially if it comes up mud.
I know, and everybody else knows, that Last Hope cannot walk 1.25 miles, which is the Derby distance, let alone run so far. But little Alfie believes that Last Hope is just born to eat mud. Well, it comes up the next day, and I am having something to eat with little Alfie, when who comes up but Cap Duhane, the Pinkerton in charge of gendarmes at the track.
Well, Broadway, how are you?
First rate.
You a good friend of Alfie's?
I am his friend, yes. What?
Well, tell him something for me, will you?
Tell him? But here he is.
Oh, yeah. So he is.
Yeah, you are a wise guy, Duhane.
Now, you be.
Meaning what?
You know a guy named Paul DeVere?
That does it. I now have no appetite.
There are lots of things that you don't have, Alfie. And one of them is a welcome sign in this town.
Huh?
We'll thank you to leave.
Look, I am a citizen.
Not of Miami.
There is a law against my being here?
There is a law against punching people in the snoot. And it seems that you did that, Mr. DeVere.
So, you are arresting me for that?
No, but Mr. DeVere packs some weight. And it horrifies us to think that you punched him.
You mean I got to go because he makes it hot for me?
That's right. And also there's another matter. Your horse.
What about my horse?
Governor Hicks. He dropped in third in a race the other day.
Well?
And the stewards at the track consider it practically supernatural that any horse that you own even finishes a race.
Look, I know nothing at all about that firecracker that explodes under him.
Well, maybe not. But I know this. Please leave Miami.
This is prosecution.
Not yet. But it might turn into it. Now, it's just 1:30. At 3:30, I expect to see the other side of you toward Miami and going away.
Have a heart, Cap. I do not have a nickel. I am here to drum up a stake so I can get to Kentucky for the Derby.
Why?
I have got a horse named Last Hope.
All you've got's imagination. Now, remember, Alfie, 2 hours.
Please, Cap. I hit the DeVere citizen because he takes my fiancée away from me. You blame me for that.
Alfie, I got my orders. They stand just like you heard. Now, don't make it tough on me. So long.
What's the use? Sometimes I look in the mirror and wish I see somebody else. Anybody else.
This is a tough break, Alfie.
Yeah. Anyway, the Derby's coming up. And I hope Mud is, too. Come on, let's find Beulah.
Well, we looked for Miss Beulah Beauregard, but she is very scarce. In fact, she is invisible. But she leaves a note that says she breaks her engagement with Alfie and accepts an invitation from Mr. Paul DeVere to be his guest at his hunting lodge up in Georgia at a big party he throws. When Alfie gets this news, he sits down on a bale of hay and just looks at me before he says,
Broadway, she is the only thing I got in the world except for my 2 horses. I am alone and broke.
Oh, there is still the Derby, Alfie, and Last Hope.
If it comes up Mud, it is no use.
Why not? You always say that Last Hope is born to eat mud.
I do not have a nickel. Do you?
No, or I would let you have it.
Yeah, I know. And there is nobody who will stake me.
Things are very bad for the rest of the citizens, too.
How will I get to Kentucky? It is no good having a horse in Florida if you wish to race him in Kentucky.
There is quite a bit of truth in that.
I have got to get to Kentucky.
But how?
Maybe hitchhike.
With 2 horses?
Oh, that's right. It would be awkward.
Look, it is only late in February. Maybe by the time Derby Day rolls around, you will have some scratch.
From where? Broadway, I guess I am just naturally unlucky. I guess I...
You think of something, Alfie?
Yeah. Yeah, I do. I just think of something very good.
How to get some scratch?
No, how to get to Kentucky. And get you there, too.
Me?
You wish to see Last Hope win the Derby?
Well, I wish to see some horse do it.
Then I have got the answer. And it will not cost us a single bob.
I do not like riding underneath Pullman cars.
Not that. But you will ride, and so will I.
How?
We will ride my horses.
Well, from Florida to Kentucky?
Why not?
I can think of a million reasons. But the only one that seems logical right now is the fact that I never am on a horse in my life.
Look, it is quite a piece to Kentucky.
That it is.
By the time we get there, you will be a fine rider.
No.
Please.
No.
Please.
Why should I go with you?
I have got to have company. I hate to think of that long, lonely ride all alone.
Do not think about it. Just do it. Without me.
I got no friends. None at all.
You have got no friends that ride horses.
Please, Broadway, please.
No, Alfie.
Look at me.
Why?
I ask you as a personal friend, please ride with me. You are all I got now. Beulah walks out on me. I am run out from Miami.
Alfie, please, do not talk like this.
You will see the whole countryside.
I do not wish to see it from a horse.
You are my friend?
Yes.
Then do it.
No, Alfie.
All right. I will ride alone. I will get lost in the piney woods. And you will remember how I asked you to go with me, and you will think that I would be alive today if you act like a friend. You will stand at my grave and look down at me, and remember how I asked you with tears in my eyes to be my guest, and you turned me down. You cannot face the boys in Mindy's ever again because I am dead. Dead in the piney woods.
Are you through talking, Alfie?
I am through.
Where are the horses? So there I am. Alfie talks me into riding horseback with him from Florida to Kentucky. And this makes little Alfie more than somewhat happy, because although he likes to talk to his horses, he likes an occasional answer. Now, it is when we get about 90 miles north of Jacksonville that something happens. And what that is, I will tell you in a minute.
Back to the Damon Runyon Theatre and the famous story, It Comes Up Mud.
Like I say, we are someplace in southern Georgia. I am beginning to regret my actions very much, especially since we neglect to pick up some saddles. I am riding Governor Hicks, and little Alfie is up on last hope.
Yes, sir, Broadway. If it comes up mud for the Derby, I certainly am going to show a few parties certain things. What?
I say nothing. I am shifting my position to get a better deal from Governor Hicks.
Oh, yes, sir. I will build a home. You ever own a house, Broadway?
No. And if I ever do, it will be one without chairs. It will have to be.
I will build a big house. Maybe 4 or 5 rooms.
Before you build the house, where are we?
I see a signpost back a piece that says Jacksonville is 90 miles south.
So we are in Georgia.
Yeah, that is Beulah's home state. Her father owns a very large plantation where he raises cotton and things. She comes from a proud old southern family.
Look, Alfie, it is late afternoon. Why do we not stop for the night?
Here?
I do not care, as long as it is off Governor Hicks.
Sure. Hey, look up ahead, Broadway.
What?
There is a house.
House? I think houses have roofs.
It is a place to stay. Come on. My goodness, but this certainly is a terrible place.
I wonder where they keep the ghosts.
Howdy there, boys. You come to see me?
We are glad to see anybody.
My name's Simpson. Them your horses?
Mine.
Nice-looking critter.
Look, Mr. Simpson, we are wondering if we could put up for the night here.
Got any money?
No.
Too bad.
We will send you some when we get some.
Airmail.
Well, reckon how I can't turn down 2 strangers. Come on inside. Oh, darn it, I forgot to buy oil again. Make yourselves at home. Well, that's that. Don't need no oil now.
It can get very drafty in here.
Just make yourselves to home, boys. I'll dig up a little refreshment.
Alfie, let us get out of here.
We will spend the night here and then push on.
If we are able.
I don't see much of people back this way. Kind of off the track.
Excuse me, but what is that you are pouring?
Skimmins.
Skimmins?
Yup. Made from pure sugar cane. Here you are.
Hey, thanks. Smells sweet.
Yup.
You live here alone?
Nope. My daughter lives here with me. Well, here's a looking at you.
If it is all the same, I will pass this one.
Hey, Broadway, you cannot insult him. Drink it.
Go ahead. Stuff's good for you. Gives energy.
I can use it. It is not bad. A little sweet, but...
Yeah, don't worry. If you ain't used to it, you kind of lose your voice for a couple of seconds, but it'll come back.
I think the soles of my shoes are on fire.
Oh, whose horses are those in the yard?
Well.
Beulah.
And sure enough, it is Beulah. I and Alfie are more than somewhat surprised to see the daughter of a proud old Southern family in that place. But it turns out this is her plantation that she always talks about. Well, it is maybe an hour later that we are alone with Beulah, and she is saying...
All that talk about my family and plantation was just talk.
Never mind, Beulah. It is all right with me.
Beulah?
What, Broadway?
What becomes of Mr. Paul DeVere? Well?
Mr. Paul DeVere is out of my life. He is no gentleman.
Aha.
I had to cool him off by bouncing a jar of cold cream off of his head.
That seems effective.
Then why do you not come back to me, Beulah?
Oh, Alfie, I was a fool for leaving you. I didn't realize until, well, I didn't realize what you meant to me. Alfie, will you forgive me?
Forgive you? Why, there is nothing to forgive. Look, Beulah, I got Last Hope with me. I am taking him to the Derby, and he is going to win it.
Does it ever occur to you that Last Hope might not win?
Broadway, he will win, if it comes up mud.
So, for the next weeks, we are guests at the old plantation. I never see anything like what Alfie does. He hitches Governor Hicks to a plow and then gets behind it himself and works hard. He is a pretty fair plower at that. And all the while, he works with Last Hope, training him. And I have to admit that Last Hope shapes up better than I think he will. He fits up nicely, and his legs look very good. Then, it comes up one night about 2 weeks before Derby Day. Up to this time, the weather is fair and clear. But this night, the skies open up and all the water this side of Niagara Falls starts to come down. We are sitting in the cabin. Alfie fixes the roof and puts back the door so we are fairly comfortable. Then Alfie says...
Listen to it. Listen to it. Oh, you beautiful rain. Broadway, Churchill Downs will be like a plate of borscht.
But this is Georgia. It is hard to tell what is happening in Kentucky.
Well, yesterday I talked to the weatherman at Tillinghast. He tells me that this is a general rain, and storms are moving north.
But will it last?
Sure, this time of the year it always lasts.
Anybody want some skimmings?
No, thanks.
How much we win on the Derby, Alfie?
50 grand. 50 grand.
We can have a great big old plantation.
Maybe some foxhounds, huh?
All you want, Pop, and foxes to go with them.
Silver foxes?
Sure, and we'll have...
Hey, somebody at the door.
On a night like this, he must be a good swimmer. That is not doing the door any good.
I will answer it.
I'm sorry to disturb you, but...
You, Mr. Paul DeVere.
And you...
Mr. DeVere.
Shut the door.
Mr. DeVere, I will thank you to leave our plantation.
You will leave, and I will not thank you.
Now, just a moment, please. It's very important.
Pull up a chair, stranger. Have some skimming.
Yeah, give him some.
Look, I haven't time. I've got to get to Tillinghast to catch the Orange Blossom Express to Atlanta. I've got to catch a plane there.
Who is stopping you?
Well, my car went into a ditch down the road. Please, have you one I can borrow, buy? I'll pay anything for it.
I'm sorry, we don't keep a car.
No car?
We're going to buy 4 or 5 after Derby Day.
Well, I must be in New York by tomorrow morning.
I say that for weeks, but here I am.
Please, lend me a horse and a buggy, anything.
Got no buggy either.
Why do you have to be in New York, Mr. DeVere?
Well, look, if I'm not there tomorrow morning at 10, to replace some money in my firm, I'll lose every cent I've got in the world, maybe go to jail.
Well, Mr. DeVere, that certainly is the right place for you.
Please, I apologize for everything, but I must get to Tillinghast to catch that express.
There is no way.
Look, I saw 2 horses in the shed as I came up the path. Lend me one of them.
What? Those are race horses, especially Last Hope.
Good, I can ride. Just lend me the horse.
Wait a minute. There ain't nothing doing.
I'll pay you.
Wait. What time does the Orange Blossom Express get into Tillinghast?
10:05.
10:05? Why, it is 10 now. You don't have a chance.
Well, I can try. I don't want to go to jail.
Let me see. The distance to Tillinghast from here is a mile and a quarter.
Derby distance.
And it comes up mud. Broadway, you see? Now we will know for sure.
What are you talking about? Will you lend me the horse or not?
You weigh maybe 160. That is practically a brick house for a racehorse to have on his back.
Alfie, what are you thinking?
A trial run. If Last Hope makes it in good time, we will keep it quiet and we will make $1 million on Derby Day.
Do I get the horse or not?
We have got no saddle.
I don't care. Just lend me the horse. Look, it's 1 minute after 10 now.
That is 4 minutes to make the train.
Come on, Mr. DeVere. You are going to ride.
By the time we get to the shed and Mr. Paul DeVere gets up on Last Hope, it is just 2 minutes after 10. He has got 3 minutes to make the train. Then, the last we see of him, he is flying down the road with Last Hope churning up the mud and Mr. Paul DeVere screaming into the thundering light. Then we go back to the house and wait. It finally comes up morning, and the rain is slacked off enough for us to get to Tillinghast. The first thing Alfie does is run to the depot. But I, Beulah, and Pop go to a shed where we see Last Hope's stand. And there, the scene is as follows.
Look at his left front leg.
There is something wrong.
Looks to me like a bowed tendon.
What does that mean?
I think it means that Last Hope will never run again. Not in a race.
Oh, poor Alfie.
Hey, everybody, listen. Broadway, Beulah, Pop.
Alfie, there is something...
Wait. Mr. DeVere makes the train last night with 57 seconds to spare.
Alfie.
I asked the station master, and he tells me. And look, I got it here on paper. Last Hope makes the 1.25 miles in 2:03. But you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Alfie.
Look, even if the clock in the station is wrong, Last Hope does the 1.25 miles in record time. In mud. Last Hope, you are wonderful. Well, what is the matter with all of you?
Alfie, I think maybe you better take a look at Last Hope's leg. The left front.
His leg? The tendon?
Yeah, a bowed tendon, Alfie.
Oh, no. Not my baby.
Alfie, it's all right. I love you, Alfie. I don't need a car or a plantation.
Oh, sure not. We got all we need.
Poor Last Hope. All of you don't know it, but I tell him how he will walk in the winner circle with a big flower horseshoe around his neck. And his picture will be in the papers. It is all right, baby. It comes up mud, and you do all right. Yeah. You do all right.
Well, we get Last Hope back to Beulah's ancestral home. Alfie says he will stay, and the last I see of him is when he marries Beulah. I get back to New York one way or another. Now, this is not the end of the story, because the payoff comes maybe a year later. And what it is, I will tell you in a minute. Like I say, it is a year later, and I am sitting in Mindy's one night when I look up and see a citizen who is strangely familiar. He is all dressed up in fancy riding clothes. He comes over to me and says,
Hello, Broadway.
What? Alfie!
Cigar, Broadway?
No, thanks.
You are looking well.
And so are you, Alfie. In fact, you are looking very well.
Well, thank you, sir.
What is this southern accent?
I only use it when I am on my plantation.
Your what?
Yeah.
Since when do you have one?
Mr. Paul DeVere is a good guy, Broadway. You know what he does? He sends me a check for $50,000.
A real one? One that can be cashed?
Sure. Good as wheat in the bin. He is very grateful that Last Hope keeps him out of jail and sends me the check in the amount of what I win on the Derby if Last Hope wins.
Well. And now look at you.
Uh-huh.
And Last Hope, what about him?
Oh, he is retired. And I make quite a bit of scratch showing him off to people who wish to see the horse that makes 1.25 miles in 2:03.
And what about you, Alfie? You do all right otherwise?
Oh, sure. I am a farmer now. I expect a good crop this year. A good crop of cotton. Especially if it comes up mud.
And so ends the famous Damon Runyon story, It Comes Up Mud. Listen in again next week for the Damon Runyon Theatre. The Damon Runyon Theatre with John Brown as Broadway is directed by Richard Sandville, and the story is adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Vern Karstensen is in charge of production. This is a Mayfair production. The Damon Runyon Theatre. Once again, the Damon Runyon Theatre brings you another story by the master storyteller, Damon Runyon. And this one, Broadway Financier. And to tell it to you, here is Broadway.
Thanks. Once there is a doll by the name of Silk. That is not her real name, but nobody ever thinks of one that fits her better, so that is what we call her. This is the story of how Silk scores over 3 million bobs from one guy, which is a pretty fair score considering that she starts from nothing. And how that happens, I will tell you in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theatre and the famous story, Broadway Financier.
I first hear of Silk one night, maybe 4 years ago, when a guy gives me a message to go to a knocked-out joint on 10th Avenue. There I find Satin Clark, one of the smoothest con men who ever sells a bridge that does not belong to him. But to my surprise, Satin is like I never see him before.
Yeah, it's me, Broadway. I'm ready to put my checks back in the rack.
Oh, now, Satin, do not talk like that.
I know what I'm saying. I got maybe a couple of days, but I got to do something first, and you got to help me.
Sure. What do you want me to do?
I got a kid, Broadway. A doll.
Oh, I never noticed before.
Never mind that. Keep an eye on her for me.
Me? But, Satin, I know nothing at all about keeping eyes on young dolls.
You've got to. And tell the rest of the boys I'd appreciate it if they'd get their hand.
Oh, look, Satin, she has got relatives.
None.
An aunt, maybe?
No, none. I told you none. All she ever had was me. All she ever...
Dad.
Yeah, baby. Come on in.
You feeling better, Dad?
Smooth as satin. Baby, this is Broadway. You hear me talk about him lots of times.
Oh, sure. How are you, Broadway?
First one?
Her name is Silk, Broadway.
Silk? Oh, Silk and Satin.
Yeah. We meet a great team. Sit down, Silk.
All right, Dad.
Now, baby, you know I've got maybe a couple of more days.
I know.
No blubbering?
None.
Good girl. Now listen to me. Broadway's going to keep an eye on you for me. He knows everybody.
I know, you told me.
What else did I tell you, baby?
Get a sucker before he gets you.
What? Satin, is this a way to raise a doll?
In this world, yeah. Go ahead, Silk. What else?
Take everything you can get and give nothing.
And keep what you get.
All the time.
I forgot that, Broadway. I forgot it, and now look at me. Silk, don't you ever forget it.
I won't, Dad.
There's only one way you can live in this world and live right. Dog eat dog. When you get a sucker, play him as long as you can, then pull him in and put him in the basket.
Satin, this is a young doll.
I'm 17.
That is ancient.
She'll do all right.
I know I will, Dad.
I got a few bucks stashed away, enough to keep her going till she's ready to go out on her own. Silk, I want you to learn every dodge and pitch you can pick up.
Holy mackerel, Satin, what are you thinking about?
Her, Broadway. Just her.
It is 4 days later that Satin turns in his checks. And I will lay better than 6 to 5 that he cons his way through the pearly gates. Although the chances are we will catch up with him and make other arrangements. Well, it is maybe 2 weeks after Satin dies that Silk comes into Mindy's where I am sitting with an old guy we call Professor D.
Hiya, Broadway. Hiya, Professor D.
Hello, Silk.
Good afternoon, Silk. Sit down.
Thanks.
Where are you all morning?
At Nathan Detroit's place.
What? Silk, you stay away from that crap game.
Oh, don't worry, Broadway. I wasn't playing.
Well, I hope not.
But I learned something. Look.
You put those away. It is not nice for a doll to be carrying dice.
Look, what do you want me to throw?
Try an 8, Silk.
5-3. That's an 8.
How do you like this? Do it again.
What number?
11.
Anything else?
Who teaches you that?
Big Sam. Tomorrow, Doc Darrow's going to teach me a few things with cards.
This is an education?
Do you like to learn these things, Silk?
Why not? Dad always said keep one jump ahead of everybody else and nobody will get ahead of you.
You're only 17 and you think that already.
I think it. I know it.
There are other things besides dice, cards.
And horses, Professor?
And horses.
Silk, that is not nice of you. I never want to hear you talk to the professor like that again.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right. I guess you're right, Silk. Who am I to talk?
Now, look, Professor, Silk does not mean anything when she says that.
I know. But, Silk, there's not much I can teach you in the way of dice or cards. I'm not even very good at picking horses.
Ah, forget it.
However, I was a professor in a college in Ohio. Professor of philosophy.
What's that?
Philosophy? Well, I suppose it's what might be called an attempt to study life, to try to figure it out.
How far did you get?
Not very far. No one has.
I will.
How?
By sticking to what Dad told me. I think all you gotta remember is never go soft.
I'm 65, you're only 17. Maybe you beat me to the answer at that.
Maybe.
However, I would like to give you something, contribute my little bit toward your education.
Sure. What?
Well, I have some books I'd like you to read.
What about?
Oh, lots of things, Silk. Drop around sometime and pick them up. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have an appointment. Goodbye.
So long, Professor.
Bye. An appointment with a bookie.
Now, look at me, Silk. I do not wish to hear you make fun of the old guy ever. And you go to his place and pick up those books he talks about. You have got to learn something else besides how to switch in a pair of tops in a crap game and pull a slick ace from a deck of cards.
Okay. So I'll pick up the books and I'll read them. But they won't change anything because I remember Dad dying in a moth-eaten flat on 10th Avenue because he went soft. Just once.
Well, Silk does read the books, and she argues with Professor D about them. And she gets smarter and smarter, until it is hard to believe she is only 17. Then she becomes 18 and gets a job in a musical comedy, because she is by no means a crow, and can dance and sing more than some. It is not more than a couple of years later before she is playing bigger parts, and her pictures getting all the magazines and papers. And we are very proud of her. Then one night after the show, she comes in Mindy's.
Hiya, boys.
Oh, hello, Sil. Tired?
No, not at all. Say, have you seen Jewelry Joe anyplace?
Yeah, he is here someplace. Let me see. Oh, yeah, there he is.
Oh, come with me, Broadway. I want to see him.
Huh? Why?
You'll find out. Come on. Excuse us, boys.
Take it easy, Sil. See you around, Sil.
Why do you wish to see Jewelry Joe?
Oh, I just want him to take a look at something.
Like what?
You still worried about me, Broadway?
I have got to. I make a promise.
It's all right. Oh, hi, Joe.
Huh? Oh, Silk, baby. Come on. Sit down. You too, Broadway.
Yeah.
Do me a favor, Joe.
Name it.
Look over this stuff for me, will you?
Silk, where do you get that jewelry?
Somebody gave it to me.
Now, look, you tell me the truth.
I am.
Somebody, gives it you, huh, Silk?
That's right, Joe.
Give it back.
What?
This stuff is strictly slum. It is not good enough for you, Silk.
What is the matter with it?
Like I say, strictly slum. Cheap. Maybe the whole layout's worth about a C note.
I thought so.
Now, where do you get it?
Some Johnny who thinks he's in love with me.
Who?
His name's Simon Link.
But he gives you this stuff. Why do you take it?
Because he gave it to me.
Why?
Because he wanted to.
I say why.
Don't worry, Broadway. He worships his love a faraway star, a star no hand may touch.
Talk English.
I did, from one of the professor's books.
What you gonna do with this stuff, Silk?
Keep it. Maybe it is only worth 100, but it's a start. It's a start.
And it turns out that this Simon Link citizen keeps on sending jewelry to Silk because he is more than somewhat overboard about it. Then one night, I and Silk are in Professor D's place when we hear a knock on the door.
Now, who could that be?
Company, Professor.
Ah, come in, please.
Excuse me, but Oh. Miss Clark, I've got to talk to you right now. I must.
What are you doing here?
Who is this, Silk?
Simon Link.
The citizen who sent you the slogan?
That's right.
I've got to talk to you alone, Miss Clark. Please. Please.
Shut the door, Professor.
Yes.
Now, what do you want?
Can we be alone?
No. How'd you find me?
I was told you were here. Please, I've got to talk to you.
Look, Silk, the professor and me...
We'll stay. This guy has nothing to say you can't hear. Go ahead, you.
That jewelry, I've got to have it back.
What?
Or I'll go to jail.
What are you talking about?
I stole money to buy it.
You do what?
I work for an investment company. I handle money. I thought I could pay it back, but I can't. If I don't get that jewelry back, I'll go to jail. Give it back, please.
Take it easy, son. Sit down.
Tell her to give it back to me.
Silk.
No. I didn't know he was helping himself to money. He gave me the jewelry, and it's mine. Well, isn't it?
Well, I suppose it is, yes.
Look, Simon, didn't you know you'd get in trouble when you took the money?
I thought I could pay it back before they found out. Mr. Allister will send me to jail.
Who's he?
He's the head of the firm. Look, it'll kill my mother.
Don't give me that.
Please, listen to me.
No.
Silk.
Look at him, Broadway. Why should I feel sorry for him? He took a chance knowing what might happen. Well, it happened, and it's not my fault.
But Silk...
Do the bookies give you back your money when you pick a loser? No. You take a chance and lose. Well, so did this.
I'll kill myself.
Oh, no, you won't.
I can't go to jail. My mother...
She'll come to see you.
All right. All right.
I think I will be going.
I'll walk a piece with you, Broadway.
Wait.
Yes, Silk?
He won't go to jail.
No?
No. Didn't he say something about Mr. Allister?
So what?
So I've heard of Mr. Allister. He's very wealthy. Likes musical comedies. I think I've seen him sitting down front.
What are you thinking about?
Broadway, why don't you go see Mr. Allister tomorrow? With me. Might be interesting.
I do not know what Silk is thinking, but she makes me promise I will go with her. I do, because I feel very sorry for this Simon Link citizen. Now, what happens when we see Mr. Allister is something I will tell you about in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theatre and the famous story, Broadway Financier.
It is the next morning that I and Silk go to see Mr. Alistair. For the time being, I am her uncle, which is astonishing to me because I never am an uncle and do not like the way I get to be this one. But we are in Mr. Alistair's office, where the scene is as follows.
That's quite a story, Miss Clark. Quite a story.
Please, Mr. Alistair. He didn't know what he was doing.
Why, he must have realized what it would mean.
But he didn't. All he knew was that he wanted to make me happy.
Well, I can understand that. Yes. Yes, I certainly can.
In what way, Mr. Alistair?
Well, a beautiful young woman. Yeah, I suppose the story's been repeated 100 times.
Mr. Alistair.
What, Miss Clark?
Here.
Well, what's all this?
Everything he gave me. And if you can't sell it for what he paid, I'll make up the rest.
Huh?
I will, Uncle Broadway, I will.
Are you in love with Link, Miss Clark?
I don't know.
You don't know? But surely you wouldn't come here to
I
me.
don't know much of anything, Mr. Alistair. I'm all mixed up. I never knew anything like this could happen. His mother.
Is there a water cooler in here? I have got to have some water.
Yes, certainly. But now, Miss Clark, Miss Clark, please tell her to stop crying.
Why not? She has got a good head start.
Now, look, Miss Clark, I'm sure we can arrange something. After all, the deficit is only about $200.
That much?
Well, now, that's not a great deal.
But he'll go to jail for me.
No, perhaps not. Suppose I tell you I'll see what I can do.
But how? What will you do?
I won't prosecute. After all, he's very young, you're very young, and, well, we'll talk it over. Shall we?
You will. You promise.
I give you my word of honor.
I promise you I'll never see him again, never. Then he won't be tempted to do it again.
All right. Just stop crying. Those eyes are much too pretty to be clouded up like this. Come on, smile for me. Smile. That's it.
You're a wonderful man, Mr. Alistair. A wonderful man.
Mr. Alistair is also a very wealthy man. Now, I wonder where all this is leading. I find out one night in Mindy's when Silk comes in with Jewelry Joe. They sit down at my table, and Silk says...
What's the matter, Broadway?
Nothing. Why?
You look sour.
Okay, so I look sour. Sprinkle me with sugar.
Mad at me?
No.
Look at this. Pretty?
Where do you get that?
It's an emerald. That right, Joe?
This is an emerald, which is strictly not slum. I will lay better than 6-5 that this moves Alistair back at least 2 G's.
Alistair?
Why not?
Well, you know what kind of a citizen he is.
Sure I know. I've got him all pegged out.
Stay away from him.
Why?
What would your father say?
Want me to tell you?
This emerald is strictly not slum.
You shut up, Joe.
She asked my opinion. I give it her.
I'll tell you what Dad'd say, Broadway. He'd say, take everything, give nothing. I've never forgotten that.
What kind of a score are you trying to run up?
A real big one. And Alistair's the rack to run it up on.
You are talking like a cheap chiseler.
An emerald worth $2,000 isn't cheap.
Who is talking about the emerald?
You're sore.
Sure I'm sore.
Why?
Look, Silk, I am around the stem for more years than you are in the world. I see lots of guys and dolls come and go. High shots and then little fish. Sooner or later they come up against something they cannot handle. And it beats them.
I can handle Alistair.
Sure you can. But can you handle yourself?
When I can't, chalk up a miscue for me. But you'll never see the day.
Well, that is that. Silk takes aim and fires away at Alistair. She never misses. And it is not long before everybody is talking about the score she is running up. Then we hear that she takes a trip to Europe. And it's gone a year before we hear she is back. Maybe a week after, I and Professor D get a call to go see her. We do, and she is just as beautiful as ever. But she has something on her mind.
Professor, take it quick. look over these papers and see if they're in order.
Well, what are they, Silk?
You'll see when you look at them.
Oh, very well. Excuse me, I'll go over in the corner.
What is on your mind, Silk?
Alistair's coming here.
Oh, why do you want us here?
It won't be as unpleasant this way.
There is something wrong, huh?
Not with me. No, Broadway, I've got nothing to... Oh, that's Alistair. Oh, stay sitting, Broadway. The maid will let him in.
Sure.
And no matter what he says or how he acts, don't go.
If you say so, Silk.
Silk, we've got to talk this over.
Yes, of course. You know my uncle.
You said you were alone.
I was when you called me on the phone.
You said you'd be alone.
So I've got company. Oh, the gentleman in the corner is Professor D.
I don't care who he is. Silk, you've got to listen to me.
Are those papers in order, Professor?
Why, yes, they are. Quite legal. As far as I can tell, they're absolutely in order.
Which means I own this apartment building.
You what? Silk.
That's right, Broadway. Everything I've got is in my own name.
Silk.
Now I'll tell you why you won't be alone with me. Broadway, Professor, it seems Mr. Alistair dipped into some funds that weren't his.
Shut up.
Why? It'll be in all the papers in a day.
But it doesn't have to be if you'll help me. Silk, look, I've got time to cover myself if you'll go along with me.
How?
Give me enough money
And
to
what'll
get...
that leave me?
You won't be sorry.
I know I won't.
But we've got to hurry.
Oh, no, you've got me wrong. I'm not going to lift a finger.
What?
That's right. You can't touch a nickel I've got.
But the jewelry, the furs...
All in my name.
You dirty...
I didn't ask you for them. You gave them to me.
For what?
For nothing. Can I help it if you got the wrong idea?
Oh, Silk, please. I promise you'll get it all back.
I believe that. Sure I do. You'll get straightened around and I'll be left holding the bag. Nothing doing.
It's not for myself, Silk. There are people who lose everything.
You're thinking of that a little late.
Yes. Yes, I guess I am. I guess I thought of a lot of things too late. All right, Silk. We'll let it go at that. I'm sorry I bothered you.
Well, Silk, you're a very smart girl. Everything in your name.
It's funny, isn't it? A few years ago, I didn't have a nickel. Today, what do you say I'm worth, Professor?
Material things, Silk?
The only things that matter.
Roughly 3 million.
Well. So you do run up a big score, huh, Silk?
I'm satisfied.
Sure. Come on, Professor. What do you say we run along?
I guess so. There seems to be nothing here for us.
The next day, the papers are full of the story. It seems some smart reporter gets hold of the real angle, and Silk's picture gets all over the front pages. But like she says, she is clean. Nobody can touch her. Then it comes up that afternoon, and Professor D asked me to go downtown with him to where Alistair's company is located. We get there, and there is a whole mob of citizens banging around. But the doors of the place are closed. And no matter how the people yell and pound on the doors, they stay closed.
Poor devils, the poor devils. Look at them, Broadway. All their savings gone. No hope for tomorrow.
Some of them are pretty old, citizens.
Yes, pretty old.
Why do you want to come here?
I sent word for Silk to meet me here.
What? What?
Maybe this sight will change her mind.
You think it will?
I don't know. Let's hope it does.
I think you are whistling in the dark.
Maybe, but it's worth a try.
Okay, then you can start trying, because here she comes.
Hello, Broadway, Professor.
Hello, Silk.
Look around, Silk.
What is this?
The people who are going to lose everything.
And you've called me down here for this?
I thought you might like to see it.
Well, you're wrong. Doesn't make any difference to me one way or the other.
Look, Silk, there's an old couple over there waiting for those doors to open, but they won't open.
Ah, cut it out.
And that couple of kids over there near the windows, probably not more than 18, 19. I guess they got their scratch in there, too.
I'm crying. I didn't take their money. Alistair did.
But you could help them.
Leaving me what? Well, what would I get out of it? Nothing. I'm getting out of here.
Look, there's the girl. Hey, look.
Look, that guy's watching.
No.
So what?
She's the one. It's her fault.
Get to your car, Silk, quickly.
Hey, get her. She's the one. Get her. Come on. Let's get her. Come on.
Where are the cops?
We got no time to look for them.
They can't do anything to me.
Oh, can't they? They know it's your fault,
They're
Silk.
crazy.
Don't let her get away. Get her.
Broadway, Professor, help me.
This way, Silk. Come on.
This way, Miss Clark, this way.
Hey, who are you?
Never mind. Come this way, to my house.
Come on. Don't let her get away.
Take your hands off of her. Get away from her. Follow me, mister. That house right there. Get her in there.
Come on, Silk. Professor.
You let her alone, Mr. Abrams. Get away, Mr. Broadway. Help me.
Get him back in the Silk. The old dame will hold him off. Come on. Come along.
The old doll who comes out of no place bangs around her with a broom and gives the professor and me time to get Silk into the house. I have no time to think why the old doll is doing this. And then it is a couple of minutes later.
Thanks. Whoever you are, thanks.
Are you hurt, honey?
No, not much. Just a little torn.
That is a pretty close call.
They would have killed you, Silk.
Yeah. You would have killed me.
It's all right now, honey. It's all right.
I'd like to give you something for what you did.
Give me some... Oh, no.
Well, look, you did me a favor. I'll pay you for it.
I couldn't take anything from you.
Why not?
After what you did for me?
What are you talking about? I've never seen you before in my life.
Look, I kept your picture. This one. I always hoped I could do something for you.
What is this? Who are you?
My name is Mrs. Link.
Link? Link?
Yes, don't you remember? Simon Link's mother.
For a minute, Silk just stares at the old doll. So do I. Then Silk tells the professor and me to go. And we do. It is not until the next day that I get the payoff, which I will tell you in a minute. Comes up the next afternoon, and I am with Professor D and Mindy's. We are wondering what happens with Silk when she comes in and sits down. Hello, Silk.
Hello.
How are you feeling?
Oh, just swell. Well, why are you looking at me like that?
Are we?
Yes.
There is something funny?
Me. I'm funny.
How do you mean that, sir?
Take everything, give nothing.
And that is funny?
Sure. I saw my lawyer this morning. Seems I've got enough money to take care of things for those suckers we saw yesterday.
Oh.
You know what? I stayed with Mrs. Link for 3 hours yesterday. And all she talked about was how wonderful I am. Me.
Maybe she's right, Silk.
Sure. Seems she got the funny idea I went to Alistair because I loved her son, Simon. I sacrificed myself to keep that boob out of jail. And Simon never told her anything different.
But he could.
Yeah, he could. Why does one sucker have to do something nice? Nice enough to make a sucker out of a smart girl.
It would be different yesterday if he tells her the truth.
Sure.
Gee, you have still got those old dice.
Oh, sure. I kept them for luck. What do you want me to roll?
A natural. 7. Looks like a deuce ace to me. Craps.
Well, how do you like that? The first mistake I ever made in my life.
And so ends the famous Damon Runyon story, Broadway Financier. Listen in again next week for the Damon Runyon Theatre. The Damon Runyon Theatre with John Brown as Broadway is directed by Richard Sandville, and the story is adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Vern Karstensen is in charge of production. This is the Mayfair production. Damon Runyon Theatre. Once again, the Damon Runyon Theatre brings you another story by the master storyteller, Damon Runyon. And this one, Bred for Battle. And to tell it to you, here is Broadway.
Thanks. One night I am standing outside Madison Square Garden when I am approached by Milk Ear Willie. Now, I know that Milk Ear is very flat indeed, and since I catch a caterpillar that day at Belmont for a few pounds, I know what he wants. I try to get away, but Milk Ear has very long arms and big hands, and I find myself inside them as he says,
"What is your hurry, Broadway?"
"I am just going inside the garden to witness the impending battle."
"Forget it."
"I do not wish to. I wish to see the fight."
"Yeah? Listen, I need a pound note."
"Who does not?"
"Loan me a pound."
"Why?"
"I wish to go to Newark, New Jersey."
"Now I have an even better reason for asking why."
"Broadway, I got something real important, and I am going to let you in on it."
"I thank you, but I will stay outside."
"Listen, you wish to make yourself a sizable chunk of scratch?
If it is a listenable proposition,
then go to Newark with me, and I will cut you in on one of the greatest things that ever hits town."
Well, the upshot is that I let Milk Ear Willie talk me into going to Newark with him. And he has got to go in a cab, which I pay for. Now, this does not sound very exciting to me at the time. But what happens with a kid by the name of Thunderbolt Mulrooney, his mother and his father, is a strange story indeed. And one which I will tell you in a minute.
Back to the Damon Runyon Theatre and the famous story, Bred for Battle.
Well, I and Milk Ear get to Newark, New Jersey and get out of the cab. Milk Ear is looking for an address, and as we walk along, he says as follows.
"I got an idea to get me the greatest heavyweight that ever puts on a glove."
"Oh, yeah? You are going to raise him yourself?"
"You know, it is very funny you say that, because it is almost what I am going to do."
"Oh. Well, since I give up my scratch to get us here in a cab, maybe you will tell me."
"Sure. Look, Broadway, what happens with racehorses?"
"As far as I am concerned, nothing, usually."
"I mean, how do they get racehorses?"
"From other horses."
"That is right. They make sure the horse has got a good bloodline. They make sure he comes from a long line of racehorses, right?"
"Some of the ones I put my toe on seem to come from a long line of dust mops."
That's because there is a flaw in the bloodline someplace. Now, Hey, this is the place I'm looking for.
"Yeah, how do you know?"
"I got the number on this piece of paper."
My, how smart can you get?"
"It is nothing. I think of it easy. Come on, let us go in, and I will show you something that will make you a million."
I and Milk Ear go up the stairs of a nice little house with flowers growing in front. Personally, I think Milk Ear is losing some nails out of his attic, because he was once a fighter, and I hear tell that he has great training for other fighters who wish to harden up their hands. However, that is beside the point, because when we knock on the door, a great big red-headed guy looks out and yells,
"By all that's good and proper, Milk Ear Willie!"
"Seamus Mulrooney, how are you?"
"Fine and dandy. And Broadway. Well, now, this is a surprise. And a good one. Hey, come in.
It is a long time since I see you, Seamus.
That it is. Maybe, 19 years.
Yeah, that long, I guess.
And you, Broadway, you're looking well.
"So are you, Seamus?"
Oh, I keep fit. Here, stop this one, Milk Ear. Oh.
Milk Ear?
Hey, come on. Hey, get up.
My, nothing changes, does it?
Are you all right, Milk Ear?
The buzzing will go away in a minute.
What's all this racket, Seamus?
Oh, Bridget, my darling. You remember Milk Ear Willie and Broadway.
That I do. How are you?
Just fine, Bridget. Well, you are just as pretty as ever.
Go along with that, Blarney.
Hey, got some tea for the boys, Bridget.
Sure I have. Be back in a minute with it.
Oh, never a man had a wife like Bridget.
I remember the time she puts the blast on Big Sam. She hits almost as hard as you, Seamus.
Yes. I could have been heavyweight champion, but for breaking me hands on O'Shea's head that night at the old garden.
Yeah. I'm in the prelim that night. What a fight that is between you and O'Shea.
Yes. Well, it's gone in by the boards now. But sit down, boys, sit down.
Sure.
Thanks. Now, what'll we talk about? Old times?
Seamus, I have got a proposition. You got a son.
2 boys. Aye, 2 boys.
And one of them is about 19 now?
Yes, 19 just a week ago.
Yeah. Seamus, you and Bridget are both great ones in a fight. So, your son comes from a fighting family. He is bred for battle.
So that is what you are thinking.
Why not? If it works for horses, it has got to work for people.
Look here.
Yeah?
I don't know. I don't know.
You mean you do not want your son to become heavyweight champ?
I'd give me eye teeth to see him champ. But
what, Seamus?
Well, are you sure you're talking about Raymond?
Raymond?
That is his name?
Yes, it was Bridget's idea.
We will change it.
Oh, but Milky, are you sure you mean him?
He is 19?
Yes.
It is him.
It is who, Milky?
Your son, Bridget.
What about my son?
I figure he is a great fighter because he comes from a long line of fighters.
Oh, yes. Me father, his father before him, and me great-grandfather was a holy terror.
Sure.
You're not thinking of making a fighter out of Raymond?
Why not?
I won't have it.
You won't. He's my son, too.
All the more you should want to see him live longer.
He's a mollycoddle.
Because he's not ever less than punching somebody in the head, he's a mollycoddle.
Moaning around and playing the Pierre. What kind of life is that for a Mulrooney?
Hold your tongue, Seamus Mulrooney.
I'll not hold me tongue. By all that's good and proper, I've held it long enough where Raymond's concerned.
He's a fine, sensitive boy.
Mollycoddle.
Seamus.
Hello. Is anything wrong?
This is Raymond?
Yes, this is Raymond.
Raymond, darling.
I'm sorry I'm late, Mom, but, well, there was a concert. I went to hear it.
Concert? There you are, Broadway. Milky, there's me son Raymond.
What's the matter, Dad?
Nothing.
There's nothing wrong, darling.
He's 19, and she calls him darling. When I was 19, I was holding bricks on me back, and when I was 20, I was fighting the best of them.
Look, maybe Raymond is a little on the lean side now, but I can train him and get you a champ, Seamus.
Hey, wait a minute. Are you talking about me?
Sure, kid. The next heavyweight champ.
But I can't fight.
We'll learn you. In a couple of months, you'll be the...
No, I won't do it.
Well, I guess that is that.
It is. Now no more talk of fighting in this house.
Hold it a minute. Bridget, you seem to forget I'm the man of the house. You're a fine wife and a wonderful woman. But I am still the man of the house.
You're talking quiet now, Seamus.
Aye. Which means I mean what I say. Raymond.
What, Dad?
I love you, and you're me son. But I want a son to be proud of. I want people to say, there goes Seamus Mulrooney's boy. And I want them to say it with a sparkle in their eyes. Not a laugh in their throats to make me ashamed.
I'll make you proud of me, Dad. I want to play the piano.
First you'll fight.
I can't.
Are you a coward, Raymond? Well, are you?
I don't know. I don't know whether I am or not.
Then find out.
Not by fighting.
I say you will. If you're a coward, we'll find it out now. Because playing piano or hauling bricks, no coward ever got through life. Milk here.
Yes, Seamus?
I say take the boy.
Oh, no, Seamus, please, no.
Bridget, darling, I said for Milky to take the boy.
So Milky takes Raymond and starts to train him, and he changes his name to Thunderbolt. Well, I am forced to admit that in a couple of months the kid is looking pretty good and is fast on his feet. But I am never convinced that here is a heavy champ because, in the first place, he weighs only maybe 160, and in the second place, there is always a faraway look in his eyes. And personally, I do not care for fighters with faraway looks. Then it comes up one day, and we are in the dressing room at the gym, when Milky says,
"Well, kid, you look great today. Just great."
Uh-huh.
Does he not look good, Broadway?
Sure. Very good.
Thanks.
Now, I will tell you a surprise I got for you. You want to hear it?
Sure, if you want to tell it.
You fight next week. You hear me? They say you fight next week.
Fight? You mean I'm going to fight in the ring?
I am not training you for a flea circus, kid.
You mean fight another man?
Huh? What do you think I match you up against? Some doll?
Next week? Oh, no, I'm not ready, Milter. I can't do it.
Nah, you're nervous, that's all. Everybody gets that way, right, Broadway?
Oh, sure. I see lots of champs so nervous they are hardly able to walk into the ring. Come to think of it, I see some come out the same way.
Don't say that.
Take it easy, kid. After the first one's under your belt, you'll sail along. Right, Broadway?
Huh? Oh, sure. Milky,
what?
I will take care of Thunderbolt here. You run along.
What for?
Do you not say you got things to do?
Sure.
Well, you do them. I will see that Thunderbolt comes along later.
Yeah, all right. So long, kid. Take it easy.
You going to get dressed, kid?
Yeah, sure. Broadway.
What?
Next week. He said next week, didn't he?
He says next week, yeah. Why?
I don't want to.
Oh, maybe you will feel different later.
No, I won't. It wasn't so close while I was training. It seemed far away. Maybe like I'd never get around to it. But now...
Tell me something, Thunderbolt.
What?
Why do you not wish to fight?
Because it's senseless and stupid.
A lot of good guys are in the ring.
Because they like it.
Maybe you will.
I don't like to think of hitting anybody. I don't like to think of getting hit myself.
I see.
You think I'm a coward, don't you?
I will never think any kid of Seamus Mulrooney is a coward.
Just because he was a great fighter, I've got to live up to it. Don't people ever think anyone wants to live his own life the way he wants it?
And you want to play the piano?
Yes, and that's all.
It is a very funny thing.
What is?
I never remember Seamus ever being musical. Or Bridget.
What difference does that make?
None, I guess. Maybe no difference at all. But it just seems funny. That is all. And the more I think about it, the funnier it seems. And the more Milky keeps talking about the kid being bred for battle, the more I think. Because it is true that he comes from a line of fighters, and yet, well, just about this time, it seems to me I remember something that happens a long time ago, and I do some checking up. And what I find out is strange indeed. And what happens because I find out is something I will tell you in a minute.
And now back to the Damon Runyon Theatre and the famous story, Bred for Battle.
Like I say, I find out something. I never believed that anybody should talk about what he finds out, especially if he wants to keep on good terms with other citizens. However, I now like the kid and wish to save him a lot of trouble. So I asked Bridget Mulrooney to come see me, because I wish to talk to her.
Why didn't you come to see me, Broadway?
Well, I figure maybe we would not be alone at your place.
Oh?
I wish to talk to you about Raymond.
What about him?
You know, he fights in a couple of days.
I know.
You do not wish him to.
Afraid that something had happened to stop the fight.
Nothing will stop it.
He mustn't get hurt, Broadway. He mustn't.
You love him more than somewhat, Bridget.
Yes.
Maybe even more than your other kid, Terry.
Why do you say that?
Look, Bridget, when Raymond climbs through the ropes in a couple of nights from now, he will be scared. He will not have his mind on the fight. Now, the ring is no place for a fighter who has got his mind someplace else. He has got to think only of the fight.
Why are you telling me this, Broadway?
Because I like the kid. I do not wish to see him get hurt. Maybe hurt real bad.
That's not all you want to tell me, is it?
I guess you know I know, huh, Bridget?
I guess I do.
But all I know is that a long time ago, a very pretty doll indeed falls in love with a guy. But her mother and father do not approve of this citizen, so she runs away with him. They get married upstate. Then the guy is killed in an accident. Maybe not more than a month after they get married.
You've got to tell me all that. You've got to make it all come back again.
Like I say, the guy is killed, and the doll comes back. Nobody but her mother and father know what happened, and they say nothing. Then along comes another guy, a guy who is in love with the doll. He marries her.
But you don't know. Oh, Holy Mother, you can't know that Raymond isn't Seamus' son.
I do know, Bridget. Because it seems I remember that the young guy who is killed plays the piano very good.
Oh. And what'll you do, Broadway? What'll you say?
I will say or do nothing, Bridget.
Then why did you tell me?
Because there is only one way to keep Raymond out of that ring.
I can't.
Seamus thinks the kid is a coward. He is ashamed of him because he thinks no son of his has got a right to be scared. But if he knows...
I can't tell Seamus. Not after 19 years. Oh, he's a fine man, Broadway. I've come to love him so much I'd rather look on my own coffin than see him hurt. And it'd hurt him like all the devils in purgatory. And he'd never lift a hand to me or give me more than a look. He's that good, he is.
Then you are going to let Raymond go into the ring?
Oh, what else can I do? Oh, Mother, what else can I do?
So that is how we leave it. Then it comes up the afternoon of the fight. We are all at Seamus Mulrooney's place in Newark. Seamus is very happy indeed, because he listens to Milk here say...
I tell you, Seamus, we have got a natural. He's as fast as a feather. Of course, I could ask for a little more beef, but a good light heavy is nothing to laugh at, is it, Broadway?
What? No, I guess not.
What's the matter, Broadway? Do you think you was the one to go into the ring tonight?
How do you feel, Thunderbolt?
All right.
Look, my boy. Stand up.
What? Oh, what did you say, Dad?
Stand up. Now, take your fighting stance, boy.
Oh, look, Dad, I'd rather get some rest.
Let the boy alone, Seamus.
Oh, Bridget, me darling, I was just going to give him a bit of advice for tonight.
He's nervous and tired. Let him get some rest.
Oh, the nervousness will run out of his fingers the first time he steps in the ring.
I said let him alone. Now, please, let him alone.
Now, what is eating Bridget?
Oh, she's as nervous as the boy. She'll be all right.
I'm going in and lie down a while.
Sure. But before you go...
Yes, Dad?
I'm proud of you. Oh, there were times when I had me misgivings. But you're a true son of mine, a true son. Is that right, Broadway?
Oh, sure. He is a true son, Seamus.
And tonight I'll be there, watching me own son making the name of Mulrooney shine again.
Well, when I hear Seamus say that, I almost tell him what I know. But I change my mind, hoping that something will happen. It comes up that night, the kid is carded third on the bill, which is a good spot for any new boy. It seems that everybody remembers Seamus and will do anything for his son. Of course, this does not extend to the kid's opponent, who is as rough as they come. And it does Raymond no good at all when he hears the first bout ends in a knockout, and he gets a good look at the boy who is carried down the corridor. Then it is in the dressing room.
Now remember, Thunderbolt, this guy has got a good left and likes to cross his right after a jab. So watch for it. And when he crosses, bring up your right. Got it?
Yeah, I know.
Take it easy, kid. It is only a fight.
Sure, only a fight. What's going on out there now?
Oh, just another fight, son. Now look, boy. Keep your mind on the fight.
You have got to think of the fight, kid. You have got to.
Sure. But my hands...
Taped too tight?
No, but is there enough on them? Will they get hurt?
Oh, boy, every fighter hurts his hands. But don't think of that.
I want more tape on them. Milker, I want more tape.
I can't. You got enough.
Okay, Mulrooney, get ready.
Hey, you.
Yeah?
What happens in the second bout?
KO. Geiger got took apart. Don't think he'll get them back together again either. Come on, Mulrooney.
No, I'm not going out there. I'm not going out there to get hurt to satisfy those... I'm not going out, do you hear me? I'm not going to fight.
Easy, kid. The minute you crawl through the ropes, you'll be okay.
I'm not going through the ropes. Let me get out of here. Get out of my way.
Don't you move.
Oh, Dad, I've tried. I've tried for you, but I can't. I can't do this any more than I can hit you.
You're not a coward. You're not.
Yes. Yes, I'm a coward. If that means not wanting to fight, I'm a coward.
So help me, he is yellow.
Shut up, Milk here.
Raymond, you're going to walk out of this room and into that ring. You hear me, boy?
No.
For the last time, you'll go.
No. I tell you I can't. No more than I can hit you.
Then, so help me, you'll have to do just that. I want no coward in my family. If you'd go in that ring and lose, I'd love you just the same. But if you don't go, then so help me, you're no son of mine.
I won't go in.
Put up your fists. Put them up.
Seamus, you are crazy.
Keep out of this. This is between me and him. Put up your fist, boy.
Seamus, get away from him.
Register, go away. Get out.
Put down your fists, Seamus Mulrooney. Put them down.
You have no right in here. You have no right to come between me and my...
Your son, Seamus.
Aye, my son.
Will you let him do as he wants, Seamus? Will you let him walk out of here as he wants to do?
No. He's my son, and I'll not see him.
He is not your son, Seamus Mulrooney.
What are you saying, Bridget Mulrooney?
I have said it. Now I'll tell you more. Something that should have been said 19 years ago to save the hurt I've got to do now. Look at him, Seamus. I look close at him and look at him while I talk to you.
And Bridget tells all she has to tell. We listen to her. Raymond's face is getting all white, and he keeps looking down at his hands. Seamus Mulrooney's jaws stick out a foot, and his mouth works, and the muscles of the sides of his face go in and out. Then Bridget finishes, and Seamus just looks at her and says,
And you waited until now to tell me. Until now.
And may the saints forgive me, Seamus.
Aye. May they indeed.
The boy mustn't fight.
Aye, he mustn't fight. He mustn't fight.
Where you going, Seamus?
Going? Home, Bridget. I'm going home.
Oh, Seamus. Seamus.
I guess we better cancel about. Yeah, I guess so.
Sure. You go along and do it, Milky.
I will wait upstairs.
Mom. Oh, Mom.
What, lad?
Why didn't you tell me?
Because I'm the one that's the coward.
If you told me, I would have fought to keep from hurting him.
Sure you would. But you are not a fighter, Raymond.
Hey, Mulrooney, shake it up. Shake it up. This ain't no charity bout.
Hey, you wait a minute.
Yeah?
Look, you tell
I'll
him.
be up in a minute.
Okay.
Raymond, look, kid, your mother just goes through something real bad to get you out of this.
I know. And Dad did, too.
What are you thinking?
He doesn't want a coward in the family. I'm going to see that there isn't one. It's all I can do.
Oh, son, no, don't.
Broadway, come with me, will you?
Once and for all, you are no fighter. You never are and you never will be.
Oh, no.
Anything can happen in that ring, especially now.
Are you coming along with me, or do I go it alone?
I guess you do not go it alone.
Wait here, Mom. Please wait here. Come on, Broadway.
I will never forget that fight as long as I live. Neither will anybody else. I will tell you only that Raymond loses. But it is how he loses that makes me remember. He is hit with everything in the book, but he gets up time after time. And the crowd that is booing at first stands on its feet to cheer it. The referee tries to stop the bout a couple of times, but Raymond shoves him away with a look in his eyes that makes the referee think better of stopping him. Even the guy he is fighting cannot understand, and now and then backs away just to look at the kid who never gives up. Then the fight is over, and is in the dressing room later.
Oh, Red, why? Why did you do it, son? Why?
I'm all right, Mom. My hands are all right.
Oh, saints be praised.
And Broadway, I'm not a coward, am I?
Oh, no.
I didn't disgrace his name, did I? Tell me!
There is nobody in the world who will say that after tonight.
And what we know is just between ourselves.
Just between ourselves.
That's good. And I'm not a coward.
I was never more proud of me name than tonight.
Shame. We think you go home.
I heard the announcement. I heard my name. I stayed.
You saw it then?
I saw it. Oh, let me look at you, boy.
Seamus.
It's all right, Bridget, me darling. Now, Raymond?
Yes, Dad?
I guess it's time we were getting you home, son.
And they go home. Bridget, Seamus, and their son Raymond. And I am very happy. But that is not the end of the story. The payoff comes maybe a year later, and I will tell you about it in a minute. Like I say, it is maybe a year later that I am sitting in Mindy's when in comes Milky Ear Willie. He sits down by me, takes half of my blintzes, and says as follows.
You hear about me, Broadway?
Yeah, I do. Seems to me I hear that you are now managing a very good lightweight.
Uh-huh. Good blintzes.
Wonderful. Why do you not buy some?
Not hungry. Well, anyway, like I say, I manage a very good fighter now.
You do not say it, I do. However, I am glad you come in, Milk, here, because there is a slight matter of finance between us I would like to clear up.
Well, so? How's that?
1 year ago, you touched me for £1 to get to Newark, New Jersey, to see about a heavyweight prospect who turns out to be Raymond Mulrooney.
So? What is the financial difficulty?
Since I advanced the fin, you give me a piece of Raymond Mulrooney as a fighter. I never see the fin again. I wish it back.
Broadway, you buy a piece of Raymond. That fizzles out, and so does your investment. We do not speak about lightweights at the time. Broadway, you have got to be very careful where you invest your money. Now, I got to go see my boy, Terry.
Who?
Broadway, like I always say, blood will tell. He is bred for battle.
Who is bred for battle?
Bridget and Seamus' son, Terry Mulrooney. And so ends the famous Damon Runyon story, Bred for Battle. Listen in again next week for the Damon Runyon Theatre. The Damon Runyon Theatre, with John Brown as Broadway, is directed by Richard Sandville, and the story is adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Vern Karstensen is in charge of production. This is a Mayfair production. The Damon Runyon Theatre. Once again, the Damon Runyon Theatre brings you another story by the master storyteller, Damon Runyon. And this one, So You Won't Talk. And to tell it to you, here is Broadway.
Thanks. It is one nippy evening of a February, and I am just about to go into Mindy's to partake of some hot onion soup, which is very warm, when I see a hack pull up at the curb. An arm reaches out, and a finger on the end of the arm curls back and forth at me. Naturally, I am more than somewhat curious. So I go to the hack and look in and hear,
I am very glad I saw you, Broadway.
Ambrose Hammer. Are you nailed in the cab that you cannot get out?
Listen, Broadway, did you hear the news?
What news?
The murder.
Murder? Whose and where? And who does it?
Just lend me your overcoat.
My overcoat? Now, look, Ambrose, it is colder than a bookie's heart out here. Besides, I see you are wearing a Benny.
It's not for me. It's for what I got with me.
Where?
On the floor of this cab. Now, don't look, King. You might attract attention.
I will attract more attention by taking off my overcoat in the middle of the sidewalk.
Listen, I am not kidding when I say I got the only eyewitness to the murder of Grafton Wilton.
Grafton Wilton? The playboy?
The same. Somebody cooked him earlier tonight.
And you have got the only eyewitness?
The only one who can talk. Now, do I get your overcoat?
Yeah, but I...
Broadway, do not argue. Give me your overcoat so I can get this eyewitness into Mindy's.
Well, I am more than a little curious indeed, because I know that Ambrose Hammer's hobby is following murder cases, although he is a dramatic critic by trade. Also, I wish to see this eyewitness myself, so I give Ambrose my overcoat. And what happens when we get into Mindy's is something I will tell you in a minute.
And now, back to the Damon Runyon Theater and the famous story, So You Won't Talk.
Like I am saying, I give Ambrose Hammer my overcoat, and he ducks down and wraps something up in it. I am not able to see what it is. Then we get to a table, and the scene is as follows.
Yeah, I don't think anybody saw us, Broadway.
Look, Ambrose, you say you have got an eyewitness under that overcoat?
Exactly.
Must be an awful small eyewitness.
Not big.
Midget?
No.
A kid?
No.
Ambrose, I will probably catch pneumonia by giving you my Benny. I have got a right to know what is under it.
Okay. Take a quick look. I'll lift up the corner of the overcoat. You ready?
Sure.
Okay, now look fast.
It is something green, and it is very hoarse.
Uh-huh. A parrot.
Ambrose, I think you say a parrot?
I did.
Give me back my overcoat, and we will get you to a clinic real fast.
You think I'm crazy, don't you?
Do you wish a straight answer, or do I humor you?
Look, parrots talk, don't they?
Sometimes.
And this was Grafton Wilton's parrot. The cops went over Wilton's place with a fine-tooth comb. And what did they find? I asked you, what did they find?
Mr. Grafton Wilton cooked.
Exceptionally deceased. With his nose out of joint and both eyes black. And Broadway, no trace of the murder weapon.
Oh?
Yeah. Now, personally, I've never cared for the guy at all.
Neither does anybody else.
But murder is murder.
So it is. But how about the parrot?
Aha!
Now, that is a real straight answer. It fills me in on things I do not know. Uh-huh.
Don't you get it?
Get what?
Now, look. Grafton Wilton's two servants were away for the night. The cops checked. Now, Wilton would never let anybody in his place he didn't know. So I figured the party who killed him was a friend.
My, how friendly can you get? It seems to me that chopping a citizen between the eyes hard enough to make him deceased is more than somewhat distinctly hostile.
That's beside the point.
Not to Mr. Grafton Wilton.
Forget him for a minute.
So there you are, Ambrose.
Huh? Oh,
Look,
Dawn.
How long do you think you can keep me waiting when we got a date?
Oh, Dawn, baby, I'm sorry. I forgot.
You forgot. I waited a half hour for you to show up.
Listen, baby, when you hear what I got to tell you, you'll understand. Here, sit down, huh?
Yeah. Hiya, Broadway.
Hello, Dawn. How is the dancing business?
It's a hard grind.
Now, look, we'll have something to eat here, and I'll tell you all about the murder of Grafton Wilton.
Wilton. Did you say Grafton Wilton?
Sure, why?
Grafton Wilton? You sure, Ambrose?
Sure, I'm sure. Hey, baby, you're all pale. What's the matter?
Oh, nothing. I'm just tired, I guess. Yeah, that's all. Just tired. There. Tell me about the murder.
I look real hard at Miss Dawn Astra because it seems to me she takes this very, very big. However, I put it down to the fact that Judy's are naturally soft when it comes to hearing about citizens getting pushed off. Well, Ambrose Hammer fills her in on the details he gives me. Then he says as follows.
So, I conclude the party who killed Wilton must be a friend. Somebody he knew well enough to let in a house.
And this parrot?
Aha, that's where I'm smart. Now look, parrots are natural talkers. They like to repeat things they hear. Right, Broadway?
I am never acquainted with parrots. I never liked them.
I don't either.
That's beside the point. Now look, this parrot was in the same room where Grafton Wilton was found shot. The bird must have heard the party's name mentioned more than once. You get it?
You mean sooner or later this parrot is going to repeat the name of the party who kills Grafton Wilton?
Exactly.
Well, that's silly.
I don't think so.
You spent the whole evening at a murder, and you had a date with me.
I like murder.
Someday I hope you go to your own.
What's burning you up?
Oh, that bird.
He didn't do a thing to you.
He made you forget you had a date with me.
Yeah, but this is an important bird, an eyewitness to the murder. And sooner or later he'll talk. And he'll repeat the name of the party who killed Wilton.
You sure of that?
He's got to.
Ambrose, lift up the overcoat and see what he has got to say now.
Sure. Now watch.
He says that when I first meet him.
It'll take patience, but he'll talk. And until he does, I'm not going to let him out of my sight.
You mean you'll take that bird along when we go out on a date?
Why not? He's small.
I should say not.
I will say one thing for this bird. He never lets go of an idea. And the idea now seems to be nothing but... Oh, shut up.
Never mind. You'll all sing a different tune the day I walk into police headquarters with the killer's name.
As the days go by, Ambrose is never without the parrot. Then one night, I am about to go into Mindy's when I see a familiar figure. It belongs to Miss Dawn Astor, and there is never any mistaking her figure for a sack of potatoes. But she is deep in conversation with a hack jockey. I wait until she finishes, then speak to her. She jumps like I hit her and says...
Oh, Broadway.
Well, yeah, what is the matter?
Matter? Nothing at all.
You are nervous.
No, I'm not.
Who do you think I am when I tap you on the shoulder?
No one. That is, well, you just scared me, that's all.
Why?
Why what?
Why do I scare you?
What difference does it make?
Not at all to me. And by the way, is not that cab jockey I see you talking to one Julius Smung?
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
Uh-huh. He is at one time your fiancé.
That's all over.
Sure.
What's the idea of asking me all these questions?
I am very sorry. I will not ask any more.
All right, don't.
So I will be still.
Where's Ambrose?
Since I am not in the habit of making dates with him, I do not know.
Has he still got that awful parrot?
The last I see of him, it looks like he might marry into the bird family. Why?
Has it said anything?
Just...
Oh, I see. Well, I'm late for my show.
Yeah, by the way, how is it that you do not know where Ambrose is? Is there not a romance between you?
I thought you weren't going to ask any more questions.
Okay.
But since you did ask, I told him it was me or the bird.
He gives you up because of that parrot? He is developing rattles.
Yeah, well, I gotta go now. I'll see you later.
Yeah, I will see you later, Miss Dawn Asper. The more I think of it, the more I think Miss Dawn Astra is acting more than somewhat strange indeed. But I think it is none of my business, and go into Mindy's. I am there maybe no more than 4 or 5 hours when Ambrose Hammer comes in. As usual, he is carrying the big cage with the parrot in it. He sits down by me and says,
Broadway, it looks as though I'm going to have to give up the bird.
Uh-huh. Maybe because of Miss Dawn Asper?
How'd you know about that?
She tells me.
Oh. Well, not only that, but my editor informed me that my dramatic criticisms are taken lightly because people seem to mistrust a man who is very close with a parrot.
Yeah. Does the bird say anything yet?
Nothing. Wait a minute. Maybe he'll talk now. Hey, you. Talk. Talk, will ya?
Well. Business at the same old stand.
That's disheartening. Here I am, but the only eyewitness to a murder, and he won't talk. give up Dawn to keep the bird. I risk making an idiot of myself, and he says... See what I mean?
Ambrose. What name do you expect him to say?
The name of the murderer. What else?
It could be any name? Like a girl's name?
No, not a girl. The blow that killed Grafton Wilton couldn't have been struck by a woman.
Oh, I see.
Why?
I'm just asking.
Broadway, here I sit with the solution to a case that's baffled the cops. But the solution won't talk. Now, in order to keep my job, I gotta give up that parrot.
Look, Ambrose, it seems to me that you are going too far. Why do you not keep the bird in your apartment when you go out? Do you have to take him with you?
Sure, because at any moment he may say that name.
Oh.
I can't... Hey, I just thought of something.
Yeah, what?
You keep him for me.
Me?
Sure.
No.
Look, keep him in your hotel room.
I will not be nursemaid to a bird.
I'll pay you.
I will not... How much?
$5 a day.
Wait a minute, let me get this straight. You mean that you will pay me £1 a day to watch this bird?
Sure. Just sit with him. Listen to everything he says and write it down.
How do you spell hawk?
You'll do it?
For £1 a day, I will keep an eye on the Bronx Zoo and talk to all the animals.
It's a deal. Come on. Let's take him to your place now. It's a solution. But remember, you gotta sit tight and listen to him because he...
Because he what?
Broadway. You see that doll at the table near the door?
The one with the black hair and real white face?
Yeah. Who is she?
I never seen her before.
I have. I know that face. I know it.
Oh, congratulations.
Come on. Excuse me, miss, but I think I know you.
I don't think you do.
I'm Ambrose Hammer, dramatic critic.
I said you don't know me. And I don't know you.
I never forget a face. Especially if it's ever been in the newspapers.
Who said mine was?
Oh, well, maybe I'm wrong. Excuse me. Let's go, Broadway.
Sure.
I'll swear I know that doll. And I'll swear it's in connection with...
With what?
I don't know. Anyway, I'm not going to worry about that now. The big thing is to get the parrot to your place. Broadway, you're going to be in on the most sensational crime solution of the century.
And he is right. But it does not turn out quite like he expected. However, it is very strange indeed what does happen. And what that is, I will tell you in a minute.
And now back to the Damon Runyon Theatre and the famous story, So You Won't Talk.
Well, like I am saying, Ambrose Hammer gives me the parrot. He also gives me $1 a day for being the bird secretary. Although I have to admit that it is the most non-committal parrot I ever see. It comes up one night, and I am in my room just looking at the bird when the scene is as follows. You say something? Look, Big Nose, it is time you open up with a little information. It is now 3 days since you live here, and I am getting tired of talking to myself. You hear? Maybe you are just stir crazy. Maybe... You will pardon me while I answer my phone? Hello? Oh, yeah. To be quiet is not for you. No, I'm not talking to you, Big Sam. Huh? What? Well, how big is the game? Yeah, I see. Yeah, well, look, Big Sam, I would dearly love to toss a few cues, but I have got a job, and... Yeah, I see. Okay, I will be there. Yeah, in 10 minutes. So long. Excuse me, but I have got to go out. Do you mind? Thank you. Look, I will leave you a pad and pencil. If you have got anything important to say in the next hour, write it down. Goodbye.
Broadway, I have got to see this parrot you talk about.
Well, sure. Maybe he will talk to you, Sam.
Where is he?
Over there in his... Oh, my goodness.
The door to the cage is open.
And your window is open.
He is a most ungrateful bird. I give him a good home and he deserts.
Well, look out the window.
There is nothing out there but New York. Sam, the bird is gone. Ambrose Hammer will be very angry because this is a valuable bird. Besides, he pays me $1 a day for taking care of it.
Oh, that is bad.
£1 a day is £1 a day.
Yeah. Hey, look. You win 15 fish tonight.
It is not worth it.
Wait a minute. There's some pet shops over there on 8th Avenue. Why not mosey over there and pick up another bird?
It will not be the same as this one.
Oh, who knows the difference? They're all green. Unless this one has a birthmark.
Yeah. Maybe that is a good idea.
Sure. You buy another bird, put it in this cage. Ambrose will never know the difference. And you will go on collecting the 5 a day. And besides, you will keep out of trouble with Ambrose.
Sam, you are right. Come on. So I buy a new parrot that the guy in the bird store tells me is a good talker. Of course, to be better than the one who flies away is no hard job, even for a very backward bird. I put this new one in the cage the old one vacates on short notice. Then I look up Ambrose Hammer, who is at Mindy's. I take the parrot there, and the scene is as follows.
I've been waiting for you, Broadway.
Yeah, I know.
Did he talk yet?
Not a word. I got 4 pages of arcs written down.
Take the cover off.
In here?
Of course, why not?
Well, Ambrose, maybe we better wait.
What's the matter with you? Take the cover off.
Okay. But before I do not be surprised.
At what?
At anything.
Go ahead, take off the cover.
Sure.
Hello there, fella.
You see what I mean? He has got a one-oak mind.
Yeah. I thought maybe different surroundings would make him so. Broadway, I tell you, this bird knows the killer.
Maybe he shuts his eyes at the time.
Sooner or later, he will talk, and he will...
You're here.
Listen, he talked. He said something.
Yeah, he talks.
Come on, boy, talk some more. Broadway, give him a crack.
Sure, here, have a crack.
I can lick anybody in the joint.
That is nothing for even a parrot to say, what with certain citizens in the place.
Well, he's getting over the shock of seeing his master killed. The mental block is going away. It was psychological before, but now you...
What a babe. What a babe.
Look, every doll in the place turns around.
Wait, put the cover back on. I don't want to spill the name in front of everybody. Get the cover back on.
I do not like the way certain citizens are looking at us. This parrot can be dangerous.
Now I'll show people a few things. They thought I was crazy before. Wait till this bird gives me the tip. I'm going to... Broadway, look. There's the same doll sitting over there.
Yeah, the one that says she does not know you.
I know her from someplace. I never forget her face.
Especially one like that.
Coal black hair, white skin, big dark eyes.
I never see her around here before the night you first see her.
Yeah, her name's on the tip of my tongue. Come on, let's talk to her.
Without an introduction?
What's the difference? Come on.
How about the bird?
Bring him along, but keep him covered.
Look, Ambrose, she is watching you.
Yeah. And does it seem to you that she looks a little scared?
Mm-hmm, it does.
If only I could think of her name.
You are just like the parrot.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Hello.
Goodbye.
Look, I know you from someplace.
I said you don't. You tried that line the other night, and it didn't work then. It won't work now.
Yeah, but I never forget a face. Maybe I forget names, but not faces.
All right. Take a good look at me. Well?
Just can't find a name.
All right, then stop staring at me and stop talking to me. You're taking a good look at me. You don't know me. Now leave me alone. You hear? Just leave me alone.
Well. It looks like the lady wishes nothing to do with you, Ambrose.
Yeah, I guess it does at that. Well, it's not important. What is the fact that this bird's finally decided to open his mouth and turn stooly. And it won't be long before you'll read in the papers that Ambrose Hammer cracks the Grafton Wilton murder case.
A few more days go by. Ambrose Hammer is tossed out of places because he now insists on taking the parrot with him again. In fact, Ambrose Hammer had to defend himself several times when certain citizens claim Ambrose makes nasty remarks about them or their dolls. But it is only the bird telling all and sundry what he thinks of them, and the parrot's choice of language is by no means pure. However, Ambrose stays with it. Then it is one night in Mindy's, and the scene is as follows.
So close and yet so far.
Nothing yet, huh, Ambrose?
The bird's gone through all the names in the world. They're not exactly names a person could use.
Well, why do you not just give it up, Ambrose?
I should say not.
But look, you almost lose your job. You are getting the reputation of being more than somewhat rattled. And you also lose Miss Dawn Astrid.
Mm-hmm. Hey, that reminds me. Where is Dawn?
I do not know. I do not see her for several days.
Yeah, it's very funny. Hey, that reminds me again. When I walked in here tonight, a waiter gave me an envelope. What'd I do with that? Oh, here it is.
Who's it from?
Hey, this is in Dawn's handwriting. Oh, no. Oh.
What is the matter?
Look, read this.
Yes, sir. Dear Ambrose, when you receive this, Julius Smung and I will be on our way to South America where we will be married. Julius Smung. That is the guy she is soft for before she meets you.
Yeah. And I lose her because of this. Shut up.
There is more. You wish me to read it?
Go ahead.
We are leaving suddenly because we are afraid it might come out that Julius calls on Mr. Grafton the night of the murder.
Huh? Go ahead, read more.
I do not tell you this, Ambrose, because I know you will get mad if you find out I once have a date with Grafton Wilton. Julius goes to see him for insulting me and...
Well, go on.
Ambrose, she says that Julius hits Grafton Wilton and kills him.
How do you like that? That dirty double-cross... Broadway, all dolls are no good. She let me carry this undersized eagle around for weeks, and all the time she knew it was Julius Smung who killed Wilton.
There is more.
That's enough.
It says, P.S. Kindly do not tell it around that Julius kills Mr. Wilton because we do not wish any publicity about it.
That's all that dirty...
Oh, shut up.
No, wait a minute. That bird just had a name.
But Ambrose...
Polly, Broadway, that's it. Pretty Polly. That dame, that doll, the one whose name I was trying to remember. That's it.
Now, look, Ambrose, there is something I have got to tell you.
No, it'll keep. Where is she? Come on. Yes.
What for? Ambrose, please, before you go off on the wrong steer.
I know that bird is going to tip me off. Uh-huh.
Do not speak to her, Ambrose. I tell you, do not speak to her.
What's this? Well. Hello there.
You again. I told you to keep away.
You mind if I sit down?
Either you'll beat her or I'll have you thrown out.
Will you? Pretty Polly. Uh-huh. Pretty Polly Olligan. I never forget her face.
Ambrose, before you do any more...
Broadway, meet Pretty Polly Olligan.
How are you? Look, Ambrose, this bird is not...
So, you're the one who was with Grafton Wilton that night, huh, Polly?
You can't know. You can't.
But the bird knew it.
Here we go.
3 years ago, you, Pretty Polly, were sent to Auburn for trying to shake down Grafton Wilton on a breach of promise suit.
It was not a shakedown. It was on a level. I couldn't fight his millions.
So you bumped him.
Ambrose, let us take our parrot and go someplace else before...
Broadway, will you shut up?
Okay, but I warn you...
Polly, you're not in town for your health. Also, you had a good motive for cooking Wilton.
Yes, I did.
And did you?
Yes, I did. I went to see him.
He had 2 black eyes and a banged-up nose.
How did you know?
Never mind.
We talked. And I put something in his drink.
Sure. That killed him.
But Julius Small...
the police are no dopes, Broadway. They knew Wilton was poisoned, but kept it to themselves. But they kept looking for the citizen who blacked his eyes.
Now what'll you do?
Well, there's only one thing I can do.
Yeah, I know. But I'm glad. I've been trying to go to the police for days, and I couldn't. Now I'm glad.
Sure. Better this way.
Yeah.
Now, Broadway, you believe me about the parrot tipping us off?
Well,
What the devil are you trying to tell me?
Oh, me?
Yeah, you. You kept trying to warn me about something.
Oh, no. You are mistaken, Ambrose. Sure. You are mistaken. Of course, I figured that telling Ambrose about the switch and the parrots will do no good now. And there is no sense in getting him mad at me for nothing. But that is not the end of the story. The payoff comes a couple of days later. and I will tell you about it in a minute. Saying it is a couple of days later that I am sitting in Mindy's when in walks Ambrose Hammer and sits down by me. I see that something is on his mind, and I ask him to get it off. And he says...
Yeah, there is something on my mind.
And what is that, Ambrose?
I can't get over what a close call I had with that Dawn Astor.
Close call? What are you talking about, Ambrose?
Why, at one time I was crazy about that doll. I was going to ask her to marry me.
Think of that. But why is that a close call?
Well, if there's one thing I can't stand, it's a doll who can't tell the truth.
What? Does Dawn lie to you?
Yeah, I just got around to reading all this note she sent me. All the excitement.
That note? Well, what does it say?
Yeah, funny you didn't see it, Broadway. You read it.
Sometimes I am nearsighted.
Broadway, when you had the parrot, did you take good care of it?
When I have it, I take very good care of it.
Sure. So why should she lie? Why should she tell me she stole the parrot from your hotel room?
She says that? But why?
She says she was afraid the parrot would talk and mention Julius Smung.
Oh, I see. And you say she lies. Well, what makes you say that?
Because the parrot is never out of our possession. The only parrot who could possibly give us the name of the murderer. Pretty Polly.
And so ends the famous Damon Runyon story, So You Won't Talk. Listen in again next week for... The Damon Runyon Theatre. The Damon Runyon Theatre, with John Brown as Broadway, is directed by Richard Sandville, and the story is adapted for radio by Russell Hughes. Vern Karstensen is in charge of production. This is a Mayfair production.